The story opens on a desolate, ruined city, where a weary young man blankly surveys a dust-choked landscape. My name is Gao Xiaoliang, and I was once just a normal college student, until my roommate unplugged my charger, my alarm didn't go off, and on my way to school at 8:00 a.m. I was hit by a car and thrown 800 meters. I woke up to a changed world, transported to a dangerous, apocalyptic realm. Before him, a chaotic scene unfolded. A group of people struggling against a giant octopus, its tentacles flailing like deadly arms. A blond man leaped into the air, his sword flashing as he severed a writhing tentacle. Everyone thought they had the upper hand, but a new tentacle sprouted from the severed point in the blink of an eye. One of them screamed in panic. "This isn't good. How can this monster regenerate?" From afar, Gao Xiaoliang silently observed the horrific scene, his heart as heavy as a stone. At first he thought he was fate's chosen one, destined to shine like a protagonist, achieving miracles wherever he went, but he soon realized things weren't so simple. He began to sink into painful memories of his failures. The first time, he led the survivors out of the zombie encirclement, only to be bitten and killed. Opening his eyes, he was back at the beginning. The second time, using his past life's experience, he led everyone away from the zombies, only to starve to death. The third time, he disguised himself as a zombie bite victim to scavenge for food, but was shot in the head by the military. The fourth time, he finally awakened his powers and built a base, only to be betrayed by his trusted brother, leading to a tragic death. Then the fifth, the sixth time. Each death sent him back to the very first day. This was his ninth life. His hope dwindled, replaced by resignation, but fate had other plans, forcing him into the brutal war as a soldier. The situation is dire, as the giant octopus's tentacles writhe like ghostly snakes, ready to snatch away any life. The group is exhausted, unable to hold on any longer. Those who could still run fled for their lives. But what about Xiaoya and the food supplies? The survivors in the shelter are counting on every scrap to survive. There's no more time to hesitate, or they'll all die here. Xiaoya was trapped by a giant tentacle, unable to escape. All she could do was scream for help, begging not to be left behind. The octopus lifted her high, ready to swallow her whole. Xiaoya screamed, a desperate, piercing cry. Gao Xiaoliang watched from below, a reckless feeling rising within him, like a broken jar, unafraid of further cracks. He thought to himself, if he couldn't escape this wretched world, then at least before he died, he wanted to do something worthwhile. With a long cry, he shot towards the giant monster like a bolt of lightning, stunning the fleeing crowd into silence. What is that kid doing? Is he trying to throw his life away? Is he crazy? That's suicide. But Gao Xiaoliang paid no mind to the whispers, raising his sword, eyes burning with determination, and sliced the tentacle in two. Xiaoya, now free, collapsed to the ground, trembling as she gratefully said, "Thank you for saving me." He was so brave. But Gao Xiaoliang had no time to acknowledge her. He coldly replied, then immediately dashed off, leaving Xiaoya sitting there in a daze, his target, the grocery store behind the giant monster. He rushed inside, stunned by the eerie silence, the precious goods untouched on the shelves, like a treasure trove amidst life and death. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaoliang ransacked the place, devouring everything from hamburgers to potato chips as if there were no tomorrow, before finding a soda and unable to contain his joy. Finally, I can have a drink. He took a sip of the soda, feeling refreshed, as if reborn. Outside, the octopus raged at the loss of its prey, growling with red eyes fixed on the figure in the convenience store. Lost in his drink, Gao Xiaoliang is unaware of the massive shadow closing in. Gigantic tentacles loom behind him, ready to strike a fatal blow. He sighed in relief, smiling with no regrets. As expected, a second later, the screen before him turned blood red, but then his eyes opened again. He was still in the convenience store, just like before he passed out. He looked around, surprised, and exclaimed, "Why am I still here? Am I back at the beginning?" He frantically patted himself down, wondering, "Am I not dead?" Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed from nowhere. No, he was dead, but now he's alive. Gao Xiaoliang was startled. Who was speaking? The system responded, "Congratulations, host, you have activated the system. I am your unlinked system, designation 2C33. A ball of light appeared before his eyes, and Xiaoliang stammered, "System!" Then he lunged forward, embracing it tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Why are you only here now? I've been waiting forever. Do you have any idea how horribly I died?" He rubbed his face against the orb, sobbing loudly. "Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'm filing a complaint. The system couldn't take it and flew into the sky." Li Nian replied, Host, please calm down. The reason I was late is because, there was a slight mishap. He pressed for answers, but the system avoided his gaze, saying, You might not believe it, but the system in the next room stole my charger, so my alarm didn't go off. Gao Xiaoliang's lips twitched, and he ruffled his hair, saying, No, I believe you. There's no point in dwelling on it now. He immediately changed the subject. Well, better late than never. Equipping his golden finger cheat. Did you bring everything? The system responded crisply. Of course. It presents a scroll containing a map and text saying, But as a formality, allow me to read your mission to you. You are currently in a post-apocalyptic world, and your mission is to save it and restore peace. Only by completing the mission will you be revived in the real world. Failure means complete erasure. After explaining, it rolled up the paper. He had a total of 10 chances, and he'd already wasted 9. This is his last chance. Gao Xiaoliang couldn't help but shout, It was me who wasted them. The system chuckled awkwardly. Pay no attention to those details. Since time is of the essence, we must seize every precious moment. As the system finished speaking, the space around him twisted and distorted, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, forming a shimmering portal. Brave one, prepare to face your first mission. In the blink of an eye, Gao Xiaoliang found himself on a desolate street, where houses lay in ruins, as if after an apocalyptic storm, and the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. Your first mission, sell snacks to earn 50 crystals, which you can exchange for attributes, space, and other exciting rewards. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Xiaoliang gritted his teeth in anger, jumping up and yelling, The savior of my family reduced to peddling goods? His scream echoed, drawing the attention of nearby zombies who turned their vacant eyes upon him. One of them was even gnawing on what looked like the remnants of a horrific meal, and faced with the approaching horde, Gao Xiaoliang was speechless with terror. And another thing, did you pick this spot so they could see me as a snack? He yelled, but he had no time to think about business, only to run for his life. Xiaoliang frantically tried to escape the zombies as the system asked, bewildered, Host, why are you running? He retorted nonsensically, Why wouldn't I run? Wait to be bitten. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, as if he had just remembered something important. His eyes lit up excitedly, saying, That's right, I have a system now. Why should I be afraid of these losers? He stood up straight, put his hands on his hips, and shouted, Hey, number 2. The system immediately responded with an annoyed voice, Please call me number 233. Gao Xiaoliang smirked dangerously with a hint of triumph and clenched his fist. All right, old number 2, what are my superpowers? The agility of a leopard, the speed of an eagle, the strength of a bear? Show me everything. A stat screen suddenly appeared before him, listing his name, followed by strength, unrated, speed, unrated, senses, unrated, intelligence. 2, storage space, unopened, shop area, 2 square meters. A string of stats all read unrated. Gao Xiaoliang pondered, muttering, What does unrated even mean? The system coldly replied that his stats were too low to qualify for even the minimum score and that he'd need to earn points to improve. He frowned. So basically, the only thing on my body that's usable is my brain? Before he could think further, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. He screamed in panic and continued to run for his life, yelling at the system as he went. You're a liar. Didn't you say there would be support software? The system followed behind him, frowning as it replied, You already have the support software. You had a booth right in front of you, but you didn't appreciate it. Now that it's gone, you regret it. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned. Was he talking about that torn cloth? Annoyed, the system retorted, Rag, that was your upgrade item. Hearing this, he immediately turned around and rushed back the way he came. Why didn't you say so sooner? He bent down to pick up a rusty iron bar lying by the roadside, ready to face the oncoming zombies head-on. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaoliang swung the iron bar, smashing it hard into the head of the nearest zombie. The closer he got to the cloth, the harder he fought, but suddenly a zombie lunged, aiming for his thigh. He was knocked off his feet, tumbling head over heels until he landed right on the cloth, and the zombies seized the opportunity, swarming him. Facing absolute despair, Gao Xiaoliang laughed bitterly, never expecting to die so quickly. A record indeed. His hands trembled as he clenched them, his voice filled with sorrow. Even the sight of snacks couldn't tempt him. This might truly be the end. But just as the pain from the bite was about to set in, a brilliant light erupted, and the zombies froze in their tracks. To his astonishment, they turned and left, as if he were invisible. Gao Xiaoliang cried out in disbelief. What's going on? Are those zombies blind or something? The system sighed, exasperated by his slowness. It was a golden finger, not just a piece of cloth. He excitedly picked up the cloth, realizing it was what had protected him. He couldn't help but hug it tightly, his treasure, like a golden compass and impenetrable armor. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to the system and asked, "Right, is this function only useful against zombies? What about other mutated creatures?" The system responds, "This tool can block all forms of attack. As long as you're within the booth, nothing outside can harm you." Gao Xiaoliang's eyes widened as he leaped up in joy, humming and dancing in circles. "With this booth in my hands, I'm invincible." The system immediately cuts his daydream short, warning him not to get too excited. The booth's blocking function can only be used 3 times a day, and if he doesn't complete the mission within the allotted time, the function will become ineffective. "There's half an hour left until sunset," it continued, "and after dark, the zombies will become more active." "Please hurry, host." Gao Xiaoliang sighed. The zombies had just swept through, leaving no one behind. Who was he supposed to find to start things off? Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Today is truly a lucky day." Having plundered so many paths, 3 men who appeared to be part of the same group strolled over. The leader said, "I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. The boss will be surprised when we get home." The man next to him chimed in. "The boss will be so happy, he'll definitely reward us." Gao Xiaoliang was secretly pleased, thinking they were playing right into his hands, and quickly set up his stall, looking like a professional vendor. Curious, the 3 men asked, "What's all this?" as they eyed the goods on display. "Isn't that fruit candy? How could they have this here?" He grinned. "My humble shop has more than just fruit candy. We've got chips, shrimp crackers, and soda. What would you like?" The 3 cheered as if they'd found treasure. It was potato chips and even beef jerky. "I haven't had soda in 3 years. I almost forgot what it tasted like." Gao Xiaoliang continued, "Today is my first day selling, and since you're my lucky customers, forget 998, forget 98, just 50-star cores, and you can take all the snacks home. What do you say? A great deal, right?" The 3 suddenly went silent, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. "This kid dares to ask us for money. Don't be a fool." The masked man picked up the Coke bottle, gun in the other hand, and said grimly, "I'm in a good mood today. Leave your things and go, or I'll let you taste a hot bullet." Xiaoliang frowned at them, then suddenly stepped forward, snatching the Coke from the masked man's hand, muttering, "I thought I'd found a savior, but it was just a waste of time." The masked man immediately raised his gun, pointing it straight at Xiaoliang, his murderous aura as sharp as a blade. "Kid, you have a death wish." A deafening explosion erupts, but at the same time, Gao Xiaoliang's invisible shield activates. Not only did the bullet fail to hit him, but the gun exploded in the man's hand, sending the masked assailant flying back several feet, unconscious. His comrades panicked, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? Why did the gun backfire? Does this kid have superpowers? The man shook his head, his voice trembling. "No way. I've never heard of such a strange superpower." Cao Xiaoliang, unconcerned with their chatter, happily bent down, pressed his face against the cloth, and sniffed incessantly. "Amazing. My treasure can even deflect bullets." One of the men spoke up, his voice laced with suspicion. "Who are you, really? What are you planning?" Cao Xiaoliang drawled, "Fool, in this world countless people possess superpowers, but there is only one chosen one." He rubbed his hands with a sly grin. "So, for just 50-star coins, you get a pile of snacks, a photo, and a free autograph. Are you really not going to consider it?" Feeling insulted, the 2 roared, "The chosen one, what's that supposed to mean? Do you think we're 3 years old? The gun must be broken. Watch me blast you to bits." Seeing their stubbornness, Gao Xiaoliang sighed helplessly. They really don't listen, bringing trouble on themselves. One of them throws a fiery punch, but predictably, it's stopped by an invisible barrier. The backlash causes him to clutch his hand and wail, "Oh, my hand." Witnessing the grim fate of his 2 comrades, the remaining blonde hesitated, his feet frozen in place. Seeing his hesitation, the other 2 yelled, "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" Gao Xiaoliang said nothing, only stared silently at the blonde man. His eyes, cold and sharp as knives, sent shivers down the man's spine. He raised his hand, dragon markings crackling with blue electricity, and roared. The blonde was startled, took a step back, and turned to flee like the wind. "This kid's a monster. I don't want to die." His cowardice stunned his 2 accomplices, who angrily shouted, "Don't leave us, you traitor!" Then, without another word, they fled for their lives. Xiaoliang called out, "Don't run. I want to ask if there's anyone else around." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. A discarded burlap sack lying on the ground, clearly belonging to those 3 just now. Curious, he wondered what it was. Then the bag twitched, startling him. "It's moving!" Unable to resist his curiosity, he pokes the sack a few times. Is it some kind of animal? With that, he carefully untied the rope, and a living creature immediately burst out of the sack. He watched, stunned, to realize it was a woman with flowing silver hair, like a shimmering waterfall in the golden sunset. Her body was alluring, a captivating beauty with a slender waist and full chest. She turned her head, her eyes meeting his. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned, drooling, thinking how beautiful she was. But immediately, the silver-haired woman glared, her eyes flashing with madness. She lunges at him like an arrow shot from a bow. Gao Xiaoliang, terrified, turns and runs. Now is not the time to admire beautiful women. He screamed, his voice cracking. It was definitely a zombie. Her hand slammed into the spot where he'd been standing, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the ground. He dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Terrified, he looked up at the monster and exclaimed, "What is this? How can a zombie be so fast?" In a panic, his hand accidentally touched a black object on the ground. Without hesitation, he hurled it at her. The silver-haired woman raised her hand to block it, and the tense chase continued. Remembering his past experience, Gao Xiaoliang ran straight to his stall, hastily grabbing his precious cloth. He quickly packed up his goods, cursing, "Damn it! I've used up 3 chances already." Knowing this would happen, he should have saved some. If he's caught now, he's done for. He tries to run, but the silver-haired woman floats over his head, landing gracefully in front of him. Startled, he fell backward, scattering food across the ground as the silver-haired woman glared, energy gathering in her hand, ready to deliver the final blow. Faced with unstoppable power, Gao Xiaoliang could only scream in despair, "Don't come any closer!" Despite his fear, he continued to throw the fallen food containers at her, an act that only fueled her rage. Refusing to give up, he blindly throws another bag of food forward, bracing for the inevitable. But nothing happens. He cautiously opened his eyes, stunned to see the silver-haired woman happily munching on dried squid, swallowing with a satisfied look as if she'd just tasted a delicacy. Cao Xiaoliang was shocked. This zombie liked dried squid? After eating, she crawled towards him, eyes sparkling, drool dripping from her mouth, looking like she wanted more. Frantically searching the ground, he thought, "I'm dead. There's no more dried squid. What do I do?" His mind racing, he wondered, I wonder if she eats other things. He clumsily grabbed a bag of crackers, tore it open, and tossed a piece forward. She immediately opened her mouth, chomped down, and swallowed with satisfaction. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. As he dropped the snacks, he slowly backed away until he reached a deep crevice, beneath which a strange red light emanated from a stream of molten lava. Without hesitation, he threw the bag of pastries into the crevice, and the silver-haired woman immediately lunged after it. Standing high above, Xiaoliang wiped away his sweat, breathing a sigh of relief. Saved. After eating those snacks, she won't eat me. As he turned to leave, he noticed something glowing on the ground. He picked it up, examining it closely. This dagger was high-end. Then it hits him. The dagger's hilt bears a golden gear symbol. He recognizes it instantly as the mark of the Thunder Legion, the most notorious band of marauders in the post-apocalyptic world. Their leader is an evolved being with terrifying power, and his reckless underlings rely on their numbers to rob and pillage, acting as if the army doesn't even exist. Thinking this, Gao Xiaoliang broke out in a cold sweat. Were those 3 people members of the Thunder Legion? No wonder they were carrying so much ammunition. He sheathed his dagger and bent down to pick up the bag that once held the silver-haired woman. This bag wasn't bad either, sturdy enough. He'd keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy. While picking it up, he accidentally opened the bag and discovered another small pouch inside. Curious, he muttered, "What's this?" Opening it, he was stunned to find a bag full of glittering essence stones. "Talk about perfect timing," he exclaims with excitement. "These are spirit cores, a whopping 50 of them." He hugged the bag like it was a treasure, overjoyed by his unexpected luck. He couldn't believe he'd completed the quest so quickly. But the system suddenly poured cold water on him, stating that since he picked up the cores and didn't earn them through sales, they wouldn't count toward the stall's income. Xiaoliang immediately retorted, "Why wouldn't it count? I ask you, did that female zombie just eat dried squid and beef jerky? And did she leave behind these cores?" The system, faced with this situation for the first time, stammered, unsure how to respond. But Cao Xiaoliang, unconcerned that she was a zombie, continued to argue with foul play. "You never said the customer had to be human. With such limited thinking, how can you grow and achieve great success?" Seeing the system's silence, he collapsed to the ground, feigning tears, adding, "Besides, it's dark now and I can't find anyone else. If you break your promise and kill me, So be it. The system, out of options, muttered under its breath. Damn it, I'm stuck with this. Then, it loudly declared, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Receiving bonus points, the space opened. The stall was upgraded, and before him appeared a splendid and magnificent cart, far surpassing the original rag. All the tools on the cart were clean and tidy, and Xiaoliang stared at them in a daze for a long time. When he came to his senses, he opened the notification board to check. This was the legendary storage space, but inside there were only 4 items: rice, meat, and vegetables. He turned to the system and asked, "Is this all there is? I've seen other people's spaces with all kinds of medicine, weapons, even planes and cannons." The system scoffed. "We're a general store system, not an armory. You haven't even left the starting village and you're already asking for a bicycle?" Muttering about his predicament, Gao Xiaoliang asked, "What can I get with these points?" The system responded, "A list of goods and their value. However, with his current points, space usage is minimal, so these are the only items available for exchange." The screen displays his current points. 21. Toothbrush, 300 points. Dishes, 250 points. Soap, 200 points. Scissors, 250 points. Zhao Xiaoliang sighed. This is really just a temporary fix. He sadly continued, "Although the stall can block attacks, there are only 3 chances each day, and I can't hide in there 24 hours a day. Right now, the most important thing is to improve my ability to protect myself." Without hesitation, he tells the system, "Hey, exchange everything for stamina points." The system happily accepted the order, saying, "Received. Host, 1 stamina point added. All points have been exchanged." The man and his system waited for results, but nothing changed. Zhao Xiaoliang was disappointed that nothing had changed. The system made no comment, simply announcing a new mission: acquire 100 cores and hire a server within 24 hours. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang's face twisted in dismay. 100 cores is too much, and what's with the attendant? And now he has to share his tiny space? Just then, a gust of wind blew a flyer right into his face. It was a flyer for the tea shop across the street, featuring a maid outfit and the words, "Welcome, Master." He stared at it, muttering. Memories flood back as he recalls this girl handing out flyers at school, offering free samples. He wonders what she's up to now, if she's even still alive. But his seriousness was short-lived as his imagination ran wild, dreaming of a beautiful blonde maid calling him boss. The image invigorates him, like a shot of pure energy. He happily pushes his cart, suddenly full of motivation. The scene shifts to a lava-filled chasm, where a dark figure suddenly leaps into the air. It's the silver-haired woman he tricked into jumping before. She glanced around, slowly rose, and looked mournful, as if in deep thought. Then inexplicably ran off in one direction. As dawn breaks, Zhao Xiaoliang, who has been pushing his cart all night, finally stops in front of a dilapidated store, cautiously peeking inside and calling out, "Is anyone there?" Hearing the noise, 4 zombies slowly tilted their stiff necks in his direction. Sensing trouble, he quickly closed the door, saying politely, "My apologies." Without another word, he turned and ran for his life. Weren't these the same zombies he'd encountered yesterday? "Why are they so relentless?" the system replies. "Monotone. They were here first. You're the intruder." The zombies, with mouths like gaping maws, gave chase, and one, with a monstrous leap, hurled itself at the cart. As expected, it was knocked back several meters by the defense shield, but Gao Xiaoliang wasn't happy. He shouted regretfully, "The blocking function can only be used 3 times a day. I can't waste it like that." He then frantically pushed the cart and ran. Unnoticed by him, the zombie he'd just kicked began to undergo a bizarre transformation. It let out a terrifying roar, contorted its body into an unnatural position, and crawled towards him at an alarming speed, jaws snapping at his heels. Fortunately, Gao Xiaoliang noticed in time and dodged the zombie's bite. Enraged, he cursed, "Damn you, trying to sneak attack me?" And with that, he delivered a powerful kick to its face. The zombie went flying, crashing into a nearby vending machine, the loud noise stopping the other zombies in their tracks. The vending machine crashed down, crushing the zombies beneath it. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned by the sight. Did I do that? With one hit, its head was crushed. He cheered, realizing his enhanced strength was real. The system announces, "Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating your first zombie. You've received a newbie gift pack, a disposable raincoat." Xiaoliang examines the item, muttering, "Isn't this just a piece of plastic? What good is this?" The system explained that this raincoat shouldn't be underestimated. It's made of high-tech materials that are not only waterproof and warm, but also block all harmful substances. Put it on, and you could swim in radioactive water, but it's only good for one use. Gao Xiaoliang wonders if it's really that miraculous. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed as a horde of zombies approached. He looked around in shock, seeing zombies everywhere, and exclaimed, "So many zombies!" He thought to himself, "This is bad." The noise must have attracted them. Despair washed over him. This was a dead end with no way out. Just then, a soft voice came from behind. It was a girl in a maid outfit, hiding behind the door. "Over here, quick!" Looking down, Gao Xiaoliang saw the zombies wriggling out from under the vending machine, while ahead, a dense horde stood ready to pounce. Without hesitation, he pulled his cart towards the girl, the door slamming shut, sealing the zombies outside. He breathed heavily, saying, "Thank you so much. I would have been in serious trouble without you." But upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Miss Clumsy, you know me?" He was overjoyed to meet an acquaintance amidst the chaos. "I'm a student from School A. You used to promote milk tea at my school and even bought me a drink. Don't you remember me?" The girl smiles brightly. "Of course, I remember. I remember you were great at basketball and especially loved peach bubble tea." But in her mind, she thought differently. He's no handsome prince, just average looking. There are tons of guys like him in college. How could I remember him? Unaware of the lie, Gao Xiaoliang naively replied, "But I'm on the soccer team and I don't even like peaches." The girl quickly shut her mouth, playfully nudged his shoulder, and changed the subject. "That's not important. Anyway, it's great to see you again." Gao Xiaoliang immediately forgot about the previous incident, only thinking about how soft she was. After a while, he remembered to ask, "Oh, right, I still don't know your name." She replied, "I'm Aichin." He introduced himself. "I'm Gao Xiaoliang." Aichin smiled sweetly and called him Brother Liang. The sound of her voice moved him to tears. It was the first time a girl had ever called him brother, and such a beautiful girl at that. He was truly overjoyed. Speechless, she wondered why he was crying. Suddenly, a noise echoed, and Cao Zhaoliang turned around, yelling, "Who's there?" He picked up a discarded can from the ground, thinking to himself. Another sound had come from the closed door beside him, startling him. Cao Xiaoliang cautiously approached the mysterious door, reaching out to touch the handle, when suddenly, Ngai Kam's terrified voice rang out from behind. "There's a rat!" She threw herself into his arms, trying to stop him from opening the door, and said sweetly, "Brother Luong, I saw it. It's a rat." Distracted, Cao Xiaoliang asked, "Where's the rat?" She vaguely replied, trying to mislead him, "It ran over there. I'm so scared." Unseen by him, a head emerged from behind the door, eyes glinting with danger. Meanwhile, Miss Qin cried out and toned. Xiaoliang frantically caught her, asking worriedly, "Miss Qin, what's wrong?" She weakly replied, "Brother Liang, I'm so hungry. I've been stuck here for 5 days with nothing to eat." He snaps his fingers with a smile. "So you're just hungry, that's easy." He runs back to the truck, saying, "Wait here, and I'll make you something." He rummages through his wares, muttering cheerfully, "What should I make? How about noodles? Dumplings, chicken wings, and Coke would be good too." Mr. Chin coldly observed his naive appearance, thinking, food. She surveys the vehicle, spotting eggs, oil, rarities in these troubled times, and wonders where he found so much food. A dangerous smile crept across her face. Turns out he's a fat sheep. This time, the harvest is bountiful. He reaches for an egg, but as soon as he picks it up, it vanishes. She tried a few more times, but the result was the same. A system rule. The food truck's ingredients can't be stolen. They automatically return to their original position without the owner's permission. Unaware of this, he begins to suspect something. What's wrong? Am I hallucinating? But without much thought, she decided to change tactics, focusing on dealing with him first. "Everything in this car will be mine." She reached behind her for her hidden knife, but couldn't find it. She was confused. "Where is it?" Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang spoke up. "Looking for this?" Lord Cam was stunned to see his knife in the man's hand. "That's mine. How did you get it?" He recalled when she faked unconsciousness, he'd swiftly taken the knife from her back. He smirked, saying, "Cooking requires a knife, of course, but the new shop doesn't have the right tools, so I'm borrowing it for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" Madam Chin forced a smile. "Of course not." But inwardly, she was terrified. "How did he know I had a weapon? Has he been wary of me all along?" Sensing the unfavorable situation, she quickly explained, "Brother Liang, don't misunderstand." He knew how difficult it was for a girl to survive in the apocalypse. "I use this knife for self-defense," Gao Xiaoliang replied casually. How could he misunderstand? "Of course I believe you," Mr. Chin asked timidly. "Then, When you're finished, could I have the knife back? He nodded. Of course. He handed her the knife, adding, but this blade is too sharp. I advise you not to use it. Clutching the knife, she wore a sinister smile that belied her gentle voice. Is that so? With that, she jumped up, her weakness gone, and lunged at him with the knife, screaming, Stupid man! So easily fooled, you deserve to die. But before the blade could touch him, a shield erupted, throwing her back and causing her to cry out in pain. Chao Xiaoliang cleaned his ear and sighed. I told you not to use it recklessly. Why don't you listen? Ai-Chin fell to the ground, staring at him. Despite his powers, she was undeterred, growing even more bloodthirsty. You little brat, you tricked me. I demand a duel. She leaps up, kicking up dust and sparks, but Xiaoliang calmly pulls out his defensive spray and fires it at Ai-Chin. Caught off guard, she was hit, squeezed her eyes shut, and cried out, It burns! My eyes. Gao Xiaoliang laughed gleefully, picking up a jar of mustard. Why didn't you say you couldn't handle spice? I would have been sure to cater to your tastes. He continued sprinkling mustard on Ai-Chin's face, saying, Do you like barbecue? How about a little mustard? Ai-Chin begged in agony. Stop, please, just stop. Is anyone still in there? Gao Xiaoliang called out. If you don't come out, your friends will be pickled. The door remained shut, then cracked open, before suddenly swinging wide open. Two children, a boy and a girl, rushed out wielding sticks, shouting in unison, Release our leader! Chao Xiaoliang was taken aback by the sight. The boy shouted, Don't worry, boss, we're here to save you. The girl, though teary-eyed, bravely yelled, You fiends! Don't hurt our leader. But with little effort, Gu Xiaoliang captured them both. He sternly lectured them, saying they were too young to be causing trouble and forming gangs. The two children shouted in unison, Let us go! He struggled to his feet, shouting, Don't hurt them. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Gao Xiaoliang coldly replied, You said it. He threw the two kids towards her, and all three fell to the ground. He entered the secret room, finding it stocked with food and drinks. He listed instant noodles, biscuits, canned goods. He stroked his chin, smiling at the three culprits tied up in the corner, thinking many must have been fooled before him. Seeing his composure, he asked, I've never made a mistake before. How did you figure it out? Chao Xiaoliang replied, Then those people must have been incredibly foolish. He explained that she claimed to have been trapped here for nearly 5 days without food. But the can had leftover soup, clearly just opened, and there was fresh blood on the ground, but she had no wounds. So the answer was clear. Someone else was hurt or dead. After analyzing the situation, he muttered to himself, barely audible, That was close. I almost became one of them. The boy angrily retorted, They deserved it. If they hadn't tried to take advantage of others, they wouldn't have been tricked. The little girl chimed in, That's right. We never deceive good people. Those who are deceived are all bad people like you. Being labeled a bad guy, Gao Xiaoliang was stunned, thinking, How am I like a bad person? He picked up the pace, saying, In this chaotic world, everyone just wants to survive. They can't blame me. Xiaoliang no Diaz in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. But then his tone shifts, a sinister smile spreading across his face. So now that you're in my hands, you can't blame me for whatever I decide to do. Pale with fear, he asks what Xiaoliang intends to do, who grins and says, It's been a while since I've had fresh meat, and it looks like today's the day. The two kids panicked, bursting into tears. He eats people? Please, I don't want to be eaten. Despite his menacing appearance, Gao Xiaoliang was secretly pleased. These kids dared to doubt his looks? Are they scared yet? He stood before the children, pleading, If you must eat me. They're just children, please, let them go. The little girl cried, No, don't eat the boss. The little boy said sternly, Adult meat isn't tasty. I'm a child. My meat is tender. Eat me instead. Gao Xiaoliang only intended to scare them, not for things to turn out this way. He thought to himself, What's going on? These three swindlers are so close, making me look like the bad guy. Suddenly, the little girl coughs violently, and the boy cries out anxiously, Sister, you said that Xiaoling was injured, and if she's tied up, she won't be able to breathe. Thinking he was too smart to be fooled, Chao Xiaoliang wondered if they were trying to trick him into loosening the ropes so they could stab him. But Xiaoling kept coughing, and seeing this, he wavered slightly, but remained firm. Her acting is even better than yours. The boy cries out, And we're not lying, Mr. Guard, please, she's going to die. Seeing their desperation, he didn't immediately untie them, but whispered, System, scan her. The system emitted a light to scan the girl, then announced that she had a severe internal infection, festering and septic. Without treatment, she only has 3 days to live. As they spoke, Xiaoling suddenly coughed up blood. Startled, Gao Xiaoliang quickly cut the ropes, and the girl fell forward. They cried out in unison, "Xiaoling! Little sister!" Removing her outer garment, he noticed blood seeping through the bandages on her chest, and in a fit of rage, Cao Xiaoliang cursed, "It's a gunshot wound. Who would do this to a child?" Guy snaps back. It was the Kinloy Legion. With downcast eyes, she sadly recounted, "Their mother was a regular at my store. When the world descended into chaos, the family was buying milk tea. Having seen enough doomsday movies, I knew things were bad when people started tearing each other apart in the streets, so I immediately closed the shop." Soon after, news broke of a zombie virus outbreak, advising everyone to stay indoors, so my customers stayed. At first, everyone was united, encouraging each other to wait for rescue, but as time passed, food ran out and human nature began to show. A man didn't hesitate to snatch bread from the mother of the two children. The mother cried helplessly, "Who are you? Your share was already taken, that's ours." He scoffed, "Being so young, why should she get an adult's portion? One portion is enough for the three of you." The mother desperately explained, "My daughter is sick and needs the food. Please, give it back." He looked down at the girl, his voice cold. Looking at her, she wouldn't live more than 2 days anyway. "It's just a waste to feed him. I'm better to give it to someone else." The boy leaps up and bites his hand hard. "That wretch belongs to my sister." Enraged, he lifts the boy high, yelling, "You dare bite me, brat? I'll just throw you to your death and save some food." The terrified mother rushed forward, screaming, "Xiaolei!" Unable to bear it any longer, the man gently swept his foot and he fell to the ground, unprepared. Niem then caught Xiaolei, scolding, "Food is limited. What right do you have to steal from others?" The man raged. "You call this food? How can anyone survive on such a small piece of bread? Do you want us to starve to death?" Speechless at his reasoning, she scoffed, "I owe you nothing. If you want food, go find it yourself." She looked at him like a coward, one who wouldn't fight zombies but would bully orphans and women. Enraged, he shouts, "You dare speak to me like that?" A middle-aged woman interjects, "Boss, there are so many of us. This little food really isn't enough. Can't you spare a little more?" Another customer chimed in, "That's right, we'll pay you back double when the world returns to normal." Mr. Chin explained, "This is a bubble tea shop, not a supermarket. This is all the food we have." A young girl pointed to the room, questioning, "Really all of it? Then why is that door locked? What's inside?" Calmly, Mr. Cam replied, "That's my changing room, there's nothing in there." But the other person wouldn't let it go. "I don't believe you. Unless you open the door for us to see," Mr. Cume frowned. "Why is that?" But she alone couldn't stand against the starving crowd, who roared that she must be hiding food inside. "So you can eat while we starve? How selfish can you be?" Xiaolei and Xiaoling's mother stepped forward to intervene. "Everyone, please. If it weren't for her kindness in taking us in, we wouldn't be alive right now." They couldn't be so heartless, but when hunger overwhelms reason, words are useless. One man shouts, "If it weren't for her meddling, I'd be home by now." Another adds, "That's right. If we'd left sooner, we might have found rescue and retreated to a safe zone with the government troops." Mr. Goom chuckled. "A bunch of ingrates. If you want to leave, nothing's stopping you." The man snapped back, "You think you're so high and mighty, huh?" The crowd surged forward, restraining her as they declared, "Ignore her! Break down the door!" Without hesitation, he charged forward. "Just wait until I find the food or you'll regret the day you met me." After a few strong hits, the door burst open, revealing only women's dresses inside. He muttered in confusion, "It's just clothes." He stepped inside, looked around, and mumbled, "Isn't this supposed to be a tea shop? What does she need so many dresses for?" A middle-aged woman spitefully remarks, "I knew she wasn't a proper woman." A young girl chimed in, saying, "Good girls don't dress like that. She's definitely trying to seduce someone." Mr. Cam angrily shouted, "Don't go too far!" Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted outside as an off-road vehicle crashed through the front of the shop. The vehicle bore a gear and lightning insignia, and a man stepped out laughing, "We've got people here." Everyone in the shop immediately became wary, wondering who they were. His menacing demeanor made it clear he was here to rob them. As expected, he declared, "We are the Thunder Legion. Hand over your food if you don't want to die." The man who had been yelling just moments ago now trembled. "Please, don't hit me. I was just passing by." He pointed at Nycom. "All the resources are in that woman's hands. She's the boss here." The Thunder Legion member smirked, saying, "There are women?" "Not just one. It's been a while since I've seen one so beautiful." "Brothers, we feast tonight," the leader yelled, barely giving Nycom time to scream, "Run!" before grabbing the children and fleeing. Meanwhile, 2 bandits had subdued a young couple, and the boy was weeping. I'll give her to you, just please don't kill me, spare me. No, please, don't, the girl screamed in terror. Help me. A blond man was chasing right behind Ngai, reaching out to grab her shoulder. Hey kid, don't run. I'm gonna make you feel real good. The mute girl twisted her wrist, a dagger appearing in her hand as she swung it at the man, saying, You wish. The blond thug, caught off guard, roared, You bitch, hiding a knife! He drew his gun, firing a shot to kill. The bullet meant for Naikam hits Tiu Lin instead, piercing her shoulder as she jumps in front of her, leaving Naikam, Tiu Lak, and the children's mother in shock. They shouted in unison, Xiaoling! The bandit leader roared, You idiot! Who told you to fire a gun? Don't you know it'll attract zombies? He turned and shot the young woman who had confronted Naikam in the shop. Seeing the situation turn against him, he abandoned the women, wanting only to steal the supplies and retreat. He ordered his men to take everything, leaving nothing behind. Anyone who tried to flee was shot down, leaving only Naikam. With nowhere to run, Xiaole and Xiaoling were cornered, but their mother suddenly charged forward, clinging to the man's waist to hold him back. She screams, Run! Little Luo cries out in fear, Mom! The brute bashed her head, yelling, Damn woman, let go. But she wouldn't release her grip, not even a little. Don't worry about me or everyone will die. With her last breath, the mother begged him to care for Xiaolei and Xiaoling. Holding back tears, Qin carries the dazed Xiaole, gritting his teeth as he jumps through the window to escape. Seeing the three run from the shop, the mother pulls the pin on the man's grenade. The explosion turned the tea shop into dust. Back in the present, Mr. Quinn sits blankly on the ground, saying, I promised Sister Lee that I would protect them so they could survive. This is the only way I can do it. She couldn't help but sob. I'm sorry, I'm useless. Xiaoling wakes up and reaches out to wipe away her tears, saying obediently, Boss, don't cry. It doesn't hurt at all. If I die, will I get to see Mom? Qin hurriedly reassured her. You're not going to die. Xiao Luo panics, realizing he no longer has a mother. Sister, please, don't leave me. The system hearing the story sobbed. They were so pitiful. Gao Xiaoliang glanced at it, thinking it was pitiful now, but it showed no mercy when trying to kill him. He thought to himself that in this chaotic world, carrying two children would not only be a burden, but also cause a lot of trouble, increasing the risk of death. She's shown some conscience by holding on this long. He turned to the system and asked, Xiaoer, don't you have medicine in your space? Is there anything that can heal this child? The system replies, Yes, but it requires opening a higher level space to use. Your authority isn't high enough, he pouted. You were just saying how pitiful she was, and now you won't save her. You're a system, can't you be more flexible? The system, seeing through his intentions, replied indifferently, You're trying to trick me into creating conditions to upgrade your authority, aren't you? Chao Xiaoliang frowned, thinking, So easily discovered. This system is pretty smart. Though the system can't grant him authority, it offers another solution. Not flexible, but not without its uses. The snack stand's second function. Handmade snacks with healing properties. Gao Xiaoliang is thrilled. Why didn't you say so sooner? What other surprises does this precious item hold? The system calmly responds. The specific effects are level dependent. The higher the level, the better the effect. But at your current level, you can only rely on luck. Gao Xiaoliang rolled up his sleeves, determined to try. He looked at the eggs, flour, and oil on the table, wondering what to make with only these ingredients. An idea sparked, and he exclaimed, I've got it! He cracked eggs into a bowl, kneaded flour, added seasoning, and cooked it on a pan. The aroma wafts through the air, piquing the interest of the goo masters. Xiaoluo wipes his mouth. Wow, that smells amazing. A moment later, Cao Xiaoliang presented the newly made cake, saying, Here you go. The goo master warily asked, What are you trying to do? He smiled. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. He handed the pastry to Xiaoling. This is the egg cake I loved as a kid. Xiaoling, try it. The girl takes the pastry, flashing a bright smile. Thank you. She takes a bite, chewing and praising, fragrant sweet, so delicious. Suddenly, Xiaoling's eyes widened and she jumped up. The Lord is panicking. Xiaoling shouldn't be able to get up yet. The girl was bewildered, as if she felt no more pain. Could it be true, the Lord wondered, touching her forehead. The fever's gone and even the wounds are healing. Does this mean my sister won't die? This is amazing. Qin realized something was off, looking at the egg cake and asking, What did you put in this? No medicine could break a fever this fast. Is it one of your abilities? Gao Xiaoliang replied, That's not something I can tell you. But Xiaoling has only improved initially. To fully recover, she needs to eat my egg cakes for a long time. He smirks, saying this time was just a sample. Next time, there will definitely be a fee. He pointed to the food on the floor. No problem. As long as you heal Xiaoling, all of this is yours. Xiaolei nodded. Gao Xiaoliang waves his hand in refusal, saying he has enough food and doesn't need any of that. He points to the zither, declaring he needs her, as Xiao Luo shouts, "You bastard!" He really didn't have good intentions towards the boss. Xiaoling also said, "I won't heal anymore. Don't hurt the boss." Gao Xiaoliang sighed. What are these two kids always thinking about? Is there anything else in their heads? He turned to explain, "I'm saying you'll work for me, as a snack bar employee. Employee benefits include free room and board." Mr. Chin didn't answer immediately, consulting with the children. Xiaolei says, "I don't know what this guy's capable of, but he looks strong." Mr. Chin adds, "Plus we get free food if we follow him, so we don't have to worry about food." Xiaoling adds her input, and after a moment, all three agree. "Fine, I'll go with you, but you have to take Xiaoli and Xiaoling too." Gao Xiaoliang looked at them, a tinge of regret washing over him, as if he'd made a terrible mistake. Mr. Chin presented a contract with a sly grin, stating that even in this chaotic world, working conditions must be clear, and everything would be according to the contract. Gao Xiaoliang skimmed through it, breaking out in a cold sweat. Work from 9 to 5, 5 types of insurance, pension, 2 shifts, paid holidays, overtime, attendance bonus, and a 13th month salary. He angrily shouts that she can just say it's a paid vacation. Unfazed by the sarcasm, he demanded more, adding that child labor should be compensated separately. Suddenly a voice echoed from outside. "The aroma is coming from here." A metal axe then slammed into the glass door. Shattering it to pieces, 4 burly men stepped inside. The largest of the men spoke up. "So there are people here after all." De Zhuang immediately noticed the egg tart in Xiaoling's hand as he entered. "Lejon is so complicated. I told you my nose was sharp." Xiaola steps in front of the girl, shouting, "This is my sister's pastry!" Xiaoling stepped forward, facing the large man, and menacingly placed his hand on the weapon behind his back. "What? You want to fight?" Contrary to his expectations, Gao Xiaoliang rubbed his hands together with a smile. "Gentlemen, the child doesn't understand. I'm the owner of the food stall. What would you like to eat? I'll make something new." Da Zhuang turned to the man behind him. "Boss, I want to eat. Boss." Lei Hong pondered silently, then stepped forward to ask, "How much do you sell your young egg cakes for?" Seizing the opportunity, he smiled and presented the menu. "Here's the menu. Please take a look." Lei Hong was shocked as he looked it over. "What? 10 mutant cores for 1 Castella cake?" Gao Xiaoliang replies, "The apocalypse is hard. Rice and wheat are earned with our lives. This price is already cheap." Lei Hong nods in agreement. "That makes sense," he says generously. "Give me a few." Happily, Gao Xiaoliang replied, "Coming right up." Da Zhuang threatened, "If it's not good, I'll smash you and your cart." Xiao Xiaoliang pouted, muttering, "Whether it's good or not isn't up to me." Lei Hong glared at him. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying we'd skip out on the bill?" Just then, Miss Chin came over, clinging to Lei Hong's arm and cooing, "Our boss isn't good with words, please don't be mad at him." Seeing the beauty take the initiative, Lei Hong blushed, and seeing that her tactic worked, Ngai Kam continued to flatter him. "Oh, your pecs are so big, you must be great at fighting zombies." Lei Hong was so flustered he started stammering. "Yeah, of course." His 3 underlings laughed at the scene. The boss is back to his old ways. He loses his mind around pretty women and starts stuttering. She pulls Lei Hong away, saying, "It takes a while to make so many egg tarts. Everyone, please be patient and come inside to wait." Lei Hong robotically agreed, okay. As she passed Gao Xiaoliang, she winked at him. He secretly admired her, thinking the boss was truly amazing. Hiring her was definitely the right choice. Gao Xiaoliang went behind the counter and turned on the stove. He started cooking as Lei Hong's 3 underlings drooled while watching. A moment later, the fragrant egg cakes were ready and everyone took a bite. Gao Xiaoliang and the others held their breath, waiting for a reaction. Sure enough, Lei Hong exclaimed, "This is delicious." Daezhuang is surprised. It's the taste of childhood. The green-haired girl is touched, so nostalgic. The other man reminisces, "My classmate Tio Fuang loved this dish." Lei Hong tosses him a large bag of spirit cores, as promised. He praises, "Boss, you've got some skills." Gao Xiaoliang happily accepts the compliment, saying he's flattered. Lei Hong continued, "I see you have a lot of items on your menu. Besides these egg cakes, what else do you have?" He replied, "Quite a lot," and listed fried chicken, skewers, spicy soup, grilled squid skewers, sausage, fried cakes, fried dough sticks, tofu, soy sauce, Coke, beer, plum juice, before Lei Hong interrupted. Don't say any more. Give me 10 of each. Gao Xiaoliang was troubled, but all I have is flour, noodles, and eggs. Making all that will require a lot of ingredients, which won't be easy to find in this day and age. Lei Hong is confident, saying it's simple, just name the ingredients and he can get them all. Zhao Xiaoliang frowned, thinking what big talk. He leaned in close and whispered, "These guys look like doomsday merchants. If they supply us, we won't have to risk searching for materials anymore." He nods. That's right. After conferring, Zhao Xiaoliang smiled amiably. "Sir, what are your prices for bulk materials? Can we look forward to a long-term partnership?" Ai Qin added sweetly, "Honey, give us a good price. At most, we won't charge you when you visit our place." Lei Hong and Da Zhuang exchanged glances, surprised by the title of boss. The henchman burst into laughter. "That's right, our boss is the owner, but he runs a business with no capital." Gao Xiaoliang and Ai Qin's faces darkened upon hearing this. Lei Hong, suddenly remembering something, turned to Da Zhuang. "Why are Ahu and the others taking so long?" Da Zhuang replied, "I've sent people to look for them. I left markings on the road, they'll find their way back." Outside, an SUV rolled to a stop, and a flustered man rushed in to report, "Boss, this is bad. Ahu's gang has been injured." Everyone solemnly watched the door as 4 tattered figures helped each other inside. Gao Xiaoliang recognized them immediately, sensing that something was wrong. Those brats finally dragged their carcasses back. Lei Hong was stunned by the pathetic state of Ahu and his men, some limping, some with bandaged arms, all covered in dirt and reeking. He asked urgently, "Who beat you up like this?" Ahu looked at his leader as if he were a savior, teary-eyed. "Boss, it's him, the little fox with his tail cut off." Another one painfully raised his arm, describing the kid selling food, claiming to be chosen by the heavens. Lei Hong angrily retorted, "Nonsense. That's just a novel. There's no such thing as a chosen one." Da Zhuang, full of enthusiasm, clapped his hands. "That's right. Even if there is, we'll only know after the boss tries it out." The subordinates sighed, pointing to their miserable state, aggrieved. "We didn't believe it at first either, but that kid is very strange. All of our attacks were reversed, and we suffered internal injuries like this." Lei Hong looks at Da Zhuang, wondering, attacks being reversed. Is he an esper? Da Zhuang pondered, shaking his head, never having heard of such an ability. Meanwhile, after witnessing Gao Xiaoliang's display, Mr. Qin was stunned, thinking to himself that it was indeed a strange power. She suddenly remembered the power from his cloth, a sonic blast that nearly blew her away. After hearing the Thunder Legion, she glanced at Gao Xiaoliang, worriedly looking at Lei Hong, thinking, "Are we about to be discovered?" The Thunder Legion has arrived, and Gao Xiaoliang is trying to sneak away. He muttered, "Gotta run, gotta run." Suddenly, Lord Qin pointed at him and shouted, "You little sneak!" "Traitor!" he spat. "You fiend!" Thunder Hong trembled with rage, his eyes burning crimson as his fury ignited. He roars, not caring about the boy's background. Anyone who dares touch Lei Hong's people must die. Madame Qin is stunned, as if struck by lightning. Gao Xiaoliang stood frozen as Xiaoling and Xiaoluo teared up, saying, "Ah, we've heard of him. It's Lei Hong." Mr. Kam stepped forward and asked directly, "Are you Thunder Hong, leader of the Thunder Legion?" Da Zhuang answered for him. "That's right." The henchman who had just been beaten looked at her smugly. "So we're both famous, huh?" Lei Hong, flustered and forgetting his mission at the sight of the beauty, laughed it off, saying, "Girl, if you ever have trouble, come find me." Before he could finish, Xiaoling and Xiaoluo rushed forward, fists raised, ready to strike. Xiaoling shouted, "You're the leader of that group." Xiaol added, "You scoundrels, your people injured my sister and mother." "Who killed your mother?" Da Zhuang and the blond man were dumbfounded. Da Zhuang scratched his head. "It's a misunderstanding. Even though we're robbers, we never lay a hand on children or women." The blond man nodded. "That's right." A minute later, Lord Kam explodes with spiritual energy, lunging forward and kicking towards Lei Hong, his voice cold. "Only a fool would believe you. Release them." Lei Hong dodges and throws Little Lin and Little Lac to the side. The 2 children land safely, but Little Lac almost can't bear being sat on by Little Lin. Lei Hong and Niankin fought fiercely, her kicks flying, but Lei Hong only dodged, moving nimbly. Niankin grew angrier, unleashing her spiritual energy in an attack. The underlings watched and cheered enthusiastically as the blonde nodded in approval. "This woman is truly skilled." Da Zhuang laughs, thinking this will be a good show, but he worries that their boss is still hesitant to fight women. What to do now? The crowd cheered. "Come on, boss," Lei Hong muttered, blushing. "This is just plain old being afraid of women." He only caught Ai Chin's leg, glaring at his gossiping subordinates. Are these brats just going to watch the show instead of helping me? The blue-haired girl cheerfully says, Boss, this is a psychological issue. You need to overcome it yourself. Lei Hong and Ai Chin continue to chase, dodge, and exhaust their divine power. The sounds of battle attract a mysterious creature above the roof's opening. Its massive tentacles obscure the hole, and slime drips onto the floor. Gao Xiaoliang watches with glee, enemies reunited in a familiar scene, but then he's startled, realizing, oh, damn it. Counting his fingers, he realizes he only has one chance left today, and in a panic, he rushes to the truck, hoping to sneak it back to the safe zone. Aho spots him and shouts to the bald guy, It's him! He is the chosen one. Lei Hong turns to his men and points to him. He grabs her leg and throws her away mercilessly, and she cries out in pain. Da Zhuang steps forward, grabbing her hands tightly as she struggles. Exhausted, he says, Just be still. Today will be your end. Lei Hong blocks Gao Xiaoliang, cracking his knuckles, and says bitterly, You hit my brothers and stole my core. It's been a long time since anyone's made a fool of me like this. You're as good as dead. Feigning ignorance, Gao Xiaoliang smiles. Big brother, this is just a misunderstanding. His confident smile makes Ahu and the crew-cut guy jump. Frustrated, he says, Boss, don't listen to him. This kid's a wolf in sheep's clothing. We only ended up like this because we underestimated him. Xiaoling and Xiaolo rushed to retort, the two kids yelling, Big brother is not a pig. Big brother is very strong. Xiaoling added, That's right. He's 100 times better than your boss. He intervened from afar. Our boss is a real man, unlike some people who seem strong but are too weak to even hit a woman. As Lei Hong heard them talking about him, he was fuming, thinking it was hopeless. Gao Xiaoliang, annoyed, tugged his ear and snapped, Can you guys just stop talking? Lei Hong explodes with magical energy, clenching his fist as he charges forward. Enough talk. Let's see what you're really made of. Powerful magic surged as he punched the floor, shattering it instantly, sending Gao Xiaoliang scrambling back in fear. From the cracks, swirling magic and scorching flames engulfed the area. True to his name, Lei Hong exudes the pressure of fire and thunder. His towering figure looms in the smoke, and each breath fans the flames, keeping everyone at bay, even his own men. After a moment, Lei Hong's rage subsided, and the flames began to die down. He froze, afraid to move, and gasped. He shattered solid concrete with a single punch. Xiaoling and Xiaoluo huddled together in fear, wondering if he was a monster. Ahu is proud. Now do you know who you've messed with? Gao Xiaoliang quietly observes Lei Hong, astonished by the previous move. Is this the power of an esper? If that punch landed, even a graze would shatter bones. Before he could recover, Lei Hong rushed forward, throwing a punch as hard as steel. Gao Xiaoliang nimbly dodged, and Lei Hong sneered, What are you gawking at now? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Show me what you've got, you pathetic coward. Enraged, he unleashes his spirit energy, determined to end it with one blow. Who's the woman now? Lei Hong pummels Gao Xiaoliang, who can only desperately block the fiery strikes. The terrifying power makes him tremble, the shockwaves echoing with each punch. Gao Xiaoliang coughs up blood, surviving but with serious internal injuries. Lei Hong observes in surprise. This kid has taken so many hits from me and hasn't turned into mincemeat. He's definitely stronger than the average person. This only makes him more determined to take him down. He threw a few more punches, taunting that his opponent was still far from worthy, while Xiaoling and Xiaolei cowered in fear. Little Ling cries, clutching her brother's shirt. Big brother can't take much more. Little Luo sadly wondered if they wouldn't be able to eat chicken testicles anymore, while Mr. Chin stood still, his face darkening, thinking that if the old man died, everything on the cart would be theirs. Gao Xiaoliang angrily dodges Lei Hong's iron fist. He hadn't intended to fight back, but his opponent's madness ignites his rage. He retorted, You're the real scum? Lei Hong laughed, unimpressed. Chosen by the heavens? You're just a lunatic who's read too many novels. An iron fist slams into Gao Xiaoliang, pinning him painfully against the wall. He winces, struggling to keep his eyes open as he looks at Lei Hong. The wound on his abdomen bleeds, soaking his clothes, and the pain forces him to his knees. He raised a hand to his wound, slowly standing, his clothes torn to reveal many injuries. He struggled to walk, knowing that running wasn't the answer. Facing him head-on, even with enhanced strength, wouldn't inflict any damage, leaving no chance of victory. Suddenly, he glanced at the vending machine, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, realizing that if he could just use that, the stronger the attack, the greater the backlash. Ignoring Lei Hong's surprise, Gao Xiaoliang bolted toward the vending machine, thinking that this was his only chance. Lei Hong smirked, muttering, "So, you're finally not running? Now that's what I call a man. Go to hell." He unleashed a flurry of punches, but little did he know, Gao Xiaoliang had no intention of fighting. He suddenly ducked under Lei Hong's legs, yelling, "Adu!" With a cool demeanor, he yanked Lei Hong's pants down to his ankles, leaving Lei Hong stunned, a strange coolness washing over his lower body, his mind in chaos. WTF. Lei Hong's pants are down, and he's frozen in shock, eyes wide and unblinking, while Xiaoling and Xiaolei are stunned, their legs trembling. Lei Hong's men, witnessing their leader's public humiliation, struggled to contain their laughter, while the blonde and blue-haired girl burst out, "So embarrassing, so funny." Gao Xiaoliang shouts in excitement, "Success!" Lei Hong, eyes bloodshot and radiating murderous intent, roars, "Damn you! I'm going to kill you!" as he lunges toward him. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaolo grabs a dagger from Da Zhuang's side and, as if possessed, strikes him in the groin. Xiaoluo snatched the knife and ran to Lei Hong, yelling, "You evil leader! I want revenge for my mother." Ngai Kam and Xiaoling were horrified by the scene. Xiaoling worriedly says, "Oh my God, Xiaolo has gone mad." Da Zhuang immediately raised his gun and fired at Xiaolei. "Boss, watch out!" Both sides launch a simultaneous attack, and Gao Xiaoliang is furious at Da Zhuang's actions. "Damn it, you dare say you don't hit women and children?" He puts all his strength into pushing the cart towards Xiaolei. Just as the bullet was about to hit him, the cart slammed in front, shielding him from the deadly shot. The bullet struck the cart, creating a deafening screech. Xiaolo cried out in fear, but it was Gao Xiaoliang who was truly in danger, as Lei Hong charged forward, engulfed in flames like molten lava. He roared for him to die. Gao Xiaoliang lay there lamenting his fate, having finally gotten a chance to be the main character, only for it to end like this. He bitterly thought of Xiaoling and Xiaolei, those annoying brats. He closed his eyes, bracing for the blow, but the fiery fist suddenly stopped just before his face. A massive explosion obliterates the house, and from the smoke emerges Bai Fei. She stepped forward, her eyes cold and filled with murderous intent as she stared at everyone. Without a word, she charged straight into Ahu and Da Zhuang. Her first target was Lei Hong, and Bai Fei launched a kick in his direction. Lei Hong stared in shock and terror as her pale legs closed in on his face, her eyes radiating a deadly warning for attacking Gao Xiaoliang. Lei Hong glanced down at her heaving chest and muttered, "I've been had, brothers." His head spun, a mix of embarrassment and rage. Chao Xiaoliang's woman recognizes her, and to his surprise, Bai Fei unleashes her spiritual powers, kicking Lei Hong away with the force of a flood, causing him to cry out in pain. With a single blow, Bai Fei sent Lei Hong crashing into the wall, causing the room to explode. Black smoke billows and a massive explosion rocks the heavens as Bai Fei stands tall, her eyes fixed on Lei Hong's inferno. His underlings sensed the unfavorable situation, and the blue-haired girl exclaimed to her comrades, "Where did this person come from?" The man next to her was stunned. "The boss has been defeated. How is that possible?" The blonde recognized her, pointing and exclaiming, "Isn't that the woman we captured? She's a zombie." They immediately formed a battle formation, 2 cannons quickly loaded, aiming at Bai Fei as gunfire erupted. The blonde orders his men to prepare for battle. "Careful, don't let her bite you." Hundreds of bullets rained down on Bai Fei in a furious storm. But with her agile body, she glided effortlessly, dodging every bullet. The blonde began to panic, dropping his weapon in shock. Her movements were too fast. This wasn't a normal zombie, it was a mutated one. Bai Fei leaps onto Gao Xiaoliang's food cart as Da Zhuang rushes in, raising his sharp blade, ready to duel. Witnessing this, Gao Xiaoliang was heartbroken, not for Bai Fei but for his food truck, yelling, "Fight all you want, but don't wreck my shop." He mustered all his strength, rushing to push the cart away, allowing Bai Fei to easily dodge Da Zhuang's strike. Taking advantage of the chaos, another man secretly aims his sniper rifle at Bai Fei, yelling, "Everyone, get out of the way! This female monster is about to eat my bullet." From afar, Gao Xiaoliang rushed to stop them in desperation, crying, "No!" The gunshot echoed, tearing at his heart as the bullet hurtled toward Bai Fei, who sat calmly atop the car. She watched the bullet as if it were a mere toy, then suddenly leaped to dodge its path. It seemed the bullet would obliterate Gao Xiaoliang's car, but Bai Fei, with a sliver of conscience, pulled the car back just as the bullet passed, saving it from the blast. Gao Xiaoliang nearly faints, happily signaling his approval. Beautiful. The bullet slams into the wall, erupting in a violent explosion. Lei Hong rises from the rubble, body aching, cursing, "Damn it! How dare they ambush me!" Before he could finish, a wooden beam came out of nowhere and struck him on the head. Lei Hong collapsed in pain. The blue-haired girl and the masked man prayed in desperation, calling out to their leader, while Lei Hong, with a bump on his head, tearfully yelled at the blonde, "What are you aiming at?" The guy scratches his head, playing dumb. Too obvious, too cunning. Lei Hong gets back up, regains his composure, and orders a full-scale attack. "Damn it, get him." The bald guy quickly reloads and fires a barrage at Gao Xiaoliang. "Chosen by the heavens, are you? I'll riddle you with holes." Lei Hong's men opened fire, unleashing a storm of bullets, forcing Bai Fei to take cover. Meanwhile, as he carried Gao Xiaoliang, Xiaolei and Xiaoling were scared out of their wits, the four of them huddled together, desperately fleeing through the chaos. Amidst the hail of bullets, Gao Xiaoliang worried about his precious car, determined to drag it along, asking, "Is my car okay?" He ran off without looking back, annoyed, and shouted, "Is this really the time to worry about your broken-down car?" The group found themselves in a desperate situation, unsure of what to do. Xiao Liang retorts that of course it's the time to escape while the zombies are distracted, unless they want to stay and be swarmed. Xiao Luo, though terrified, still curses the robbers. "May these scoundrels be devoured by zombies." Bai Fei suddenly turned her head to look at Gao Xiaoliang and the others scattering as they fled. Annoyed, she puffed out her cheeks, thinking how quickly they ran away. Suddenly, she grabbed the iron bar at her feet, turning it into a deadly weapon, and decisively deflected the incoming bullets. With incredible strength, Bai Fei hurls the iron bar into the air, sending it spinning like a massive top, tearing through the hail of bullets and hurtling towards the enemy. The leader is struck by the iron bar, the pain causing him to drop his gun. One by one, their guns flew into the air, the reversed direction of fire turning the hail of bullets into chaos across the platform. Hu Dazhuang and his men turned and ran, not daring to look back, fearing a beating. One of them shouted in panic, "Stop that piece of junk. Dying by friendly fire is the worst. I'm not afraid of strong enemies, just stupid teammates." After a series of intense shots, the gun finally lay silent on the floor, smoke dissipating as Lei Thui and his men cautiously peeked out, assessing the situation. Some hid, some cowered, each striking a cool pose as the blonde-haired man cheered. The gun jammed. The blue-haired girl looked around in surprise, wondering where she'd gone. What they wondered most was, where did that zombie woman go? Meanwhile, Gao Xiaoliang and the kids, Xiaoli and Xiaoling, slowly got up, stealthily peeking around to observe the situation, especially the enemy's side. Xiaolo and Xiaoling cautiously reported that there was no movement, and the group breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax a little. Gao Xiaoliang turned to everyone, his voice urgent, "Take this chance. Run." But little did he know, Bai Fei had appeared right in front of him, her hair fluttering in the wind, looking like a floating ghost as she swung from the truck's canopy and threw a punch at Gao Xiaoliang. Trying to scare me. It's just a joke." The four were stunned, thinking Bai Fei was going to eat them, and a minute and a half later, they all ran faster than a speeding train. Xiaoling and Xiaolei begged and cried, "Kids don't taste good." Instinctively, he tightly gripped the hands of the two terrified children. Whether anyone was really chasing them or not, Gao Xiaoliang took the lead, shouting, "Don't bite me." He glanced back at the others, wondering, when did they start chasing us? Did Bak Fei really intend to eat them? She's a vegetarian zombie, after all. Watching Xiao Xiaoliang and the others flee, she chuckled, finding it amusing. But the real danger was now emerging. A monster stealthily observed their every move, its tentacles clinging together, slowly moving above, looking down at Xiao Xiaoliang as he frantically ran. Suddenly, Bai Fei heard a strange noise from the roof and sensed the impending danger. Without a word, she darted toward Gao Xiaoliang. The others sped away like madmen, and Xiao Xiaoliang looked back horrified and cried out, "Heavens above, my legs have wheels! Why me? What did I ever do to you?" Just then, massive tentacles burst through the ceiling, dripping viscous fluids like spiderwebs. The monster attacked Gao Xiaoliang with its tentacles, and he screamed, "Someone, please help me!" Bai Fei saw the hundreds of octopus tentacles, surprised for a moment, but then realized, this is bad. Xiao Xiaoliang, her secret lover, is in danger. With a crack, Fei accelerated, moving faster than the monster. Ignoring the danger, she intercepted the monster, just as its tentacles reached her. The fearless beast unleashed more massive tentacles, ensnaring Bai Fei and lifting her into the air. She struggled in pain, but it was no use. Gao Xiaoliang rushed over to help, but he couldn't pull her free from the monster's grasp. In a moment of desperation, Bai Fei reached out to him, her eyes filled with helplessness, and Gao Xiaoliang's heart nearly stopped as he stood there, terrified of what would happen next. This giant octopus was proving to be quite a nuisance. Having had its fun, it casually retracts its tentacles, cruelly dropping Bai Fei from high above onto the cold tile floor. Finally, the monster emerges, soaring down like a bird before landing with a thud. Its plump body made a heavy impact, nearly crushing Gao Xiaoliang. The giant octopus blotted out the light, emitting a thick, ominous black smoke. Its crimson eyes, like fiery orbs, glared at Gao Xiaoliang with burning rage. Sniper rifles are loaded and ready to fire at Lei Hong's command. The order is given, and a barrage of bullets explodes toward the monster. Enraged, the giant octopus flails its long tentacles like iron arms, creating a formidable shield, instantly catching hundreds of bullets. Its thick skin inflated like an armored life preserver, stopping all attacks. Bai Fei lay motionless in a pool of blood by the wall, her serious injuries causing her to lose consciousness. Chao Xiaoliang and the commander rushed to her side, filled with worry as Bai Fei winced, gasping for breath, her body soaked in blood, which only exhausted her further. She was protecting you, the butler stammered to Gao Xiaoliang. Chao Xiaoliang knelt down, gently supporting Bai Fei, his heart aching at the sight of her, injured while protecting him. Why? Though weak, Bai Fei recognized Gao Xiaoliang's voice, and with bloodied hands she struggled to open her eyes, offering him something clutched tightly in her grasp. In her small bloodied hand she held out a crumpled candy wrapper, one that Xiaoliang immediately recognized. He drifted back to a memory. It was from that time. He recalls their first encounter, when he gave her that candy. Taking the wrapper from her hand, Gao Xiaoliang asks, touched, "Did she come all this way just to give me this?" Bai Fei nodded slightly, only managing a few weak sounds. Exhausted, she couldn't say more, her eyes slowly closing from fatigue. Standing beside him, Xiaolei's eyes widened in disbelief. "She understands what we're saying?" Cao Xiaoliang immediately contacted the system, his voice urgent. "What's going on? She's a zombie, so why is she acting like a human?" The system quickly analyzed data from Bai Fei's body, detecting a surge of spiritual energy. It ran continuous analysis, then replied to Gao Xiaoliang in surprise. Based on the analysis, the target does indeed have the zombie virus. Research suggests that certain mutations due to special evolution can restore partial brain function, resulting in intelligent behavior with an IQ equivalent to that of intelligent animals or children around 4 years old. Bai Fei groaned in pain, coughing violently, tears streaming down her face. Qin couldn't help but feel sorry for her and said worriedly, "She seems to be in a lot of pain." Little Luo innocently asks, "Zombies can feel pain?" Xiaoling was also confused, wondering, wasn't she already dead? Countless questions swirled in the two children's minds. Xiaolu scratched his head, confused. "Aren't zombies only supposed to die when their heads are destroyed?" Xiaoling cowered, refuting everyone's opinions. "She's a good zombie. She doesn't bite people and she even saved the boss. I don't want her to die." He examines Bai Fei's wounds, sadly shaking his head, but her spine seems to be broken. Even as a zombie, if she can't move. Gao Xiaoliang clenches the candy wrapper in his hand, painfully bowing his head and crying out, "She ended up like this because of me." He rushes to Bai Fei, wondering, how can he help her recover? Could the chicken pill work? The system immediately reminds him that this function only works on humans. Healing other creatures requires the host to complete tasks to exchange for special items. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaoliang firmly agrees, telling it to issue the task. The system immediately accepts the order, finding a new mission. Retrieve a level 2 core within 24 hours. A steely resolve flashes in Gao Xiaoliang's eyes. A level 2 core is worth 100 normal crystals, and can only be found in evolved zombies or mutated creatures. He looked at the giant octopus behind him and said decisively, "In other words, all I have to do is kill that thing." Lei Hong quickly rushed to help his subordinates, and the group frantically opened fire on the monster. But with its massive size and armor-like skin, the octopus was nearly invulnerable, its dozens of tentacles intercepting every shell. Hu Dazhuang wearily complains that the creature is too big and bullets can't penetrate it, while a bald man confidently grabs a large gun, charging forward, saying he'll do it. He fired a massive cannonball like an arrow, aiming straight for the monster's head, which seemed to sense the danger, and instantly erected a fortress of tentacles around itself. A gap opens, revealing blood-red eyes that gleam with cunning. The air crackles with tension. The cannonball hurtled towards the octopus, raising hopes of an explosion, but instead, dozens of long tentacles surged like waves, engulfing the projectile. The octopus curled up, standing motionless as if defying the world. The minion who fired the shot, thinking the stupid monster had been defeated, gloated, confidently declaring, "If that doesn't blow it to pieces, I'm not a human anymore." Lei Hong, providing cover from behind, suddenly felt uneasy. His years of combat experience told him things couldn't be this simple. Anxiety rising, he grew impatient. Why was there no activity? The two subordinates in front looked back at the weapons in their hands, utterly bewildered. Could the cannon be out of ammo? Suddenly, the octopus stirred. It opened its fiery red eyes, gazing down at the tiny figures below with a triumphant glint. Its tentacles spread, releasing thick, inky smoke that filled the space. The monster slowly rose, using its tentacles as legs, standing tall like a mobile tower, immense and menacing. What is its purpose? The black smoke dissipates, revealing the cannonball nestled in the octopus's massive mouth. The dude cannonball is now a harmless toy in its mouth, and a furious Hu shouts for more ammunition. The remaining henchmen, paralyzed with fear, could only stammer, their voices failing them. Lei Hong, barely standing, approached slowly, eyes wide, mouth agape, muttering, "It just sucked it in." The monster, as if taunting them, clamped down on the cannon shell, and suddenly, tentacles shot out like massive vacuum hoses. 1, 2, then 3 tentacles sent everyone flying. Loi Hong's group was scattered like leaves in a storm, descending into utter panic. The monster spews a massive amount of foul-smelling hot blue mucus like molten lava, sticking to anyone it touches like glue. Lei Hong's men screamed in agony as the golden-haired man was hit in the arm with the slime, which immediately burned and rotted his flesh. The bald man wasn't spared either. His back was covered in the viscous slime, eating through his clothes. He cried out, "It hurt so much." Seeing his injured men, Lei Hong was filled with rage, and he yelled a warning. "Get away! That liquid is corrosive!" With lightning speed, Lei Hong found a large slab of rock nearby, propping it up as a shield, temporarily sheltering the group from the monster's relentless pursuit. The massive stone became their makeshift sanctuary. Lei Hong stubbornly held on as he waited for his men to arrive. A moment later, Hu Dezhuang and another man hurriedly hid behind the rock, but the monster relentlessly sprayed poison towards their hiding place. With incredible strength, Lei Hong heaved the stone onto his back, trudging forward with heavy steps, while a terrified Hu Dezhuang cowered, trembling. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lashed out, slamming into the rock, and the monster relentlessly shattered their defense. Slime oozes through the cracks as the monster's pressure intensifies. A pungent stench fills the air, and smoke rises from the corroded rock. Sweating cold bullets, Hu Detrang frantically told his teammates, "The cement's dissolving! We can't hold out for long!" Despite his trembling, Lei Hong stubbornly held the boulder, trying to protect his comrades. He roared, furious at the monster and annoyed with his useless subordinates. "Damn it, you guys have to hold it up for me. This monster's weight is really too much for Lei Hong. No matter how strong and resilient he is, it's only a matter of time before the monster overwhelms him." The massive boulder couldn't withstand the force, as the monster's tentacle pierced right through it. A deafening explosion echoed from above, and the colossal tentacle, like a pillar of the heavens, slammed into the ground. An unfortunate lackey of Lei Hong is seized by a tentacle and hoisted into the air, the monster squeezing its prey, ready to deliver the final blow through the hole in the ceiling. The terrified underling screamed, "Boss, save me!" Though unable to drop the boulder, Lei Hong and Long were filled with worry and fear. Watching the monster's silhouette, he sighed helplessly. Damn it. With no other choice, Lei Hong resolved to save his comrade, once again summoning all his strength, his power erupting like a raging inferno. Faced with the monster's terrifying pressure, Lei Hong roared, channeling his inner power to lift a massive boulder and hurl it at the enemy to free his comrade. The boulder hurtled like a meteor as Lei Hong swiftly appeared before the octopus, ready for a head-on confrontation. He pierced the monster's defenses, grabbed a tentacle, and roared, "I'll tear you to shreds!" Lei Hong unleashed his divine power, but after struggling, he couldn't even scratch the beast's skin. He cursed inwardly. Damn, it's too slimy to get a grip. Annoyed by Lei Hong's provocation, the octopus lashed out with a tentacle, sending him flying. Lei Hong cries out in pain as the monster unleashes a torrent of poison from its tentacles like massive sprayers. Lei Hong nearly fainted, frozen in shock, but even within the protective barrier, he couldn't hold on and began to fall, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Covered in protective gear, Gao Xiaoliang coldly charged towards the octopus, using its blind spot to race along a tentacle and attack from behind. Gao Xiaoliang's eyes glowed a deep blue as a terrifying power surged through him, and he gracefully dodged the octopus's venomous spray. Lei Hong's men stood up, eyes wide with disbelief. That's the kid up there. How is he unharmed? A question echoes. Is that an ability? Lei Hong landed safely, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. There's no sign of any special ability. He suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Could he really be the monster?" Thinking Gao Xiaoliang was an easy target, it continuously swung its massive tentacles. But he fought back empty-handed, dodging each blow with ease, swaying left and right like a perfect dance. The monster could barely touch him. Gao Xiaoliang leaps into the air, targeting the tentacle before him. Using his divine strength, he moves with lightning speed, executing a disappearing act worthy of an action movie. In a split second, he vanished without a trace, and a chilling aura descended. Grasping the dagger fueled by hatred, Gao Xiaoliang lunges toward the monster's lower body, targeting the cannonball lodged in its mouth, screaming, "Here goes nothing!" With a do-or-die strike, Gao Xiaoliang pierced the shell, and in that moment they realized he was the chosen one. Under the force of the knife, the shell immediately sparked and detonated successfully. A deafening explosion erupted, and flames engulfed the monster's body. A deafening explosion ripped it to shreds. The flames grew higher, black smoke filled the sky, and pieces of the monster's corpse rained down in a bloody mess. The octopus's remains lay motionless, roasting in the flames, blood pooling around it, a pungent stench filling the air. As the smoke cleared, Gao Xiaoliang removed his protective suit, a satisfied smile on his face. This raincoat works pretty well. He was pleased with the treasure. Even the shockwaves from the explosion were perfectly isolated. High technology is indeed powerful. He called to the system, "Hey, can I get a few more next time?" The system chuckled at the absurd request, replying, "Rewards are randomly drawn, but if the host performs well, there will be plenty of opportunities." Suddenly remembering his main mission, Gao Xiaoliang searched through the rotting flesh of the defeated monster, finding a warm, golden glow beneath the slime. "Just what I needed," he exclaims happily. He cheered. He'd found it. A level 2 essence, the system announced, congratulating him on completing the mission. He received a level 2 essence, a healing candy with unlimited uses and instant healing, and a cookbook for cooking in the apocalypse. Confused, Gao Xiaoliang asked, "What good is a cookbook?" The system explained, "In this world, there are many mutated creatures and plants. If you remove the infected parts, they're edible, but normal people don't know that or dare to eat them. This book details their anatomy and preparation methods, essential for anyone wanting to open a restaurant in the apocalypse." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang suppressed his anger, happily accepted the reward, and thought to himself that it was a good thing to keep. But the most important thing is saving people. He hurried to the weakened Bai Fei Fei, gently lifted her head, and fed her the essence core he had just obtained. Bai Fei Fei grimaced, struggling to swallow the medicine, looking uncomfortable, but seconds later her eyes widened as she stared at Gao Xiaoliang. Xiaoling cheered excitedly. "Awesome! You're alive again!" Mr. Cam felt uneasy at the sight, swallowed, and thought to himself that this guy could handle the mutated octopus. The more she thought about it, the less sense it made. Had he been hiding his power? After dancing around, Bai Fei Fei looked at Gao Xiaoliang, pointed to her mouth, and made cute noises, as if waiting for something. Seeing Bai Fei Fei's childish antics, Chao Xiaoliang snapped, his voice full of annoyance. "Are you even there? Are you that addicted to games?" Hearing this, Xiaoling excitedly ran over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What game is it?" Xiaoling wants to play too, and as Qin watches Gao Xiaoliang, he can't help but think that this guy seems unreliable. Gao Xiaoliang has no choice but to repeat the old trick. Grabbing a bag of candy like before, and taking advantage of Bai Fei Fei's inattention, he rushes forward, throwing the candies behind him for her to chase after. Xiaoling beams, clapping and cheering as if watching a fun performance. Seeing the three of them play, Qin couldn't help but smile, thinking that Longye wasn't so bad after all, perhaps even trustworthy. Still wary, Xiaolo crept behind Xiaoling and whispered, "Sis, stay away from her." He eyed Bai Fei Fei suspiciously, wondering, she's a zombie. Would she really not bite? Bai Fei suddenly turned to stare at the two siblings, her eyes filled with affection, especially towards the chubby Xiaoling. She smiled, trying to show her fondness for the little girl. Xiaoling stood frozen, crumbs on her cheek as Bai Fei Fei eagerly approached and licked them clean. The little girl giggled with delight, but afterward, Bai Fei Fei licked her lips, eyeing Xiaolei with a hungry gaze that sent shivers down his spine. She lunges forward, hands outstretched, and a terrified Xiaolei turns and flees, screaming, "You're a demon!" "Boo!" scaring the poor kid out of his wits. "I'm a boy, aren't you ashamed?" Xiaoling giggled from behind, brothers blushing. Lei Hong suddenly shouted, rushing to Gao Xiaoliang, his voice full of worry. "You can even treat zombies. You can definitely save my brothers, right?" Gao Xiaoliang looked at the hulking tiger and the bald man writhing on the ground, clutching their bloodied arms from the octopus's venom. Another had already lost consciousness. He examined the wound on Big Zhuang's arm. It was severe, the flesh rotting away, revealing bone as if eaten by acid. The damage was severe, likely affecting his internal organs as well. A gaping hole in his arm revealed the bone beneath. A truly horrific infection. Lei Hong nodded, his voice urgent. I see all that, just heal them. Gao Xiaoliang glanced at Lei Hong, annoyed. Are you ordering me around? Now you're talking. He stood up abruptly, arms crossed, and rebuked. You hit me so hard earlier, why should I help you? Lei Hong, understanding Gao Xiaoliang's intentions, cut to the chase. How many cores do you want? Just name a number. Hearing about the cores, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his attitude, a sly smile spreading across his face. Then I won't be polite. Suddenly a hand landed on Gao Xiaoliang's shoulder, startling him. Lord Qin coldly tossed him aside, his screams echoing through the space. Mr. Qin roars at Lei Hong, saying it's no use, he won't heal them. Xiaoling and Xiaoluo speak in unison. That's right. You're robbers, devils, murderers, Lei Hong replied wearily. I've said it before, we may be robbers, but we have principles. We don't kill those who can't fight back. He narrowed his eyes, shaking his head. If my men really killed your mother, then she couldn't have been a good person either. Xiaoling and Xiaoluo immediately flared up, retorting that he was talking nonsense. My mother was a good person. You're the evil ones. Stop making excuses. You're just saying that to heal us so you can kill us later, right? We're not that easily fooled. Cao Xiaoliang slowly steps in, interrupting the argument. What he's saying might be true. He has it. Xiaoling and Xiaolei were stunned and shouted in dissatisfaction. What? After the exhausting chase, Cao Xiaoliang casually presents a tattered red headband, asking Xiaolei, Did this fall out of your bag? Xiaolei saw it and immediately shouted excitedly, That's right. This is the mark of that group of people. I always carry it with me to remind myself not to forget what they look like. He recalls his mother's killer, a middle-aged, one-eyed man with a red headband, looking similar to Lei Hong. Gao Xiaoliang presents a dagger he found, asking, Is this their dagger? The two compare the evidence. The headband symbol and the dagger are similar, but mirrored. He examines the dagger closely, noticing subtle differences. Xiaoluo is disappointed. This one looks much more fashionable. Xiaoling judges the symbol on the headband, saying it looks like a grade schooler's drawing in comparison. Lei Hong, standing nearby and listening to them judge his gang's logo, flushed with anger. Huh? What do you mean simple? This is a bold and unrestrained style. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. You see, Lord Qin, the gang you encountered must have been imposters. Lord Qin, Xiaoluo, and Xiaoling were stunned and said in unison, Imposters of Thunderclap Hong. Now they understood everything. He feigned pity but couldn't hide his resentment. No wonder we were ambushed before, as if they held a deep grudge. So there was a third party pulling the strings. Xiaolei angrily cursed, saying those guys were so easily led on and that they weren't actually the Thunder Legion at all. These damned traitors. Xiaoling sadly looked up at her brother, her voice full of resentment. So who are we supposed to avenge now? The two children were pitiful, their eyes filled with the pain of losing their mother. The commander looked down, gently gazing at the two kids, trying to soothe their pain. Revenge is not a burden you should carry. Your mother would want you to live happily and healthily instead. Xiaoluo and Xiaoling silently gazed at the sect leader, their eyes still filled with sorrow, when suddenly Hu Dazhuang, his body wrapped in bandages, angrily stepped forward and roared, Those bastards dare to tarnish our reputation. If I ever meet them, I'll chop them into 100 pieces. Suddenly, Big Strong Tiger coughs up blood, perhaps from anger aggravating his wounds. Lei Hong stared in shock as his beloved subordinate writhed in pain. He rushed to support him, turning to Gao Xiaoliang, pleading, Now that everything's clear, can you heal my brother? They'll die if we wait any longer. Gao Xiaoliang nodded, but didn't forget to ask for his payment. Perhaps, but 10 cores per person is far too cheap. Lei Hong immediately agreed, handing over a bag of cores, no problem at all. Happily, Gao Xiaoliang ordered him to move aside, and it would be over soon enough. On his precious cart, some eggs had broken, their bright yellow yolks running all over. Cao Xiaoliang looked on in anguish, heartbroken at the loss of such delicious eggs, and recalled the fierce battle with the Thunder Legion. Ben glanced at Lei Hong and with a silly grin said, Well, something came up. How about I return the core to you? Lei Hong, hearing this, turned red with anger and roared, Are you ordering me around? Cao Xiaoliang scratched his head sheepishly, quickly pushing the cart away. How could this be happening? I just wanted to lighten the mood a little. He swallowed his tears, thinking miserably, How can I make egg biscuits when I don't even have eggs? Doing good deeds really does bring rewards. Not letting his emotions overwhelm him, Gao Xiaoliang grabbed the cookbook he'd just received and began flipping through it. His eyes lit up as he found the perfect recipe. First things first, saving lives. He laughed triumphantly, closed the book, and said, "This is perfect." The available ingredients are just flour, noodles, oil, and a little seasoning. After much thought, he exclaimed, "I've got it!" He rushed to the octopus corpse, selected the best part, carried it away, carefully removed the membrane and suckers, keeping only the clean flesh. Then he seasoned it to remove the fishy smell and washed it thoroughly. The pristine flesh is gradually revealed, minced, and mixed with flour into a liquid batter. He stirs and stirs, creating a pot of octopus batter. He pours the mixture into small portions on the sizzling hot griddle, flips them until golden brown, and adds tomatoes and salad dressing. The octopus cakes are arranged beautifully, like a work of art. As for the dish's soul cells, he uses mashed potatoes instead of 10-10. The takoyaki is piping hot and delicious. Gao Xiaoliang proudly announces that it's finished takoyaki. He brings the dish to Lei Hong's group, claiming that eating it will restore their bodies, causing the bald man and Blondie to scream in horror as he's using mutated octopus in the dish. "What are you trying to do? You want us to eat this? You must think we're not dying fast enough." But Lei Hong was captivated by the aroma, inhaling deeply, hesitant. Could this really be eaten? Exasperated, Gao Xiaoliang explained, "Ever read a martial arts novel? Where there are poisonous snakes, there's always an antidote within 5 steps. I've already taken the core, and I'm not giving it back. Eat it or don't." Unable to bear the pain, Hu Dazhuang approached the fragrance, thinking it smelled so good, yet hurt so much, and decided to risk it. He put the food in his mouth, thinking even if he died, he had to enjoy the pleasure first. Suddenly, Hu Dazhuang froze, his body beginning to change. He was shocked, wondering what was happening, then clutched his stomach and coughed violently. His men cried out in alarm. "Dazhuang!" Lei Hong worriedly shouted. "Gao Xiaoliang, what are you doing? If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off." Before he could react, Bai Feifei rushed to stand in front of Lei Hong, who retreated in fear, stammering, "Don't come any closer. It won't end well." Hu Dazhuang covers his mouth, making strange moaning sounds, then erupts with excitement. "So delicious." He giddily described the soft, fragrant batter-like clouds, the fresh, chewy octopus, each bite like spirits dancing on his tongue, a taste of the ocean crashing against his very soul. He smacked his lips. "It's unbelievably delicious." "Is that so?" Tiger's answer left the bald man, and the blonde stunned. "Is this stuff really that good?" Lei Hong and his gang immediately rushed to Gao Xiaoliang's food cart, clamoring to order. "Forget it, I'll have some too, give me a serving as well." From calm to chaotic, there's enough for everyone, and they savor the food in blissful delight. Cries of joy erupt. "It's so delicious, I'm so happy for you, brother." The blonde quickly brings a takoyaki to Ahu, saying, "Ahu, you should try it too." Ahu gobbles it down, chewing as if he's swallowing the stars themselves. He roars, eyes sparkling, the wound healed, the pain gone. Incredible. He lifts his shirt, showing off his ripped six-pack, and even his old wounds are healed. Excited, Ahu runs up to Gao Xiaoliang and asks, "Is this also a benefit of the octopus meat?" Gao Xiaoliang is stunned, unsure how to answer, and forces a smile. "I added a little seasoning to your portion as a special gift." But inwardly, he worries, "Crap, there's a bug here, and my current strength isn't enough to face the supernatural. If this group knew about the system, I'd be captured and exploited to death." Lost in thought, Gao Xiaoliang didn't notice someone calling him. Suddenly startled, he dodged as if avoiding disaster, wondering if he'd been discovered, but it was just Lei Hong approaching to pat his shoulder, his eyes full of gratitude. Unaware that he was being sized up, Gao Xiaoliang silently thanked Buddha that this guy was all brawn and no brains. He laughs. "Then about that collaboration we discussed earlier?" Lei Hong nods. "I'll consider it." But his men immediately protested, raising a ruckus. "Boss, don't listen to him." "That's right. Aren't our injuries all thanks to him? He's the one who should be held responsible." Gao Xiaoliang retorted, "You robbed my stall. Am I not allowed to resist?" Lei Hong's men burst into laughter, as if they'd heard a joke. The blonde gave a reason that was both logical and absurd. They were robbers, and seeing him with so much food, of course they had to steal it. Some people just love their jobs, you know. Ahu added, "It's called professional ethics." Lei Hong laughs, nodding in agreement. "Exactly." Gao Xiaoliang points at Bai Feifei, wondering, "What about her then? Didn't you say you don't rob women and children?" He lectured, running to Bai Feifei. "Even if she's a zombie, she's still a girl. Why'd you bag her up? What were you planning to do?" Lei Hong's men looked around, eyes darting, and insisted they hadn't done anything. Touched her where? The bald man was embarrassed. Who told her to be so beautiful? We're only doing this for the boss. Gao Xiaoliang smirked, pleased with himself as opportunity arose from disaster. What is this, some kind of weird fetish? Madame Nai covers her mouth in horror, saying even zombies aren't safe. How disgusting. Xiao Luo covers Xiaoling's ears, telling her not to listen. Hu Dazhuang looks at Lei Hong bashfully. Big brother. The underlings burst into laughter. Lei Hong, his face flushed with injustice, roared, I'm being framed. My conscience is clear. Why would I jump? He shook his head vehemently. This has nothing to do with me. Lei Hong glared at the three meddlers, demanding, What is going on? Tell me. What were you thinking? The blonde hesitantly confessed, This was our idea, we did it all ourselves. Hu feigned sorrow, eyes glistening, saying that the boss gets shy around pretty girls and hasn't had a relationship yet. We wanted to find a beautiful zombie for him to meet, hoping to cure his fear of women. The bald one chimed in, We only meant well. Enraged, Lei Hong lashed out, punching the three of them repeatedly. Meant well, my foot. How could you come up with such a crazy idea? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? The blonde cries. I told you, the boss isn't that kind of person. We almost died for nothing. Boss? Suddenly the system appeared, announcing the mission time was up. The system urges him to hire an employee quickly to complete the mission, as Gao Xiaoliang looks worriedly at the notice. So fast. Has it already been 24 hours? He wondered if he'd hired the landlady as an employee, wouldn't the mission already be complete? The system calmly announces that hiring an employee requires a signed contract between both parties, and the employee must wear a special uniform to be valid. Xiao Zhaoliang was shocked by the employee uniform. He had imagined 749 different types, seductive maids, sexy doctors, or even a lustful bunny. He nearly had a nosebleed, thinking excitedly, this could work with the system. As if reading his mind, it glanced sideways. Please don't get any strange ideas, host. We're a serious system, and we don't provide outfits like that. Xiaoliang smirked, then turned away to see a maid outfit that was nothing like he imagined as crows flew overhead. He muttered, Just a normal uniform? His hopes were dashed. He handed the uniform to Nian Qin with a pitiful expression, explaining that he'd forgotten to mention that employees at this store were required to wear clean, neat, and easily identifiable uniforms so customers could recognize them immediately. So, uniforms are required? These three are for you. Mr. Kam and Tiolak grimace at the uniforms. Tiolak is frustrated, asking if even kids like them have to wear them. How annoying. But Xiaoling happily admires her new dress, excited about the new clothes. Xiaoling reminded everyone to change into their new clothes. Ignoring everyone around her, she starts to change, but Xiao Xiaoliang stops her, pointing to a secluded corner, and says seriously, There's no need to rush. There are too many people here. You can change inside. Lei Hong's men shook their heads and swallowed hard, but Dongcheng didn't seem to notice. Ignoring him, the lord casually puts on the white shirt, but due to her ample chest, she struggles and sighs. This is too tight. Will my chest kill someone? Do you have a bigger size? Lei Hong, witnessing the scene, couldn't react in time, and a nosebleed sent him collapsing. His panicked subordinates cried out, Boss! Boss has fainted! Gao Xiaoliang angrily rushes over. Protect the boss! Be quiet! Show some respect. He closes his eyes and suddenly something soft lands on his head. He looked up and saw something as soft as a bun, but shaped like a potato in his hand, and he wondered, What is this? Before looking up at the boss in shock. Heavens above, a muscular body and six-pack abs. He shouts, Are you messing with me? Surprise, surprise, it's one of my own kind. Lord Gan removes all his gear, smiling at Gao Zhaoliang, who is terrified, his limbs failing him. He looks at the man before him, heartbroken, and stammers, You're like an angel fallen from heaven. He cries out, A man! Why are you dressed like this, misleading people? I never said I was a girl, so why the surprise? Ngai Kam laughed as the blonde stood dumbfounded. Was it all an act of weakness? Luring the enemy to take the bait, Hu excitedly praises, Amazing. Qian awkwardly scratched his head, saying, No, it's just a personal preference. Xiaolo, not too surprised, whispered to Xiaoling. The boss calls this a cross-dressing master. Xiaoling nodded. The boss loves pretty dresses the most and has many, but sadly can't bring them out. You liar, Mr. Qin. My dreams of beautiful women, sexy uniforms, and an office romance are gone, Gao Xiaoliang lamented. Upon hearing this, Qin realized the truth and retorted, This guy really is a lecher. Who understands this pain? The system suddenly announced the start of the countdown. Please complete the mission quickly. Do you confirm hiring them? Xiao Xiaoliang asked brightly, excitedly. Do I even have a choice? After a moment, he looked at the employment contract prepared for Mr. Qin. Helpless, he signed it with a grimace. Bai Feifei happily watched him hand the contract to Qin, asking him to sign here. Gao Xiaoliang almost dropped the paper, caught between a rock and a hard place, and turned away. Mr. Qin glares at him, resentful. What's with that face? If it weren't for the food, who would want to work for you? Looking at the contract, Cao Xiaoliang laments his forced servitude to the system. While others build harems and rise to glory, he's stuck raising a child with another man. Xin quickly grabbed a pen to sign the contract, thinking nothing could be more tragic. But then Bai Feifei suddenly darted forward, snatching the contract before Qin could sign it and running away. Gao Xiaoliang and Qin stared blankly as he shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Though they were stunned, Bai Feifei ran off with the contract in her mouth, and Cao Xiaoliang desperately tried to pry it from her jaws, yelling, "You can't eat this!" The employment contract is now covered in teeth marks, as Bai Fei suddenly stares blankly as the system confirms the contract is complete. A surge of mystical energy envelops Bai Feifei, her eyes glowing with a strange power. In an instant, she transformed into a beautiful maid, as radiant as a painting come to life. Gao Xiaoliang stood frozen, lamenting, "Heaven have mercy." He screamed, his voice echoing to the heavens, that he didn't want to work with zombies. Some time later, Mr. Qin still held a grudge. She blamed Gao Xiaoliang for being blind, choosing a zombie over a beauty like her. Arrogantly, she made her demands, but because of the contract compensation, she wouldn't hold it against him. On the surface, Gao Xiaoliang smiled, but inside he was crumbling. "The contract isn't signed yet. Where would I get the penalty money? You're forcing my hand. If I don't pay, you'll wreck my car." He looked at the dilapidated building and sighed. "This place is uninhabitable. What are you guys going to do?" Mr. Qin happily replies, "I've spoken with people from the Jinglei Legion. They're willing to take us with them." Xiao Le and Xiao Ling hug their pillows, beaming. Xiao Le grins at Gao Xiaoliang. "Lei Hong said he'll teach me how to fight and sell guns so I can protect you and my sister." Cao Xiaoliang chuckled. "That's good." He thought to himself that even though they were robbers, they weren't bad people, and the two children would be safer with them. Xiaoling ran up and tugged at his shirt, returning a card with Bai Feifei's picture on it. "Brother, this fell out when that sister was changing?" Cao Xiaoliang looked at the card, recognizing the code and name. So her name was Bai Feifei, an employee ID. He couldn't take his eyes off it. Lei Hong handed Gao Xiaoliang a map, saying sincerely, "Kid, this is where we're temporarily stationed. We won't be moving. If you're in trouble, come find me." Xiaoliang looks at the map, surprised. The law is vast and inescapable. He shook his head, impressed. "You guys sure know how to pick a spot." Lei Hong chuckled, patting his shoulder. "So what if it's a prison? No one wanted to come here before, but now there's no safer place." Ms. Qin excitedly ran over, hugging Lei Hong tightly, saying, "That's right. Brother Lei is indeed smart. Can you give me a private room later?" Lei Hong's gynophobia flares up. The moment he sees Ngai Kam, he flees for his life, avoiding the old pervert. He turns back and shouts, "Someone get him some men's clothes." Lord Coin shook his head. "Chase after them, I won't have it. Dressing is a freedom, understand? I just like wearing women's clothes." Finally, the group departs, and Xiaoling and Xiaolei wave goodbye to Gao Xiaoliang, their voices clear as bells. "Goodbye, mister." The Thunder Legion waved enthusiastically. "Kid, don't get eaten by zombies. We'll come visit you." Gao Xiaoliang felt a warmth in his heart, smiling as he waved goodbye to everyone. He looked at Bai Feifei's employee ID and breathed a sigh of relief. Only time would tell what the future held. He turned to Bai Feifei, hoping for her support in the future, but then he was startled. Wait, where did she go? Bai Feifei was just here, and now she's vanished. He looks around and finds her climbing onto his beloved cart, gnawing on something. He yelled in anger, "You can't eat that!" The sounds of gnawing mixed with his curses echoed throughout the desolate city. Bai Feifei, as if teething, gnawed on the wooden bar of the cart. Cao Xiaoliang angrily rushed over to pull her away, saying he told her it wasn't food and to spit it out. But the stubborn Bai Feifei growled, clamping down on the wooden bar, and when Gao Xiaoliang yanked it, the handle came off, causing the vehicle to collapse. He stared in disbelief at the wreckage, crying out, "Oh my God." Bai Feifei, like a kitten, sat obediently, gnawing on the handle and looking at him innocently. Cao Xiaoliang suddenly remembered, wait, no one has used the elasticity feature yet. How could it break after just a few bites? He hurriedly contacted the system. "Hey, I think this car is defective. I want a new one." The system immediately responded, "Host, hold on. I'll ask my superiors." But then it sadly announced that the request was denied, leaving Gao Xiaoliang frustrated, wondering on what grounds. The system explained that according to the item description, the elasticity feature only protects staff and property from external attacks and is ineffective against those inside the store, so the host is responsible for any damage caused by Bai Feifei, an employee. Enraged, Gao Xiaoliang roared, why hadn't he been told sooner? He looked at Bai Feifei and sighed. If I'd known, I swear I would have chosen a cross-dressing hunk over this human-shaped husky. Heartbroken, he sat down, staring at the wreckage, lamenting, "It's dead. How can I fix this?" The system appeared, cheerfully consoling him. "Don't worry, host. You only need 100 more points to upgrade the store. Completing the mission will upgrade the props." Giddy, Gao Xiaoliang cuts him off. "What are we waiting for? Give me the mission." With a chime, the system announces a new mission. Collect 500 pounds of edible meat within 24 hours to receive a reward. Xiaoliang pondered. 500 pounds in this world was no small feat, when even 5 pounds of fresh meat was hard to come by. But then, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he slammed his fist in excitement. Then it hits him. He remembers a large chicken farm nearby. Flipping through his cookbook, he notes that mutated chickens have low combat power compared to other mutated creatures. The virus concentrates in the brain, organs, fat, and legs of the chicken. Remove those parts, and the breast and thigh meat are delicious, a perfect protein source to replenish strength. He was eager, so the chicks in the coop were about to meet their doom. But a mutant rooster entered battle mode, its eyes glowing red, crowing shrilly. Hiding behind a rock, Gao Xiaoliang knew the mutated chickens were just bigger, but their numbers were the problem, and they needed to be isolated. It was time to use Bai Feifei. Chao Xiaoliang meticulously planned, demonstrating every detail to Bai Feifei, then asked, "Does she understand?" Bai Fei happily nodded, and he ran into the flock of chickens, commanding, "Xiaobai, move out!" Bai Feifei, following orders, charged out with the plank, but forgetting the plan, ran straight towards him. Gao Xiaoliang shouted, "Not that way, this isn't a game." Sensing something was amiss, the flock of chickens turned as one, their eyes burning with murderous intent as they charged toward Bai Feifei. Retreating in panic, Gao Xiaoliang knew he was done for. He ran for his life as the enormous rooster gave chase, singling him out as its prey, pecking relentlessly as he cried out for help. Its sharp beak pecked at his rear, and as he ran, he screamed, "These claws are too sharp!" One scratch and it's all over, as the rooster quickly caught up. Ahead lay a sturdy fence, offering no escape. Summoning his strength, Cao Xiaoliang sprinted towards it, overjoyed to discover a pre-existing hole. "I'm alive!" He dove through the hole, escaping to safety. Xiaoliang sat in the hole, catching his breath, his heart pounding as the crazed, zombie-like roosters clawed at the fence, their hateful eyes fixed on him, digging at the earth with wild abandon. Holding his breath, Xiaoliang wearily leaned back, thinking how lucky he was to have found this hole, or he'd be pecked to death. Suddenly, a sticky liquid coated his hand. Confused, he wondered what this was. It was sticky and gross. Looking up, he was stunned to see eggshells scattered everywhere. He wondered why there were so many. Then, a chilling realization washed over him. He was in the mother hen's nest. A shadow falls over the pit like a spotlight. Cao Xiaoliang gulps, trembling as he looks up to see a colossal hen standing above, its eyes burning red as it dives down like a missile. Terrified, his soul nearly left his body. He scrambled out of the nest as the fully grown mutant chicken gave chase. Cao Xiaoliang ran for his life, screaming about how he'd fallen into a mother hen's nest. What terrible luck, Buddha help him. He ran for his life, lamenting why his elasticity power wouldn't work now of all times. The hen pecked relentlessly, and he wailed, clutching his rear. The hen circled, eyeing him with smug satisfaction, as if to say, "Now do you know who's boss?" Trapped with the fence behind him, Cao Xiaoliang was cornered. He panted, thinking of the eggshell, certain the chicks would seek revenge as the hen advanced, its sharp beak aimed at his manhood. He bit his lip and yelled, "You despicable chicken!" Just as it lunged, Gao Xiaoliang unleashed a masterclass of contortion, like a yoga master striking a pose, cursing inwardly, "Where's my treasure?" Never even used it. He jumped up, hooking his legs around the hen's neck, furious. "How could I die here?" "Eat my spin kick." Man and bird battled fiercely as Gao Xiaoliang tightly gripped the chicken's neck. He grinned triumphantly. "Have you seen my power?" But the rooster lowered its head and opened its eyes in anger. Xiaoliang panics. It's not dead yet. It throws him into the air and he cries out, "Oh, Mother Heaven, help me!" Luckily, he landed on the chicken's back, but its frantic movements nearly made him vomit. "Oh God, help me." After countless spins, the chicken's neck snapped, and it flung him off with its wings. Gao Xiaoyang desperately grabbed its tail, screaming in terror, "Someone tell this thing where its head is. It's disgusting." The scene shifts to a forest, where a military vehicle slowly rolls along. From inside the vehicle, a voice calls out, Team 3, Team 3, Teams 1 and 2 have arrived at headquarters. What's your situation? It seems a group of soldiers are contacting Central Command. A soldier manning the radio anxiously replied, "We're on our way back. Barring any surprises, we'll be there today." Everyone cheered. "I heard those 2 cars came back empty-handed. We found so many supplies. They're definitely going to be jealous." Another scoffs, saying their captain is too cowardly to venture far. It's Captain Huo Jiji who's clever, thinking of hoarding food in the bunker. A young soldier lamented that the whole village had turned into zombies with no survivors. Still, they returned safely this time, which is worth celebrating. Suddenly, a wooden plank blocked the car, jamming the wheels and bringing it to a halt. The man in front shouted that something was wrong, and the group got out to investigate, finding a flat tire. The bearded man examined the tire with concern, realizing it had blown. The blonde subordinate chuckled, saying the captain was worrying too much. "I've traveled this road countless times. If there were zombies, we would have seen them by now." But the young man up front quickly reminded him that it's better to be safe than sorry. With the increasing number of mutations, especially in such a vast area, we can't avoid them all, so we must remain highly vigilant. As Guoming busily installed the new tire, he muttered, "Honestly, there aren't that many zombies on this main road." His blonde friend cheerfully nodded. "That's right. And if we do see any, 1 bullet is all it takes." Suddenly, a deafening thud echoed. Uncle Chu walked over and smacked them both on the head, telling them to stop talking nonsense. "So you think zombies are easy to deal with after only a few missions?" Guoming and Gu Zhen sheepishly apologized. "We were wrong, Uncle Ju. Please don't be angry. We're new and don't understand anything. Please take care of us." Uncle Chu sighed, took a drag of his cigarette, and said seriously, "Of all the teams, our Team 3 has always had the highest success rate and the lowest casualties. Do you know why?" Guoming and Gu Zhen shook their heads as Uncle Joe smugly explained that Captain Huo was experienced and cautious, and that fools like them would have died countless times in other teams. "Joining our team is a blessing for your ancestors," Guoming and Gu Zhen flattered, swallowing their pride. "So, Captain Huo is that amazing. We're so lucky. We'll learn a lot." The blonde boy scratched his head, embarrassed. Uncle Chu, I'm going to get some water." Uncle Chu was annoyed. This guy was really a pain. "Hurry back. Don't keep everyone waiting." The blonde-haired boy quickly ran off. Suddenly, the bushes rustled as if something was rushing through. Sensing danger, Huo Jiji gripped his gun, turning to ask, "Did you guys hear something?" The 2 shook their heads, surprised, as the blonde-haired boy happily muttered after relieving himself, "That's a relief." But lurking behind the bushes, a massive serpent eyed him hungrily. He sensed danger, frantically searching, but finding nothing, he turned back, reassured. Suddenly, from the high canopy, the ferocious serpent lunges down. The blonde boy looks up in horror at the gigantic monster as it opens its mouth and rushes toward him. Gu Zhen collapses in fear, but luckily, a bullet strikes the serpent's eye just in time, and it writhes in pain, slithering away. Hu Jiji fires continuously, ordering everyone back to the car, warning of mutated creatures. He asked Gu Zhen if the tires were changed yet. Uncle Joe anxiously reports that it's done. The group wondered how a mutated snake got here. It didn't make a sound. It was too difficult to detect. Gu Zhen lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Captain, it's all my fault," Hokgaiji said anxiously. "Don't talk, that shot didn't do much damage. It'll be back. Get in the car." The car sped off, but the serpent reappeared, slithering in pursuit. It slithered under the vehicle, tossing it into the air like a toy. The car plummeted and the serpent coiled around it, squeezing with crushing force. Inside, Uncle Chu, Gu Zhen, and the others were tossed around as the vehicle shook violently. Huokezi ordered them to get out quickly, as the snake was about to crush the vehicle. Guoming and his teammates tried to force the emergency exit open, but it was jammed shut, and they panicked. "Captain, what do we do now?" Huo Jiji, watching from above, yelled, "Find a way to break the glass." He was about to shoot the monster, but Uncle Zhu fearfully stopped him. "No, Captain, the fuel tank is leaking. Shooting will cause an explosion," Quachmin cried, despairing. Were they really going to die here? Suddenly, a strange shadow hurtles toward them, and Gu Zhen cries out, "Look, something's coming." A giant bird spreads its wings and flies through the air. Quachmin, terrified, is seeing things. He pounds on the car window and cries, "It looks like we're really going to die." "To think I'd see an angel," Uncle Joe shouts. "What nonsense. It's clearly a chicken." Huojiji is doubtful, observing closely. How could a chicken be this big? He looked back, astonished. No, it was Gao Xiaoliang clinging to the giant hen, face streaked with tears, yelling, "Damn it! How do I make this thing stop?" Inside the car, the two men panicked, the pink-haired man propping himself up against the glass. Curious, who is he? He's actually controlling the mutated creature. The other man replied, "Is it some kind of power?" The blond man with a scar over his eye shook his head. "No, it seems he's the key." Meanwhile, Xiaoliang desperately clung to the chicken, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, another massive creature appeared, eyes glowing red, teeth razor-sharp, and a long tongue dragging on the ground, looking extremely dangerous. It charged toward the mutated chicken, which was thrashing about, trying to throw him off. The chicken turned, growling uncomfortably as Gao Xiaoliang clung tightly, its beak opening as if to peck him. He yelled at it, "I just cracked a few of your eggs. What's the big deal? You really think I wouldn't dare kill a chicken?" He jumped up, grabbed the chicken's neck, and declared, "Let me show you the professional skills of a chef." He squeezed hard, the chicken's bones snapped and it collapsed, but then a scaly, snake-like creature lunged, biting the chicken, sending blood flying. Unaware of the danger, Gao Xiaoliang sighs in relief, thinking it's finally over. He sits on the chicken, looking around, wondering why he's still in the air. Realizing he's on the snake's back, he mistakes it for a telephone pole, muttering, "Stuck on the pole." He jumps off, hugging the creature, innocently squeezing it, surprised when it wriggles. The snake gazed down at him with hungry eyes, and Xiao Xiaoliang was struck with terror. A mutated snake. He jumped back, yelling, "Big snake, brother, you ate such a big chicken. You must be full, right? Please don't eat me." The snake, as if deaf, lowered itself further. Gao Xiaoliang, speechless, turned and fled for his life, lamenting why only bad things happened today. What is with today? The snake whips its tail, sending Huajiji's vehicle flying. The car plummeted from above with a deafening crash, and inside, the man in the backwards cap cheered, "Hey, we're saved!" The middle-aged man nodded. "Heaven is on our side." The driver reported that the car could still start. "Great, let's get out of here." But the blond man with the scar objects. "No, we can't." The others spoke in unison. "If we don't leave now, this car won't survive another attack from that snake." The pink-haired man added, "That's right, Captain. We have a lot of food in the car, and will be dealt with according to military law if we lose it." Huojiji insisted. "He lured the mutated snake away for us. If we abandon him now, what kind of soldiers are we?" The others in the vehicle silently pondered Huojiji's words. One person spoke up. "The captain's right. Food isn't as important as a life. What's lost can be found." Another added, "Even if he's a rookie, we've all had professional training. Are we really going to abandon him in his time of need?" The driver floors it, spins the wheel, and declares, "Hang in there, kid. We're coming." The car turns back, the team ready to risk it all. At the chicken farm, Bai Feifei drops down, landing as lightly as a leaf. She looked around for something when suddenly 3 ferocious chickens charged at her. Bai Feifei thought if she defeated them, Gao Xiaoliang would be so happy. Excited, she clapped her hands, grabbed the fence, lifted it high, jumped, and caged the chickens in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, the mutated snake relentlessly pursued Gao Xiaoliang. As he ran for his life, he shouted, "Second, save me." The system followed, replying, "Host, I'd love to help, but my functions are blocked. I can't use items, I'm helpless." As he spoke, the snake bared its fangs and coiled its tail around Gao Xiaoliang, making him uncomfortable. It opened its mouth, exhaling a hazy, terrible stench. He felt his head spin from the stench, muttering, "It stings. Better to just pass out." The snake's mouth drew closer. The smell so strong he nearly collapsed. Suddenly, a piercing squawk erupted, and he angrily roared, "Why does that damn chicken keep showing up?" The noise is deafening. Bai Feifei appears, carrying a massive flock of chickens wrapped in a fence. She leaped, landing directly on the mutated snake's head, sending it crashing backward and scattering the chickens. It collapses, eyes rolling back in its head. Gao Xiaoliang is overjoyed, shouting, "Little Bai." He grabbed her shoulders, overjoyed. "You came just in time. I was about to be overwhelmed by the smell." He continued seriously, but he would have to teach her the difference between work and play. Something like, "Today couldn't happen again." The system then chimed, congratulating him on completing the mission. The snack stall has been upgraded, and a dazzling light forces them to shield their eyes, revealing a fully equipped van as their reward. Xiaoliang and Bai Feifei are surprised, but he's ecstatic, realizing it's a mobile home. He admired it, impressed by the neat arrangement, advanced equipment, and a sparkling, high-end toilet. He grabbed Bai Feifei's hand and jumped for joy. Finally, you're being generous for once, buddy. Trading a slingshot for a cannon, no more roughing it. The system responds, I've always been generous. It continues. Previously, the host completed a rental mission, and there's a special reward. A skill card appears, adding flair and significantly boosting combat power for 3 minutes, while unlocking the basic armory. Gao Xiaoliang curiously taps on the armory to see what's inside. The system displays 3 chef's tools, a cleaver, a spatula, and a slotted spoon, leaving him wondering how he's supposed to use these. Could it be zombie stir-fry? The system explains don't underestimate them. They come with skills and upgrade with the host's abilities. Everyone who uses them praises them. He cracked his knuckles with glee, thinking, really? I can't wait to try them out. In the forest, Gao Xiaoliang grins strangely, looking at the mutated snake. You ate my chicken, now you'll pay the price. System, please, host, stop that creepy smile, he yells. Enough nonsense. Then he turned to Bai Feifei. Little Bai, do you want to play a game? He swung his blade at the snake, shouting, you'll get your fill this time. Taste my blade. With sharp cuts, he sliced the snake, shouting with each strike, dissecting bones and separating flesh. His ultimate move tears the snake apart, its meat falling neatly into place. Bai Feifei jumped up and caught it with ease, her expression indifferent. He looked at the knife and sighed. It really is easy to use. The system added, I wasn't lying, was I? Announcing a new mission, the system instructed him to use the available ingredients to make 3 new snacks, find customers to try them, and receive 100 5-star reviews. There's no time limit, but any bad reviews will wipe out all your points. Gao Xiaoliang cries out. Wait, what? Wipe it all clean? Have I been working for nothing these past few days? He argues with the system, saying it's too petty that everyone has different tastes and even the world's top chef can't please everyone. The system chuckled. Don't worry, host, a great challenge yields a great reward. It whispered conspiratorially, complete this mission. Besides the standard reward, there's an unexpected surprise. Gao Xiaoliang was skeptical. I bet you're making empty promises without proof. He rested his chin, pondering that with no time limit, he could take his time, especially with so many survivors to find. He might as well rest a bit. The system startled, shouting, Master, you must persevere. Giving up gets you nowhere. He replied, what do you know? As Master Lu once said, rest is essential to better work. The system turned and muttered, I never said that. Gao Xiaoliang, hands on his hips, admired the RV, admitting that while it looked impressive, he wasn't sure about its functionality, adding with resignation, the main thing is whether it can hold up. If the last car fell apart from a mere bump, I can't handle that. Despite saying that, he still got in and called out, let's go, Xiaobai. I'll take you for a spin. Bai Feifei happily hops into the vehicle, her eyes sparkling. Cut to the military vehicle speeding down the road as the blond man asks, where did that snake go? The driver replied, we're on the right track. This is the only road. Did it go into the forest? The man in the cap pointed and shouted, look! The group got out of the car, guns in hand, wary. Before them was a pile of large bones, the blood still fresh. One person knelt down to examine it. The blood is fresh. It must have just been eaten. Another speculated, could it be him? The pink-haired one added, we're too late. Huojiji examined the bones and shook his head. No. Human leg bones are the largest and strongest, but these are even bigger. Definitely not human. Another person then shouted, Captain, look at this, another pile of bones. The group buzzed with chatter as one person identified, these are mutant snake bones, and those look like bird bones. The stark white bones, stripped clean of flesh, sent chills down everyone's spines. One person trembled. What could devour such a massive mutated snake so quickly? How terrifying. The man stroked his chin. Even so, these aren't human bones, so perhaps that person isn't dead. Looking at the bones, Huogaji mused, this scene is definitely the aftermath of a fierce battle. Could that person have escaped alone, or was his death related to those mutants? Cut to Gao Xiaoliang driving the mobile home, with Bai Feifei in the passenger seat, happily sticking her head out and cheering with excitement. He laughed. I'm living the dream college students have 20 years early. If there was signal, I'd post this. He asked Xiao Bai, how was that? Was it good? Bai Feifei nodded, eyes sparkling. Suddenly, he noticed the zombies ahead, surprised. Why do they look so familiar? Turns out they're old acquaintances. He grins menacingly. Since we're fated to meet, help me test out this car. You don't mind, do you? He floors it. The car speeds forward, plowing straight into the zombies and sending them flying like leaves. They fall, growling angrily as they give chase. Gao Xiaoliang commanded the system. Number 2, disable the shock absorption. I want to test the car's explosion resistance. The system happily complied. Understood, host. The car speeds on. Bai Fei excitedly looks back at the scattered zombies as they surround the vehicle. Gao Xiaoliang shouts, "Time to show them what I'm really made of." He spins the wheel, dodging zombies left and right as Bai Fei laughs. "This is so much fun." Inside the brightly lit vehicle, the bathroom steams with hot water and the scent of bath gel. Cao Xiaoliang happily shampoos his hair, marveling at how long it's been since the apocalypse that he's been able to bathe like this. Hot water, shampoo, bath gel, a luxurious feeling. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears behind the curtain. He pulls back the curtain to find no one there, muttering, "Who's there?" Silence. He draws the other curtain and continues washing, but remains uneasy, feeling like he's being watched. The shadow appears again, and he shouts, "Stop sneaking around!" He pulls back the curtain to reveal Bai Fei, and he frantically covers himself with a towel, stammering, "Xiaobai, how long have you been in here?" Bai Fei approaches him, stuttering. Ah, Gao Xiaoliang shouted in panic. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking a bath, don't come any closer. Where did this system come from, teasing me? Can't you see she's an old hag? She's lusting after your body." His heart pounding, he shouts, "Hey, are you a pervert? Peeping at me while I shower? The system is furious." "Who's peeping? I'm working overtime out of responsibility for your body. If you're not going to praise me, don't go around slandering me." As Bai Fei drew closer, Gao Xiaoliang blushed, thinking, even if Xiao Bai is a zombie, she's still alive. He closed his eyes, thinking he might as well reluctantly accept it, but then waved his hands, shaking his head wildly. "No, isn't this the same as doing it with a zombie? Too immoral." Bai Fei bared her gleaming white teeth and bit at him. He recoiled in a panic, thinking he'd been bitten and infected, but upon closer inspection, he saw no blood. He grabbed the shower gel, relieved that it had protected him from the bite. Bai Fei spat out the foam and turned to him with a terrifying smile as he ran for his life, calling out to the system, "What's going on? Why did little Bai suddenly lose control?" The system replied, "Didn't I tell you? She craves your body," it explained. "A zombie's stomach is never full. It always needs to eat to fill the hunger." What did she eat today? Now that she has a feast of fresh meat like you in front of her, how could she not lose control? He yells, realizing he didn't specify the craving was literal. As he runs, he shouts, "Stop chasing me, I'll go get food." A table full of meat appeared, and Bai Fei happily devoured it. Gao Xiaoliang watched and sighed in relief. Thank goodness for snake meat, or I wouldn't know how to satisfy her. He rested his chin in worry. "We got lucky this time, but if we don't fix this, Xiao Bai is a ticking time bomb. What if I fall asleep one day and get eaten?" He asked the system if there was a way to keep him safe, and it simply replied to feed her before she gets hungry. He sighed, muttering to himself. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he slapped his hand. That's right, use that. He rummages through the cabinet, finds a set of dentures, and smiles slyly. The next day, the mobile home was ready for a new journey, and Gao Xiaoliang, dressed to the nines, was handsome, confident, and captivating. The vehicle sped off, as Bai Fei happily admired herself in the mirror, wearing braces. The system marvels at the unexpected usefulness of dentures. "Host, you truly are a genius." He replies, "As long as my intelligence doesn't decrease, there will always be more solutions than problems." He smiles, but the new teeth are the solution for the zombies. The system nodded, recognizing the importance. "I'll report this to my superiors." Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang spotted a military vehicle, stopped, and got out to investigate. He opened the door. No one was there. Looking under the car, he was shocked to see so many sharp spikes. Xiaoliang brushed his hands, watching Bai Fei mimic him, and realized someone was trying to ambush the vehicle. In the forest, the loud noises startled the birds, sending them scattering. Startled, Gao Xiaoliang turned back at the sound of gunfire, as Bai Fei behind him roared and unleashed his power. He raised a hand to calm him. "Easy, Xiao Bai." He guessed from the sound that the sniper fire all came from the same gun. As they approached the sound, Cao Xiaoliang spotted a woman fighting through his binoculars, while Bai Fei looked on, bewildered. The woman with the cold, violet eyes fired at the zombies with deadly accuracy. He was impressed. Her technique was good and she was beautiful, but sadly she wouldn't last long. He explained, "This type of gun only holds 10 bullets at a time, and reloading takes time. It's fine for long-range attacks, but its weakness is exposed when enemies get close." He suddenly remembered that this very mistake led to his demise in his past life. The girl fired, but the zombies kept coming. Gao Xiaoliang hesitated, wondering if he should help, then chided himself for almost being fooled again. Seeing this, Bai Fei also smacked her head. The ferocious zombies, some with open mouths, others with tongues out, closed in on the girl. She confidently tries to fire, but the gun doesn't go off. She's out of ammo. A zombie lunged, nearly biting her, but without hesitation, she tossed the gun and drew a dagger from her back. Xiao Liang was shocked. Wow, those melee weapons are deadly. She jumped up, killed a zombie, then turned and swiftly took down 2 more. Piles of zombie corpses lay at her feet as she raised her blade, a goddess of war. Then she descended to the river, closed her eyes, and removed her outer garment, revealing a seductive black undershirt and a fiery figure. Xiao Liang's nose bled profusely as he covered his eyes, muttering, "Do not look at what is improper." He thought to himself that if this zombie-slaying woman mistook him for a pervert, he'd be torn to shreds. He put away his binoculars and called out, "Xiaobai, let's go." But Bai Fei was too busy admiring a purple butterfly. Accidentally, she elbowed Xiao Liang, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down the cliff, while she innocently chased after the butterflies. Xiao Liang tumbled down the slope like a ball, face planting into the dirt, body inverted, sliding painfully. Enraged, he jumped up, roaring, "Xiaobai, you—" when he felt something strange on his head. "What is this?" As he pulled it away, he realized with a start that it was a pair of white panties, adorned with a cute little purple bow that was so adorable it made his nose bleed. Glancing aside, he saw familiar clothes scattered on the green grass, obviously hers. Confused, Xiao Liang looked around, thinking, "Speak of the devil. Before she turns around, I'm getting out of here." But before he could finish, a cold blade pressed against his neck, accompanied by a chilling aura. The woman appeared, her eyes cold and sharp. Another fish had slipped through the net. Xiao Liang's face paled as he turned to her, hands raised in surrender, stammering, "I'm human." He offered to let her check, forgetting he was still clutching the white underwear, and she was furious. Realizing his mistake, he threw the underwear away and desperately explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad guy. I just passed by and didn't see anything." But his clumsy words only infuriated her further. If a man says he didn't see, he definitely saw. Without hesitation, she brandishes her blade, yelling, "You scoundrel, die!" Gao Xiaoliang, panicking, cried out to Xiaobai for help, and from the cliff above, Xiaobai somersaulted down like lightning. She kicked the girl hard in the back, but her opponent quickly blocked with her blade, clutching a scale tightly in one hand. The girl looked up in surprise. Someone was helping her. The two lunged at each other, locked in fierce, evenly matched combat. The girl grew more curious about Xiaobai. Just who was she? Her every strike was sharp and precise, but Xiaobai was just as skilled, dodging with ease, a smile on her face, as if she were playing, yet still trying to capture her opponent. Gao Xiaoliang watched them, swaying back and forth as a nosebleed began to flow. The girl noticed and shouted, "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Knowing better, he quickly wiped his nosebleed, muttering, "Girls fighting is too brutal. I'd better keep my distance for safety." And with that, he ran off, shouting, "Xiaobai, I'll wait for you in the car." Xiaobai, meanwhile, was eyeing her opponent's ample chest with envy, and a mischievous idea began to form. Like a child drawn to a new toy, she lunged forward, and the other girl, caught off guard, screamed in panic. "Isn't she a girl? How can she be such a hooligan?" Just then, a bullet suddenly whizzed through the air, forcing them to separate and dodge. A bizarrely dressed man with slicked-back hair approaches, casually retreating from the horde of zombies. No wonder Gu Yue, one of his underlings, lusts after him, eyes gleaming as he sizes him up. Hawk's eye for talent is spot on. What a figure. The woman shoots him a glare, calling him out. "Hachikian, what are you doing here? So you're the ones who've been laying hands on me? And those zombies, you led them here on purpose, didn't you?" Hachikin didn't deny it, sneering. "That's right. When you rejected me, you probably didn't think this day would come, did you?" A cold, red glint flashed in his eyes. "If you had listened to me and let me manage the base, I might have kept you around to enjoy the good life. But since you refuse to show me respect, don't blame me for being ruthless." At Hejan's command, his men draw their weapons and aim at the girl. "Fire!" He roared. Startled, the girl's eyes flashed with terror as a hail of bullets tore through the air. With only scraps of fabric to protect her, she's forced to defend herself, dodging a hail of bullets with incredible agility as she somersaults into the dense forest. A gaudily made-up girl screamed, "She got away!" But Hiayen remained unfazed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "There's no way out over there, she can't escape." He smirked, his voice full of cunning. But death would be too kind. He roared, his voice echoing. Capture her alive. The henchmen immediately scattered, guns in hand, giving chase. Suddenly, one of them stopped and reported, "Boss, there's another woman here." Little Bai was looking around, seemingly lost and confused. She doesn't look too bright. Is she mentally deficient? A masked thug whispered. What should we do? Should we grab her? Hachikin showed no mercy, his eyes cold. With so many of us, we should share the spoils. After I've had my fun, I'll reward you all with her. The lackeys immediately cheered. Thank you, boss! Long live the boss. 3 underlings now surround Xiaobai, their eyes gleaming as they encircle her beautiful face, still innocent and unaware of what's to come. The other 2, now even more depraved, grinned. So pure. Just my type. One of them crept up behind her. In a soothing voice, "Don't be afraid, beautiful. Big Brother is here to take care of you." But just as his hand reached her, Xiaobai swiftly turned and broke his wrist. The unfortunate thug screamed, "My hand!" He stumbled backward, and the remaining 2 immediately drew their guns, yelling, "You bitch, how dare you? Do you have a death wish?" Just then, tires screeched as a truck barreled toward them, slamming into the 2 men with a fatal blow, sending bodies and guns flying. From the car, Gao Xiaoliang flips them off, yelling, "Eat this fist, you bastards! You're the ones with a death wish if you touch Xiaobai." Xiaobai sees him and smiles radiantly, leaping onto the roof with a strange object in her hand. Unaware of the danger, Gao Xiaoliang asked, "Xiaobai, are you okay?" She hung upside down, showing off the object, causing him to scream. "Where did you get a human hand? Throw it away." From deep within the forest, the rustling of leaves signaled someone's approach, as the girl, drenched in cold sweat, continued to run along the path. But as Ian said, the end of the road was an impassable abyss. The girl whispered, her voice trembling, "I'm done for. It's a dead end." Hotchkeen and his men caught up, breathing down her neck. He roared triumphantly, "Don't resist, you can't escape." A girl brandishing a weapon swings at her, forcing her to retaliate, but with one hand, her opponent skillfully sweeps her legs, sending her crashing to the ground. A cold gun barrel points directly at her beautiful, now defenseless face. Hotchjian sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Look at you, women are so useless, hesitating and afraid for a piece of cloth." The girl gritted her teeth and shouted in anger, "You really are despicable." Hotchkin smirked, laughing even louder with arrogance. "I've been depraved for a while now. Is this news to you?" He grabbed her hair roughly, pulling hard, whispering in her ear with a sickening tone, "I hate that holier-than-thou untouchable look of yours. Today, I'll show you what true depravity looks like." With one hand still gripping her, he forced her towards his groin. "I'll enjoy this first, then tie you to the front of the car and take you back to base, so they can all see how depraved their goddess really is." Just then, Cao Xiaoliang's truck suddenly appeared, looming before them. Xiaobai leaps from the truck like a whirlwind, landing squarely on He Jian and sending him sprawling. Instinctively, she grabs him, tearing at his clothes without mercy. Hao Jian cried out in a panic, "Where did this crazy woman come from? Someone, help me!" The 2 girls stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Boss!" as the massive truck screeched to a halt, blocking their path. Gao Xiaoliang expertly drifts, spinning the car around to approach the girl. The door slowly opens, and seeing her dazed, he points inside from the driver's seat, saying simply, "Get in." Startled, she instinctively replied, "Huh? Okay." Before leaving, she quickly grabbed the gun from the ground. With Hao Jian pinned by Xiaobai, leaving her free to act, she looked at him, her voice chillingly promising relief. "Right. I'll make sure you get what you want." A bullet fires from the gun, aimed directly at his groin, "For your ultimate pleasure." The bullet missed, only piercing the ground, but it was enough to make Hagen wet himself in fear as the girl clutched her torn clothes, looking at him with disdain. Men are so useless, scared of their own shadow. Humph. With that, she turned and stepped into the truck as Gao Xiaoliang called out, "Xiaobai, hurry and get in." Xiaobai leaped gracefully into the truck's cargo hold, and the vehicle roared to life, speeding away like an arrow. Snapping out of his stupor, Heehan roared, "How dare you make a fool of me? Open fire!" His men immediately unleashed a hail of bullets, tearing through the foliage around the vehicle. But even with perfect aim, the bullets only struck the vehicle's strong shield system and bounced back. The light from the shield flashed blindingly, causing the group to panic, clutching their heads. How could the bullets be fired back? Amidst the chaos, the truck escaped, gliding smoothly onto a quiet road. From the driver's seat, Cao Zhaoliang called out, saying there were no women's clothes in the car, but there were some things in the drawer she could change into. Though they were a bit torn, she could wear them if she didn't mind. The girl glanced at the wooden cabinet and replied, "Then I won't hold back." She casually pulled out a dark shirt, muttering, "This should do." Noticing the strange tear in the shirt, she remarks, "That's a peculiar tear." Without hesitation, she tears another piece of fabric from the cabinet, buttoning up the shirt to cover herself further. Dressed, she emerged, a vision of fiery allure, catching Xiaoliang off guard, struck by her provocative transformation. The girl smiles, approaching him with gratitude for the clothes, but suddenly a cold blade presses against Gao Xiaoliang's neck, darkening his expression. The girl whispered, her voice laced with menace, "If you don't want to die, do as I say." She pulled the car over to the side of the road, having carefully observed that Xiaobai was distracted, playing with the fabric and not paying attention to him. She smirked. "Who's faster, my knife or her?" Gao Xiaoliang gaped, as if to scream, "How did this happen again? Is there anyone left in this world who hasn't had their humanity twisted, their morals decayed?" He silently pleaded with the system in his mind. "System, eject her." But the system responded helplessly, "Host, I can't. Because you invited her into the car, the protection program defaults to VIP customer, and the props will not harm VIP guests." He cried out in despair, "How can there be such a rule?" The girl in the back heard him and suspiciously asked, "Who are you talking to?" Trembling, Gao Xiaoliang quickly replied, "No, nothing at all. Beautiful lady, please calm down. I'll do whatever you say." The truck swerved, pulling hastily to the side of the road. As he drove, Gao Xiaoliang wept inwardly, vowing, "If I ever interfere again, I'm a dog." The girl, now relaxed in the passenger seat, held the knife to his neck and coldly asked, "Drive. Why did you save me?" With tears in his eyes, Gao Xiaoliang replied, "If I said I was a good person, would you let me go?" The girl pressed the blade closer, her eyes sharp. "You've probably heard it said, in the apocalypse, kill the bleeding hearts first." He panicked and quickly denied it. "A good person? Who's a good person? It's definitely not me." Gao Xiaoliang coughed a few times, regained his composure, and explained seriously, "All right, the truth is, I'm an apocalyptic chef. Seeing how well you fight, you must have quite a few cores. So I want you to stay in my city and be my customer." The girl was stunned, muttering, "Apocalyptic chef?" But then she realized, glancing behind the vehicle, no wonder there was a kitchen set up in the back with so many cooking utensils. She nodded. The timing was perfect since the previous cooks had all died. Just then, the head chef at the base ate poisonous mushrooms and died. Stroking her chin, she says, "I'll consider your offer. If what you say is true, I might be able to accommodate you." Hearing what he wanted, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up as he asked, "How many people are in your base? Whether it's 100 people or not?" The girl smiled proudly, her tone full of arrogance. "Who are you looking down on? Our steel mill is the largest base within 100 miles, with at least 300 people. Clenching his fist, he was overwhelmed with excitement. It was amazing. He'd found 100 customers so quickly. Even if only a third of them give positive reviews, completing the mission is guaranteed, and he begins to dream of grand visions. A satisfied smile on his face. Good deeds really do get rewarded. But then, her face turned serious, and she said suspiciously, "But this could also be protecting you. Maybe you stole this car, so why should I trust you?" Just then, her stomach growled, and she blushed, blurting out, "Unless you make a deadly dish, if it's delicious, it'll prove you're really a chef." Gao Xiaoliang looked at her, immediately recognizing the emotions she was hiding. The woman was clearly hungry but trying to save face, so he nodded and confidently rolled up his sleeves. "All right, let me show her a little bit about my craft." The girl was seated in the waiting room while he eagerly entered the kitchen, ready to show off his skills. Xiaoliang scrolls through recipes for inspiration, but scratches his head, realizing he can't make anything on the menu because he's developing a new dish. Anxiously, he mutters, "Egg cakes, octopus balls. I've already made all of these." Confused about his plan, Gao Xiaoliang muttered, "I'm just a normal student who knows a few dishes. I'm not really a great chef." Suddenly, a shadow flashed behind him, quick as lightning. Startled, he swung his knife, yelling, "A mutant snake! How did it get in here?" But then, Xiaobai emerged from the snakeskin, playfully trying to scare him. Chao Xiaoliang's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the shed skin, suddenly remembering, That's right. Xiaobai's clothes were torn earlier, so I wrapped her in a piece of cloth." It turned out to be the snake's skin. She seems to enjoy playing with the skin. He sits down, gently strokes her head, and says softly, "I'm sorry, I forgot. I think there's a needle and thread in the drawer. Let me help you sew it up." Outside, the girl was growing impatient, muttering angrily, "Such a slow cook. The guests are about to starve. The customers are starving." Suspecting a scam, she stormed down the stairs, determined to confront Gao Xiaoliang. Meanwhile, he meticulously threaded the needle, sewing with deftness as the delicate thread danced through his fingers, and soon Xiaobai's boots were repaired. "All right," he puts the boots on her. Xiaobai excitedly looks down at her feet, swings her legs a few times, and happily exclaims that there are no more problems. Suddenly, a girl's voice broke the silence, surprised that he could sew clothes. Gao Xiaoliang smiled brightly and waved his hand modestly. "It's nothing, really. When I was little, my dad was busy and my mom was working, so my grandma raised me in the countryside and I just watched and learned." Recalling those memories, he smiles contentedly. If his grandmother were still alive, she would be over 100 years old now. With her fighting power, anyone who crossed her was sure to have bad luck. The girl laughed, nodding in agreement. People often say that children raised by their grandparents are very fortunate. To have so many people who love you is truly enviable. Chao Xiaoliang pouted, displeased, remembering that every time he caused trouble, he had to eat twice as much bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat. Would she even want this kind of blessing? Unexpectedly, the girl responded frankly, her voice somber. "My brother and I are orphans, raised in an orphanage, and we never met our parents. If I could, I really would want that." Cao Xiaoliang was stunned, his face frozen in surprise, then turned away in guilt. The girl immediately steered back to the main issue, her voice serious. "Don't bring up feelings. When will dinner be ready?" Xiaoliang hastily replied, his voice a bit flustered. "Didn't you ask? That's why I said it." The girl suddenly sneezed from the cold. Quickly, he draped a warm snakeskin over her shoulders, saying, "This is for you." He stood up and sincerely advised her that it was a wonder she hadn't caught a cold, dressed so lightly and running around outside. After a bit of small talk, he suddenly had an idea to cook. "Got it. I'll make this." Soon, a pot of food was placed on the table. The girl curiously eyed the golden dish, thinking, "Strange. Is this porridge?" "It doesn't look like it." Gao Xiaoliang smiled kindly, explaining, "This isn't porridge, it's snake soup." The girl gasped, exclaiming in alarm, "Snake!" She glanced at the snakeskin draped over her body, suddenly understanding. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Was she questioning him? Her voice wary, she asks, "Isn't mutated snake meat supposed to be infected? Is it even safe to eat?" He confidently patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Rest assured, the mutated snake has had its infected tissue removed, making it perfectly safe to eat." Even so, she was still full of doubt. Could this really be eaten? Gao Xiaoliang leaned in, his eyes sparkling with provocation. "What's wrong? Afraid?" Then he picked up the bowl of soup, pretending to take it away. Then, "Don't blame me. My cooking skills have been proven. You're just scared and don't dare to eat it." He called out, "Little White, come and eat." Little White, who was nearby, smiled foolishly at the sight of the food and rushed over. But the girl suddenly snatched back the bowl, her voice stiff. "Who says I don't dare?" Trembling, she scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it to her lips. Instantly, her face relaxed, filled with satisfaction. The hot, soft snake melted in her mouth, and she wondered why she'd struggled so much. It was just a mutated snake, after all. She wasn't afraid of live snakes, let alone dead ones. Mustering her courage, she shoveled the spoonful into her mouth, determined not to be underestimated. A jolt of sensation ran through her as the soft, smooth, and sweet flavor exploded in her mouth. "This is so soft, like jelly." She blushed, murmuring in a daze, "Soft, smooth, and sweet." With just a bite, the flavor explodes in her mouth, her tongue enveloped in a soothing sensation, like relaxing in a warm milk bath. A blissful smile spreads across her face, a picture of happiness. But suddenly she pauses, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Wait, there seems to be something underneath. The imagined milk bath in her mind suddenly shifts, as if containing a fierce vitality, stimulating her body. Mysterious white smoke fills the air, the water heats up, and an egg of unknown origin suddenly cracks open, revealing countless tiny snake tails in the form of Gao Xiaoliang, wriggling with life. Startled, she tries to cover herself, but Gao Xiaoliang lunges forward, taking her by surprise. Countless snakes bearing his likeness bite into her skin. Her face flushes, and a strange sensation awakens. What is this strange sensation? Numbness, pain, and heat. Every pore opens, the cold recedes, and her body threatens to melt away. She leaned back, gasping, "No more, I can't take it anymore." Back in reality, her legs trembled and the snakeskin cloak slipped off. She struggled to her feet, breathless after the intense pleasure, as Gao Xiaoliang stood beside her, asking worriedly, "What's wrong? Do you feel warmer now?" The girl looked down at her hands, astonished to find that the cold from before had completely disappeared. Though covered in sweat, she felt invigorated, not exhausted. She stood up abruptly, astonished, and asked, "Is this really snake meat? How could it be so magical?" Gao Xiaoliang smiled, explaining, "Snake meat is already nutritious, not only nourishing qi and blood, tendons and bones, but also dispelling wind and cold and replenishing physical strength." He presented a small glass jar, excitedly explaining that the snake meat was just a supporting ingredient. The real soul was this. The girl curiously watched his hand as he sprinkled a few grains on Xiaobai's head, causing her to sneeze. Without hesitation, he reveals the ingredients: fresh ginger and peppercorns, leaving the girl puzzled. He excitedly continued about the pepper, saying that whenever he caught a cold as a child, his grandmother would force him to drink a bowl of hot, spicy soup, which would make him feel better right away, even more effective than medicine, all thanks to the pepper. The girl smiles slightly, secretly pleased that this naive kid actually knows quite a bit. Gao Xiaoliang takes out a tablet and asks what she thinks. "Do you believe I'm a chef now? If you're satisfied, leave a good review." The screen displays 5 rating levels with corresponding stars, and she decisively taps the 5-star option, giving him his first perfect rating. After finishing, she was more open, but still reminded him, "I acknowledge your skill, but being a base chef isn't that simple. Not only must you know how to cook, but you must also be able to provide meals for hundreds of people at once. This is just the preliminary round. Whether you're hired or not, you'll have to come with me for further testing." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang's anger flared. He muttered, "Fantastic. Looking for a cook like hiring factory workers. Having a meal requires preliminary screening and an interview. This is more exploitative than capitalism." Xiao Xiaoliang took a deep breath, telling himself to endure it for the mission. He continued driving toward a massive base where structures and pipes intertwined, as Gu Yue pointed through the window, saying, "That's my base." Driving along, Cao Tiu Luong was impressed by the towering walls of what was once the largest steel plant. These reinforced concrete walls stand tall in a strategic, easily defensible location. Gu Yue gazed out the window, lost in thought, and slowly recounted, "We survivors wandered through countless places before finally finding this place to settle down." Her words piqued Gao Xiaoliang's curiosity. It truly was a perfect refuge. No wonder they wanted to fight her for it. Speaking of which, a flash of anger crosses Gu Yue's eyes. That damned He-Yan. At first, she took him in out of pity when he was being chased by zombies. But he turned out to be a despicable leech. She recounted the unpleasant events through gritted teeth. "Not only did he harass me constantly, but he spread rumors that I was in love with him. He-Yan went even further, secretly bringing his comrades in from the outside, intending to seize the entire base. Luckily, the patrol team discovered it in time." She sighed. "I really regret just chasing him away instead of killing him." Suddenly, she drew a dagger, held it to Gao Xiaoliang's neck, and said coldly, "But stumbling once is a lesson learned. If you dare to be like him," he said, paling with fear, "rest assured, Susie likes zombies more than you." All the while, the base gates remained closed and silent. The 2 girls on the wall pointed their guns down, shouting, "Stop the car!" Gu Yue stepped out of the driver's seat, waving to them. The 2 girls immediately cheered with joy. "It's Yue opening the gate. Yue's back." The base gates slowly open, revealing a pre-built entrance, and Gao Xiaoliang's truck rolls through. As Gu Yue stepped out, the crowd rushed over, asking, "Gu Yue, why the new car? We didn't recognize you." One person grimaced at her tattered clothes, their voice full of hostility as they pointed a gun at Gao Xiaoliang. "What happened to your clothes? Is it your fault that Sister Yue is like this?" He quickly raised his hands. "Please, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have any clothes on at all." Gu Yue quickly pinched Gao Xiaoliang's mouth and scolded, "Shut your mouth." Calming down, she turned to the 2 girls and explained, "It wasn't his fault. On the way back, I was ambushed by Hao Jian's group. Though we shook them off, we couldn't bring back the vehicle and supplies." The girls, upon hearing this, angrily exclaimed, "Hao Jian, that bastard again. If Yue hadn't saved him, he'd have been zombie chow long ago." One of them gritted her teeth. "That ungrateful wretch. If I see him, I'll blow his brains out." Their attention suddenly turned to Cao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai. Who were they? Gu Yue smiled, happily introducing them. "These 2 are the chefs I just hired. Everyone's been eating biscuits every day lately. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Today, we're upgrading our meal with something hot, she continued excitedly. I remember catching a wild boar before, but since the previous chef died, no one knew how to cook it, so it's been in storage. Lao Liu, go get that meat. She waved Chao Zhaoliang over. Cook up some delicious dishes and let us sample your skills. He muttered with a pout, barely had a sip of water before getting to work. She's really cold-hearted. The two girls hesitated, looking apprehensive. Well, Than called old Liu away. Gu Yue was surprised to hear that name. The scene shifts to a warehouse where Gu Cheng is. In this secluded base, a piece of meat is carelessly thrown onto the ground, prompting a disgusted girl to exclaim, "What is this? It's dirty and smells weird. I won't eat it." Gu Cheng steps forward to coax her. "Hong Hong, don't be angry. Rest assured, how could I let you eat this?" Two other young men turned to berate a middle-aged man. "Old Liu, are you deaf? Brother Chung asked for the most nutritious food and you bring us this garbage." Old Liu quickly explained that it wasn't garbage, but wild boar. "It's highly nutritious." An impatient Gu Cheng retorted, "Stop trying to fool people. This thing is just a black lump. How could it be nutritious?" He turned and headed straight for the warehouse. "Are you deaf or something? Fine, whatever. I'll go find it myself." Old Liu reached out to stop him, his voice worried. "Mr. Gu, please don't make things difficult for me. The warehouse is a key area of the base. Unless you have Miss Gu's orders, no one else can enter." Two young men rushed forward, grabbing him. "Brother Cheng is Miss Yue's biological brother. How can he be considered an outsider? And you're just a key holder. Don't act like you're in charge." Enraged, Gu Cheng roared, "My word is my sister's word. Let me in or you'll regret it." Just then, an icy voice cut through the air. "Gu Cheng, what are you doing?" Gu Yue asked sternly as she approached with two other girls. Seeing his sister, Gu Cheng froze, then quickly put on an overjoyed expression. "Sis, you're back." But Gu Yue wasn't letting it go so easily, questioning, "You still haven't answered me. Shouldn't you guys be out scavenging for supplies right now? Why are you at the base, and what were you doing in the warehouse?" Gu Cheng scratched his chin, avoiding her gaze, saying he'd returned early due to an unexpected situation. He pointed at Lao Liu, accusing, "I asked him to open the warehouse for some food, but he tried to fool me with garbage. He really doesn't respect you at all." Old Liu quickly defended himself. "Gu Yue, it's not like that. It's young Master Gu, Gu Yu held up her hand to stop him, her eyes falling on the wild boar meat discarded on the ground, now growing cold, her gaze radiating the authority of a leader. "Pick it up," she commanded, her voice resolute. Gu Cheng was stunned, not understanding, but Gu Yue glared and repeated, "I told you to pick it up." Seeing his hesitation, she sternly reminded him that bringing this boar back to base had injured 3 people, the most severely wounded, still unable to get out of bed. Her sharp words made everyone lower their heads in shame, for every grain of rice and drop of water in this base was hard-earned. "Who allowed you to be so wasteful?" Gu Cheng clenched his fist, looking dejected as he quietly picked up the piece of meat. Chao Xiaoliang watched from the sidelines, secretly impressed by the woman's commanding presence when serious, a far cry from her usual gentle demeanor. He glanced at Gu Cheng, muttering, "But the gap between her and her younger brother is just too wide." Hong Hong peeked out from behind Gu Cheng, apologizing, "Gu Yue, it's my fault. Please don't blame it, Cheng." Gu Yue's cold eyes immediately turned to the seemingly frail Hong Hong, who hid behind Gu Cheng for protection, prompting Gu Yue to frown and ask, "Who are you?" Annoyed, Gu Yue turned to her brother and demanded, "Who is she?" The girl behind Gu Cheng spoke timidly. Seeing this, Gu Cheng valiantly shielded the girl, saying, "Hong Hong is timid. Don't scare her." Gu Yue, hearing this, wondered, "Did I even do anything to her? How could I have scared her?" Seeing her foolish brother, Gu Yue crossed her arms helplessly, saying, "So she's the unexpected situation that made you all return early." Yin Hong cowers in fear, hugging her face. She was alone in an empty supermarket, surrounded by zombies. Gu Cheng looked at Yin Hong sobbing behind him and continued, "When we rescued her, she hadn't eaten in days. She was so pitiful. So I brought her back." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang was shocked. Starved for days. Then he jumped up, recalling the old saying, "Hunger makes even brawn taste sweet, but fullness makes honey lose its flavor." 5-star rating, 0 difficulty. This is the kind of customer I like best. Hearing this, Gu Yue angrily shouted, "Don't you know the rules of the base? How can you just bring someone of unknown origin here?" Gu Cheng retorted, "Hong Hong is not of unknown origin." Gu Qing quickly explained Yun Hong's background. Her father was the richest man in the city. Her mother, a famous pianist. She was truly born with a silver spoon. Gu Ding passionately pleads with Gu Yue. I know you're traumatized by what happened with Heejin, but Hong Hong isn't like that. She's the purest and kindest girl I've ever met. I can't just stand by and watch her suffer. Gu Yue clicked her tongue in annoyance, as the two who opened the door for her spoke up in protest. Brother Chung, how can you say that? Taking in Aegean wasn't Yue's decision alone. It's just that the bastard was a good actor and fooled everyone. And just because Hachikin was bad, does that automatically make her good? Innocence and kindness aren't written on your face. Gu Sheng's subordinates bristled at this, retorting, don't judge others by your own low standards. She's a young lady from a wealthy family, and it's already pitiful enough that she's facing the apocalypse. Can't you show some compassion? The two girls retorted without holding back, does having money automatically make someone a good person? Ever heard of rich people being heartless? I think you're all just smitten with her beauty and not even listening to what Sister Nguyet is saying. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang was puzzled, wondering what was going on and why they were arguing. But then, realizing something, Gao Xiaoliang cheered happily, knowing that the more they argued, the hungrier they'd get, meaning the mission was about to be completed. Seeing them argue more fiercely, Gao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai happily cheered them on. Keep going, don't stop, keep going, don't stop. Hearing this, Gu Chung angrily shouts, what's all the noise? Seeing the two of them, Gu Chung asked, who are these guys? I've never seen them before. Gu Yue sighed, rubbing her temples. They're new chefs I hired from outside. Annoyed by her answer, Gu Chung retorted, you won't let me bring home Hong Hong, but you bring in people as you please. How can you have such double standards, sis? He turned angrily, pointing at Gao Xiaoliang and the other, and shouted, besides, they don't look like chefs at all. They're probably just scammers like Haijian. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Chung ordered his men to throw them out, and they advanced on Gao Xiaoliang and his companion, shouting, did you hear that? Get out of here! Hearing their aggressive shouts, Xiaobai angrily rushed forward, knocking them to the ground with a flurry of blows, leaving them groaning in pain. Oh, my arm hurts so much. Seeing Xiaobai swiftly defend him, Gao Xiaoliang happily said, Xiaobai, let them go. How can we afford to offend customers like this? The two soldiers whispered, if you're going to hit us, hit our legs. How can we eat with broken arms? Gao Xiaoliang then approached Gu Cheng's soldiers and said softly, I apologize. My employee is a bit hot-tempered. Please forgive us. If you dine at our restaurant, you can get a free side dish. Please leave a good review. The two soldiers, hearing this, clutched their shoulders in discomfort and said, what? You hit me and expect a good review? Are you crazy? Yun Hong sneered from behind as Gu Cheng, oblivious, drew his gun. You dare attack? You two were never good people. Seeing things go south, Gu Yue rushes towards Gu Cheng, gun in hand, pointed at Gao Xiaoliang and shouts, Gu Cheng, stop! A shot rings out, killing Gao Xiaoliang. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Gao Xiaoliang had fallen, lying motionless in the courtyard. Seeing Gao Xiaoliang dead, Xiaobai roared like a madman and lunged at Gu Cheng, snatching the gun from his hand with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Gu Cheng screamed in terror. What the hell? Then a series of blows rained down on Gu Cheng, forcing him back in pain. Spare me. Stop. Stop it. Please don't hit me anymore. Xiaobai roared and lunged at Gu Cheng, biting his hand, causing him to scream in pain. Unable to break free, Gu Cheng turned to the two girls for help. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm being attacked? Hurry and shoot her. Seeing Gu Cheng's state, the two girls remembered his previous attitude and ignored him. Seeing the situation was dire, Yin Hong turned to the two young men Xiaobai had attacked earlier for help. You two, go help him. The two youths panicked, replying, No, we can't. That girl is a skilled fighter. We're no match for her. She already broke my arm. Disappointed, Yun Hong clicked her tongue and muttered, useless. Meanwhile, with bloodshot eyes, Xiaobai continued to ferociously bite Gu Cheng's hand. Feeling he couldn't take it anymore, Gu Cheng reached out to his sister for help. Sis, help me. This crazy woman is going to bite me to death. Seeing Gu Yue ignore his pleas and turn to leave, Gu Cheng cried out in panic, sis, don't go. Gu Yue sadly approached Gao Xiaoliang's body, closed his eyes, and said mournfully, I'm sorry. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you back. I didn't expect it would lead to your death. Just as Gu Yue finished speaking, Gao Xiaoliang suddenly opened his eyes and shot up, startling Gu Yue, who screamed, Oh my God. Xiaoling rises, calmly turning to ease his stiffness, a sight that shocks everyone. Seeing Cao Xiaoliang awake, Xiaobai seemed used to it, turning back happily. Ha ha. Then she jumps up and rushes towards Gao Xiaoliang, who opens his arms to receive her. Silly girl, don't worry. Did you think your boss would die so easily? With that, Xiaoliang turned a sharp, knife-like gaze towards Gu Cheng, who panicked and stammered, "No, this is impossible. How could you not be dead?" Ignoring the bewildered Gu Cheng, Xiaoliang angrily grabbed his collar, raised a fist, and cursed, "You bastard opened fire without a word!" Then he landed a fierce punch on Gu Cheng's face. If I hadn't reacted quickly, this handsome face would have been ruined. A moment before Gu Cheng fired, Gao Xiaoliang summoned the system. Damn it! The second brother used a disguise skill card, and a huge light surrounded Gao Xiaoliang, enhancing his super speed. In that moment of life and death, Xiaoliang miraculously dodged the bullet. Is this the feeling of super speed? Everything around him slowed down, allowing him to predict every move, like an Olympic champion racing the elderly. It felt amazing, but the system scoffed. Skill card activated. Duration, 3.38 seconds. Time remaining, 2 minutes, 56.62 seconds. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang thought dejectedly. They even count the change. How stingy can they be? Seeing Gao Xiaoliang suddenly revive, Gu Yue asked suspiciously, "Are you really okay?" Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang crosses his arms and explains, "My body is fine, but my spirit has suffered greatly. I haven't even received my salary, and I've already taken a bullet. Looks like I need to rethink whether I should stay." Seeing everything, Gu Cheng roared in anger. "Sis, we can't let them stay. Can't you see? These two are definitely suspicious. I clearly hit him with that shot, so how could he be completely fine? And that woman, she's strange too, pale as a ghost, silent, and she bites people. They're definitely not normal people." Gu Yue turned to Gao Xiaoliang, confused as he thought to himself, "Oh no, those two girls are behind me too." Surprised, she continued, "You two are—" Xiao Xiaoliang panicked, thinking, they mustn't find out about Xiaobai. At that moment, all three, including Gu Yue, said in unison, "A superhuman." Xiaoling closed his eyes, thinking he was a zombie, but upon hearing that, he was stunned. "Huh?" The girl with the high ponytail approached Cao Xiaoliang and asked, "You're definitely a supernatural, right? Otherwise, how could you be shot and not be hurt at all?" The other girl excitedly tells Gu Yue, "Great, Sister Yue, our base has a superhuman now." Gu Yue, thrilled, pats Gao Xiaoliang's shoulder. "I didn't see that coming. You hit it well." Seeing the scene before him, Xiaoliang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he'd been exposed, but luckily these people were smart enough. Seeing that Xiaoliang didn't respond, the two girls eagerly pressed him. "That's right, what's your superpower?" "Fire, water, you can dodge bullets. Are you a metal elemental?" Xiaoliang sweats, stammering. Seeing him hesitate, Gu Yue steps in to defuse the situation, saying it's fine if he doesn't want to reveal it, as they have plenty of time to find out later. Yin Hong watched from afar, contemplating. Seeing everyone fussing over a stranger, Gu Cheng roared in anger. "He's an ability user? How can that be? Isn't he a chef? Have you ever seen a chef with superpowers before?" Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang proudly flipped his hair and replied, "It's my destiny to be chosen. But can't I also love to cook? So, including you, Than, that makes 3 ability users in our base." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang gaped and asked, "You're an ability user too?" Then he rushed towards Gu Cheng, circling him, and taunted, "What kind of useless power is that?" After being beaten up by Tu Bak like this, and seeing him mock him, Gu Cheng retorted uncomfortably, "None of your business." Hearing Gao Xiaoliang's words, Gu Yue also stepped forward to explain, "Gu Cheng is a potential awakener, but he hasn't awakened yet." Gao Xiaoliang was surprised. "Huh?" Seeing that Gao Xiaoliang still didn't understand, Gu Yue explained with her arms crossed, "Before an Esper awakens, they show signs like high fever, hallucinations, and special marks on their body. Such people are considered Esper seeds." Seeing his reputation dwindling, Gu Cheng turned to Yin Hong, reassuring her, "Hong Hong, don't worry. I've been getting fevers more and more often lately. I'm sure I'll awaken soon." Then he looked at Gao Xiaoliang provocatively. "Then we'll see how arrogant those who don't even dare to say what their abilities are will be." Hearing this, Yun Hong chimed in, "Yes, Ah Than, I've always believed you're the best." Tu Bak, overhearing his boasting, angrily lunged toward Gu Cheng, startling him into stopping her. "Don't come any closer." Seeing another conflict brewing, Gu Yue stepped in. "All right, that's enough for today." Go Nuyet then turned to Don Hong, telling her she could stay, but their base is fair and everyone has to work for their food. Furthermore, the supplies in the warehouse are communal property and cannot be taken without permission. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be asked to leave immediately. Understood? Hearing this, Doan Hong fearfully grabbed onto Kothun's shirt and replied, "Understood." Koth, on hearing this, roared in protest. Sis, I'm the one who wanted to take the food. It has nothing to do with Hong Hong. Don't target her. Seeing her brother wouldn't listen and even shouted back, Gu Yue silenced him with a cold glare. Ignoring her foolish brother, Gu Yue cheerfully called out, Lao Liu, see what ingredients are in the storage and pick some fresh vegetables from the field to welcome our new member. We'll have an extra meal today. Hearing this, old Liu dejectedly replied, Okay. Gu Yue patted Gao Xiaoyang's shoulder and cheerfully said, Put on a good show. I brought you here, so don't embarrass me. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoyang thought indifferently, is this really a welcome? It's just making him cook. Sensing the situation, Gu Cheng realized something and approached his sister, suggesting, Sister, I was ignorant and caused trouble for old Liu. How about I prepare the food? Meanwhile, in the dining hall, everyone gathered to discuss the news of a new chef in the base, who was also an esper. Aren't all ability users supposed to be high and mighty? Wouldn't they be treated like gods in any base? Why cook himself? He must be approachable, a good person for sure. I'm so tired of eating biscuits since the last chef died. Finally, I can eat rice. The food made by an esper must be extraordinary. I'm really looking forward to it. Before Gao Xiaoliang were ingredients nearing expiration. Wilted greens, rotten eggs, and sprouted potatoes. Seeing this, he sighed. You want me to make 8 dishes and 3 soups with this? Seeing the near-rotten food, Gu Yue asked, What happened? Gu Cheng replied nonchalantly, There's nothing we can do. It rained the other day, and the vegetables in the field were flooded. We only have rice and flour in the storage, and I had a hard time finding these eggs. 2 subordinates chimed in, adding that the kitchen was completely out of spices. Originally, Yue went out to find salt, but she returned empty-handed. Gu Cheng, confident that Gao Xiaoliang couldn't make a feast from such poor ingredients, arrogantly said, But the simpler the ingredients, the more challenging the cooking. I believe you can turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, creating a mouth-watering dish, right? Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang helplessly gave a thumbs up. Well, I really appreciate your confidence in me. Then, Xiaoliang thought to himself, no wonder this kid's attitude changed so drastically. He was trying to show me up. Is he kidding? I have a system. I can get any ingredient I want. You think you can control me? Suddenly, the system appears. The system reminds him that the system space can only be used for items and cannot be taken out of the food cart. Gao Xiaoliang, his face turning green, asks, There's a rule like that? Behind Gao Xiaoliang and Gu Yue, Gu Cheng's group eagerly whispered, Don't worry, Cheng. I've hidden all the ingredients in the base. Let's see what he can make with that garbage. Thanks to my promotion, the people outside are really looking forward to it. If he can't make anything decent, he and his sister Gu Yue will lose all face. Well done, Gu Cheng said, pleased with his henchman's work. Suddenly, from behind, Yun Hong spoke shyly. Ah, Sung, isn't this going too far? Gu Yue is still your sister. His underlings immediately defended their leader. They targeted her like that, and you're still worried about her? Hong Hong, you're too kind. Gu Cheng turns back, sinisterly explaining, Those two are no good. Only by driving them out can the base truly be safe. This base only needs one ability user, and I absolutely won't let these people threaten my position. Outside, the others are starving and complaining. Why isn't food ready yet? How much longer? I'm starving. Suddenly, 2 of Nuyet's underlings burst through the door, shouting, Nuyet, what's wrong? Everyone was getting impatient. Gao Xiaoliang scratched his head in frustration. The eggs were bad, the vegetables were rotten, and only the rice was still intact. Then he turned to Gu Yue and said, If there's really no other way, we can only make porridge. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng eagerly thought, Oh, porridge! He then flung open the door to the dining hall and announced, Everyone calm down. The chef says we're having plain porridge today. The announcement was met with surprise and displeasure. What? I thought there were 8 dishes and 3 soups and meat too? Why kanji? I'd rather eat instant noodles. Seeing everyone's angry complaints, Gu Cheng's 2 henchmen joined in. Of course, they'd keep the good stuff for themselves, since Yue had gone to such lengths to invite an esper. Having plain porridge is already good. If you keep demanding more, he might get angry and leave for another base. The crowd, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, I knew it. Why would a superhuman be a chef? It's so he can eat all the good stuff himself. Why does he get special treatment and steal our rations? We can't keep someone like that here. He should go somewhere else. Hearing everyone mock Gao Xiaoliang, Xiaobai gritted her teeth in anger, while Gao Xiaoliang calmly thought, This kid sure knows how to attract hate. Gu Cheng smugly thought that he'd stirred up trouble right away, wondering how he could possibly stay. Seeing the situation was unstable, Gu Yue shouted to explain, Everyone, listen to me. Today's responsibility lies with me. I had an accident on the road and couldn't bring back the ingredients, which made it difficult for even Chef Gao to cook a good meal. I promise to find enough ingredients soon, and I won't let you down next time." Hearing this, everyone softened their tone and reassured her. "Ah, Yue, how could we blame you for this? Finding supplies is hard enough. The important thing is to return safely. Without Sister Yue, our base wouldn't be what it is today. Anyone who complains is ungrateful, especially compared to those struggling outside. Having white porridge every day is a blessing. What more could we want?" Hearing this, Gu Yue happily exclaimed, "Thank you all for understanding." Yun Hong, seeing that Gu Yue's words had changed the situation, sneered, noting that her mere words had swayed the group's attitude, revealing her high standing in everyone's eyes. Hearing this, Gu Chung thought uncomfortably that she was taking responsibility for him. How annoying. De Hong gave Gu Chung a sinister glance, a malicious smile on her face. One of the guests looked inside and said, "You must be Chef Gao, right? The old woman's teeth aren't strong, and she loves kanji." The others chimed in. "We didn't understand before and said some harsh things. Please don't take it to heart. I happen to have some pickles at home. Everyone can have them with the porridge." Cao Xiaoliang rubbed his chin, thinking, "This woman is so young, yet so loved. She's bound to become a powerful figure." His face suddenly paled. With a base of this size and her leadership, it should have thrived. So why don't I remember her from my 9 previous lives? Sister Yue's underling shouted, "Today's events are not Chef Gao's fault, nor Sister Yue's. If the pork in storage hadn't been ruined, we wouldn't be stuck with plain porridge." Everyone was upset and protested. "What? Are you talking about the boar? The one we worked so hard to catch? Who did this?" Hearing the others, the remaining sister pointed at Yun Hong, saying, "You'll have to ask this young lady." They said the pork was dirty and refused to eat it, so they threw it away. Yun Hong glared unhappily. Hearing this, everyone indignantly berated her, asking if she wasn't the girl Gu Chung brought back, and why was she wasting their food. Seeing Yun Hong attacked, Gu Chung stepped in to defend her, saying it wasn't intentional. "She's been eating delicacies her whole life and has never seen anything like this before. It's only natural she's not used to it." The 2 underlings chimed in, adding, "Yeah, you women shouldn't be so petty." Gu Yu's underling angrily rebukes them, saying, "Yes, we're petty and you're generous. According to the rules, wasting food means a corresponding deduction. If you're so generous, then deduct it from your portions." Hearing this, the 2 stammered, and seeing the situation turn in their favor, Yun Hong tearfully apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to waste food. I just didn't want to hurt anyone." Gu Yu, suspicious, asked, "What do you mean?" Then, the group brought out a large piece of meat, which everyone recognized as wild boar. Seeing this, Gu Yue angrily asked Gu Chung, "Gu Chung, didn't you say this meat had been thrown away?" Seeing this situation, Gu Chung suspiciously turned to Yun Hong and whispered, Hong, what's going on?" Seeing this, Nuyet's underlings chimed in, demanding answers. Oh, so someone else was trying to hog it all for themselves. Pretending to be a noble lady but stealing behind our backs. Some people want it all, no matter the cost. Seeing the others go too far, Gu Chung steps in to defend her. "Stop talking nonsense. Weren't you all just regretting the loss of this meat? Now that it's been found, isn't returning it enough?" Suddenly, Yun Hong cried out in alarm. "No, this meat is infected with the virus." Everyone was shocked and asked, "What? A virus? Are you saying a zombie virus?" Hearing this, Yun Hong covered her nose and sniffled. "This meat is dark and has a strange smell. It's a smell I know well. The stench of zombies." Yun Hong covered her mouth, pointing at the pile of meat, saying, "The color of these pieces of meat has turned black, and they have a strange smell. I know this smell well. It's the stench of a zombie." She then affirmed, "I was afraid someone would eat it by mistake, so I had Chung Nan and Chung Bei collect it, planning to find a place to burn it." Everyone murmured in agreement. The color was definitely not that of fresh meat, but that didn't prove it was infected with the zombie virus. Could it just be spoiled from improper storage? Seeing everyone's doubts, old Mo quickly defended himself. "It's not my fault. The chef gave it to me like this." Yun Hong, still looking panicked, said, "If it was due to improper storage, it should be covered in mold, but the surface of these pieces of meat is smooth, dry, and shows no signs of decay." Hearing this, everyone was suspicious. The wrinkled skin looked just like that of a zombie. Could the boar have been a mutated creature? Chung Nan? Chung Bei echoed in agreement. Luckily, Hong Hong discovered it in time. Otherwise, the entire base would have been infected if we had eaten this. Hearing this, Hu Ho followed. She is indeed our great benefactor. This is truly frightening and dangerous. We really owe this girl our thanks. Hearing this, Yun Hong blushed and said, No thanks are necessary, I'm just glad everyone is safe. Seeing that everyone was on his side, Gu Chung turned to Gu Yue and spoke. All right, now that the truth is out, I think you owe Hong Hong and everyone else an apology. Hearing this, Gu Yue snaps. Apologize? Are you saying I brought the virus here because I didn't check carefully enough? Gu Chung retorts. Isn't that the truth? It seems I've nurtured a viper in my bosom. Now you turn on me? I know you like being recognized and admired, but you can't risk everyone's lives just to show off. Only Nguyet isn't like that. Nguyet defends herself against her brother's insolence. Gucheng, I'm your sister. You know what kind of person I am. Do you really think I would do something like that? Hearing this, Gucheng pondered in dismay, but then Yin Hong spoke up to reassure him. Ah, Chung, forget it. I don't think Gu Yue did it on purpose. Searching for food is already difficult, so a momentary oversight is unavoidable. Gucheng responded gently. Hong Hong, it's because you're too generous that people always take advantage of you. What is this person implying? Isn't she indirectly admitting it for Nguyet? Hearing Gu Cheng's group speak, the crowd began to murmur, worrying the girl accompanying Gu Yue. This is bad. It seems everyone is starting to believe them. People quietly expressed their gratitude. Thankfully, no one ate the meat. It's good we found it in time. We must destroy it before the virus spreads. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang approaches the meat pile, sniffing it, shocking everyone. What is he doing? Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang eagerly grabbed a piece of meat, shocking everyone. Put it down, that meat is infected with the virus. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang grabbed a piece of meat and shoved it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing ravenously. This was the taste. Everyone was shocked, but Cao Xiaoliang calmly said, Isn't the food right here? He eagerly called out, Xiaobai, bring that meat over here. Hearing this, Xiaobai obeyed, picked up the meat barrel, and headed straight for the kitchen, where a wok was still blazing over a hot fire. Excited, Gao Xiaoliang says, Good thing I steamed the rice earlier. The timing is perfect. He skillfully wields his knife, quickly slicing the meat and cooking up a delicious meat rice bowl. Seeing this, Gucheng and the others angrily cursed. What are you being so carefree about? You know this meat is infected and you still want everyone to eat it? This guy's no good. He's trying to kill us. Everyone chimed in with questions. Chef Gao, are you sure about this? I don't want to turn into a zombie. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang calmly explained, Who says mutated creatures can't be eaten? If properly prepared, removing the infected parts, it's not only edible but a rare delicacy. Besides, this meat isn't even from a mutated pig. Everyone was surprised to hear that, weren't they? Gu Ye, surprised, asks, Are you sure? Xiaoliang confidently replies, Of course. Hearing this, Yin Hong uncomfortably says, Chef Gao, protecting Sister Gu Yue shouldn't come at the cost of everyone's lives. Chengnan and Chengbei, seeing this, also frantically start blaming him. Don't listen to him, everyone. If it wasn't a mutated pig, why would the meat be black and smell like that? Clearly, it's been infected with the virus, but Cao Xiaoliang calmly explained, What a fool, that's just wind-dried meat. Everyone was stunned. Air-dried meat, Cao Xiaoliang continued. If I'm not mistaken, the previous chef was a man, right? Gu Yue was surprised. How did you know? Gu Yue's sister noticed something, saying, That's right, that chef spoke with a southern accent. Everyone was stunned to hear this. He told me he was from Gushan and came here to work. Holding up the meat, Xiaoliang explained, This air-dried meat is a specialty of southern Gushan. He gently touched the meat and continued, The air there is humid, and food doesn't keep easily. To preserve the meat, locals cut it into smaller pieces, sprinkle it with salt, peppercorns, and sugar, then leave it to dry in a cool place. The image of hanging meat appears as he explains. Until the outside turns black, this method keeps it fresh and prevents water, so it won't rot even after months. Some find the smell off-putting, but when heated, it works wonders, restoring its unique flavor. Cao Xiaoliang excitedly continues cooking, explaining that because the meat has been marinated, the cooking method is very simple. The image of the rice and hot, golden meat appears, using the rice's heat to cook it, allowing the oils and flavors of the meat to seep into the rice, then garnish with scallions before serving. And then, a delicious pot of rice slowly emerges, cooked in a cast-iron pot. The sight of the dish made everyone's mouths water, the meat turning a tempting pink. The aroma is intoxicating. Seeing everyone ignore Gu Cheng's words throws him into a panic. Don't listen to him, everyone. What does it matter if that chef is from the south? He's dead too. Who can prove this is dried meat? Hearing this, Doan Hong felt wronged, and Thao Mai spoke up. Sister Ko Nguyet, we've already forgiven you. Why let Chef Cao make up lies? Wrong is wrong. Cao Tiu Luong held the plate of rice, making Tiu Bak drool. Was it jerky or virus-infected meat? Cao Tiu Luong quickly shoves a spoonful of rice into Doan Hong's mouth before she can react, saying that one bite will tell the truth. Seeing Chao Tu Luong treat the girl he secretly loves this way, Kothan is shocked and cries out to Hong Hong. With her mouth full, Don Hong trembled. Seeing that, everyone was startled. Don Hong's mouth was full, her eyes already watering, chewing and thinking to spit it out. Excited, Chao Xiaoliang waved his hand, saying, "Customers can't waste food." Seeing that Yin Hong was about to spit it out, Xiaobai rushed towards her like the wind, grabbing her cheeks tightly, not letting go. But when the saliva mixed with a succulent piece of meat, Yun Hong was taken by surprise. The meat was firm and chewy, and she could clearly feel each strand. The coarse salt rubbed violently against the soft flesh in her mouth. A pain mixed with a strangely pleasant sensation. The soft rice, saturated with the essence of the meat, acted as a lubricant, creating a burst of flavor that sent Yun Hong's mind racing, as if she were riding a wild boar through a primeval forest. This is truly too wild. After swallowing, she collapses to her knees, exhausted. Seeing the girl he cared for kneeling before him exhausted, Gu Cheng asked worriedly, "Hong Hong, are you all right?" Chung Nan and Chung Bei also asked if she was feeling all right, urging her to stay awake. Yin Hong blushed. "This meat is so damn delicious, it's insane." Gao Xiaoliang chuckled at her amusing expression, and the others whispered, noting she looked much better than before. Aside from a slightly flushed face, she seemed fine, not at all like someone turning into a monster. An old woman from the crowd approached Gu Yue and said, "Ah, Yue, I was a bit muddled earlier and almost thought there was something wrong with the meat. Please don't take it to heart." Gu Yue quickly replied, "Don't say that, Grandma. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up." The others chimed in. "I knew it. Yue would never bring anything bad. My brother was injured catching the boar. If there really was a virus, it would have shown up by now. If there's no problem, everyone can eat, right?" After that, Gao Xiaoliang returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. "Of course, if you like it, don't forget to give me a 5-star review." Everyone took their plates, still hesitant before taking a bite. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's delicious." One bite and the taste of meat fills your mouth. It's a feast for the senses. One after another, people cried out in excitement, praising the rice's soft, fragrant texture and the perfectly seasoned meat sauce. It was so delicious. Each bite a burst of satisfaction. Proof that one must eat meat. Gu Yue's short-haired friend scoffed. "A young lady who doesn't know dried meat? Is her father a fake rich man?" Everyone chimed in, mocking her ignorance. Who is this person, so young, yet so reckless with their words? If not for the tall chef, Miss Yue would have been wronged. Yue's close friend with the ponytail turned to remind them to apologize. Now everyone chimed in, saying that Gu Cheng's group was right all along. Apologies, apologies, apologies. Yun Hong suddenly looked ahead and saw Gu Yue and Gao Xiaoliang standing proudly before the crowd. It was too much. Like the other pick-me girls, she ran away in tears. "You guys are going too far." Yun Hong covered her face and ran away, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Hong run off, Gu Cheng calls out worriedly, then turns to Chao Xiaoliang, accusing him, "You bastard, you must have messed with the meat, didn't you?" Hearing this, Chao Xiaoliang waved his hands, saying he only cooks, not carries. Hearing this, Gu Cheng roared, telling him to stop talking nonsense. "I want to fight you one-on-one. No one can help, especially her." Hearing this, Xiaobai was stunned. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang looked at Xiaobai, thinking, "So much for wanting to fight alone? Aren't you just afraid Xiaobai will pick on the weak? What a coward." Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. "Congratulations, host. You have received a rare ingredient and a new skill, Culinary Mage." Seeing the notification, Gao Xiaoliang excitedly thought, could this be a good thing? But then, rubbing his chin, he wondered, what exactly is a Culinary Mage? Suddenly, Chung Nan and Chung Bei grabbed Gao Xiaoliang's hands, sneering, "So what if you're an esper? You're all bark and no bite, hiding behind women? Without her help, let's see what you're really capable of." Chung attacks. Seeing their despicable tactics, Gao Xiaoliang shouts in disbelief, "Damn it! I told you not to help, this kid has no honor." Gu Cheng then charged forward. "What honor is needed to deal with a swindler like you?" He grabbed a knife, pointed it at Gao Xiaoliang, and shouted, "Fool, die." Seeing this, Gu Yu shouted to stop him. "Gu Cheng, stop!" The two sisters also called out, reminding him, "Chef Gao, be careful." Xiao Bai was ready to charge in, but suddenly Gao Xiaoliang turned back and said, "Xiao Bai, don't move." Xiao Bai stopped in his tracks. With a confident leap, Gao Xiaoliang declares, "If you insist on coming to my doorstep, don't blame me for being inhospitable. It's the perfect time to test out my new skills." Jumping up, Xiaoliang breaks free and kicks Gu Cheng's knife away, landing with a predatory glint in his eyes. He struck Gu Cheng's vital points, causing him immense pain before Cao Xiaoliang kicked him away. Gu Cheng, still arrogant, cursed, "Damn you, how dare you!" Then, suddenly, his body trembled and he collapsed. How could this be? His body wouldn't obey. His arms and legs were out of his control. Sensing something was wrong, Gu Cheng lay on the ground, crying out in pain, "Sister, sister, save me." Gu Yue couldn't bear it any longer and rushed over. "Gu Cheng, what's wrong? Why so reckless?" Gu Cheng, hearing this, feigned innocence and begged for help. "Sister, I can't feel anything. Am I going to die?" Gu Yue replied grimly, "You won't die. Your body just suffered a strong impact, causing temporary muscle paralysis. You should recover after a while." Gao Yao Liang witnessed everything, seemingly understanding now. When preparing meat, chefs often use a hammer to tenderize it beforehand, fully tightening the muscles and nerves. Meat treated this way becomes more tender and absorbs seasoning better, a culinary technique. So that's what a culinary mage is. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei cried out in alarm. Just how powerful was this guy? He's even more terrifying than that woman. Seeing their fear, Gao Xiaoliang taunted, "You're next." Hearing this, the two men ran for their lives, begging, "We were wrong. Please spare us." Seeing her brother was in trouble, Gu Yue stood up. "Let's call it even. Today was Gu Cheng's fault. I'll apologize for him. Can you give me face and stop here?" Gao Xiaoliang didn't dwell on it either, thinking it was fine as long as he wasn't provoked. Medical personnel then arrived with a stretcher and took Gu Cheng away, who thought furiously, "That cow guy, just you wait. I will never let you get away with this." As everyone ate, Gao Xiaoliang stood pensively on the other side, reviewing the tablet. Good reviews, good reviews, good reviews, good reviews. Seeing the rating bar increase, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. Great. One meal earned 30 good reviews. If it keeps up like this, the mission might be completed soon. Suddenly, the progress bar halts, leaving Cao Xiaoliang bewildered. What's going on? The progress bar suddenly shrinks, and the system appears in a panic as Gao Xiaoliang's soul nearly leaves his body. "Don't worry, host, let me check it out." The system said confidently, "I found it." Someone gave a 0-point rating. According to the system, a bad review halves the good reviews from that day. If he accumulates 3 negative reviews, the system will issue a penalty, resetting his score to 0. Gao Xiaoliang, upon hearing this, shouts, "What, you win?" After that, Cao Xiaoliang gritted his teeth, thinking how cruel the rules were. If someone deliberately gave bad reviews, wouldn't it be impossible to complete the mission? Xiaoliang tore at his hair, yelling, "Who could it be?" Meanwhile, in a small room, Yin Hong gritted her teeth, tapping furiously at the screen. "Bad review, bad review, bad review, bad review, bad review," she trembled. "I'm the only one who gets to play with men. No one has ever dared to play me before." Yin Hong recalled the delightful sensation of tasting that flesh, and her body trembled at the memory. In a fit of anger, she threw the pen in her hand, disgusted. Suddenly, as if drawn by the pen, the two men, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, crawled towards Yun Hong like enchanted dogs, chanting, "Master, Master, we love you. We want your affection." Seeing them, Yun Hong seemed to realize something and gracefully turned towards them, saying, "I only like obedient dogs. Only those who work diligently will be rewarded." Then, a bewitching sonic wave emanated from her eyes, further enthralling Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei. Seeing that they had fallen for her trick, she offered her foot for them to lick. She sat back in her chair like a victor, sinisterly remarking, Men are nothing more than animals with brains in their lower bodies, and that Gao Xiaoliang is no exception." Scheming, I clutched the paper, proudly declaring, "Dare to ruin my plans and you'll pay dearly." Cut to Gao Xiaoliang enthusiastically fishing by the lake. Seeing the size of the fish, Gao Xiaoliang excitedly shouts, "Wow, that's a big fish. Should I grill it or steam it?" But suddenly the fish spits out the bait, revealing sharp iron teeth, and flies like a bird, chasing after Cao Xiaoliang, a mutated fish. Cao Xiaoliang panics, running and shouting, "This damn apocalypse won't give anyone a break. You mutants can mutate, but why cross species?" Cao Xiaoliang rushed to the car, trying to open the door, but suddenly realized he couldn't. Then Cao Xiaoliang frantically pounded on the door, shouting, "Xiaobai, open it quickly." But then the system suddenly announced, turning Cao Xiaoliang pale, that the host had received 3 bad reviews. The score was reset to 0. The host qualification was lost, and the penalty was revoked. Trapped outside and in mortal danger, Xiaoliang panicked as the system announced he'd received 3 negative reviews. His points were wiped, and his host privileges revoked. Chao Xiaoliang, stranded outside, points to the light in the sky, shouting, "This is absurd!" Suddenly, the fish lunges at him, biting down hard. Then it used its tail to slap Gao Xiaoliang repeatedly in the face. Ah! Gao Xiaoliang, pale with pain, collapsed to the ground, unable to breathe. But when he blacks out and wakes up, Cao Xiaoliang opens his eyes in a daze, wondering if it was all a dream. Meanwhile, Little White was fast asleep on top of Gao Xiaoliang. Seeing her, Gao Xiaoliang angrily stood up and shouted, "Xiaobei, why are you here again?" Xiaobai sleepily rubbed her eyes, but Gao Xiaoliang continued to yell, "How many times have I told you your bed is downstairs? If you make me have dreams like this again, I'll take away all your snacks." Hearing the commotion outside, Gao Xiaoliang wearily asks, "Who is it this time? Don't they ever sleep?" Opening the sunroof, Gao Xiaoliang saw everyone busily preparing something outside. Unsure of what was happening, he put on his coat and went out with Xiaobai to say hello. "Good morning." The two girls happily returned the greeting. "Good morning, Chef Gao. Did you sleep well last night? You have such dark circles under your eyes. And didn't you sleep well last night?" Upon hearing this, Chef Chow paled, thinking, "After a night of nightmares, it's a wonder I don't have dark circles." Seeing everyone busy, he asked, "Are you all heading out?" Hearing this, Gu Yue explained, "Yin Hong's father stockpiled a lot of supplies at the foot of Wanda Mountain. Daily necessities, food, and even weapons. We're going to drive there to get them." Yin Hong hesitantly replied, "These supplies are more precious than life itself in the apocalypse." Gu Chung looked proudly at Yin Hong and said, "Hong Hong, you're so kind to share these with everyone." With feigned remorse, Yun Hong stepped out of the vehicle, explaining that her father had stockpiled supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse, but sadly, he never got to use them. "Yesterday, my mistake almost cost the base a vital food source, so I want to offer this as compensation." "Hong Hong, why are you saying that? It clearly wasn't your fault." "That's right, it wasn't intentional. Smoked river fish is rare in the north, and no one else noticed anyway." Nguyet's two underlings spoke up, already heartbroken before the tears even fell. Like mother, like daughters. Gao Xiaoliang was surprised to hear that. Mount Wanda. From what I know, that place used to be a resort for tourists, and there were quite a few convenience stores at the foot of the mountain. The survivors must have searched more than once. If there were supplies, they would have been found long ago. The two Chung brothers, Nan and Bei, protested indignantly. "What are you implying? You don't trust Hong Hong?" Hearing this, Gu Chung chimed in, clearly annoyed. What did Hong Hong do to deserve such treatment? "Why are you bullying a girl like that? Are you even a man?" Gao Xiaoliang remained unfazed, sarcastically remarking, "Oh, such a strong voice. It seems you've recovered quite well. Need I help you guys loosen up a bit?" Gu Chung wanted to rush up and beat Gao Xiaoliang to a pulp. Seeing things were about to go south, Yun Hong stepped forward. "Chef Gao, I know you have some misunderstandings with me. If you're worried, you can come with us." Chao Xiaoliang pondered this, then turned to Gu Yue and asked, "Do you really believe her?" Gu Yue then shared her thoughts, saying that smoked river meat wouldn't last long. "Now people in the base are starting to show signs of sodium deficiency. Adults can manage, but the elderly and children won't be able to endure it if we can't find more seasoning. So, whether she's telling the truth or not, if there's hope, I have to try." Gao Xiaoliang rubbed his temples, thinking, "What an idiot." Gao Xiaoliang looked up at Gu Yue and said seriously, "It's not mealtime yet anyway. I'll go with you." Seeing that the bait had been taken, Hong happily flattered, "That's right. There's so much stuff there. You definitely won't be able to carry it all in one trip. Chef Gao is an expert. He can help us pick out the necessary ingredients." Munshir said with a smile, but in her heart she thought sinisterly, "What an easy fool to deceive." The two girls accompanying Miss Nguyet resolutely said, "Miss Nguyet, we'll go with you. Tonight is the full moon, and zombies are most active then. More people will be safer." Seeing everyone's concern, Gu Yue happily replied, "Don't worry, I'll try to be back before dark. Remember to lock the doors tight and don't let anyone in before we return." Hearing this, the two girls cried out in disappointment. But seeing Gu Yue's loneliness, Gao Xiaoliang placed his hand on her shoulder and said slyly, "Don't worry. You guys stay and take care of Grandma and everyone else. I'll protect Sister Yue." Reassured, the two girls replied, "With Chef Gao here, we can rest easy." Hearing this, Gu Ye waved her hands shyly. "What are you talking about? Don't forget who begged for forgiveness in front of me before." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang calmly replied, "There was no other way. If I had looked up, I would have seen something I shouldn't have." The two girls' eyes wide asked, "Oh? What shouldn't you have seen?" Despite Gu Yue's blush, Gao Xiaoliang calmly said, "It's Gu Yue frantically covered Xiao Xiaoliang's mouth, yelling to shut him up. The two girls, excited, asked, "What's it? We're so curious, you two must have a secret." Gu Yue chokes Gao Xiaoliang, lifting him until he's nearly dead. "Stop! Stop shaking me! I'm going to die." Watching them enjoy themselves, Du Hong sinisterly thinks, "Let's see how long this lasts." Gu Yue's group drives along the mountainside, unaware of the zombies feasting below. Looking down, Gao Xiaoliang realizes the zombies' activity is cyclical, becoming agitated with the full moon. And today is the 15th. There are indeed many zombies around. How strange. It seems Little White isn't affected at all. Suddenly, Little White points outside. It seems he's spotted something. Startled, Gao Xiaoliang slams on the brakes, prompting Gu Yue to call out from behind. "What's going on? Why the sudden stop?" Gao Xiaoliang got out of the car, looking at the crack in front of him, and said, "The road's been eroded by the rain. Looks like we'll have to leave the car here." Seeing everyone struggle to find their way, Yin Hong points to the forest, saying, "It's not far from here. We can walk there in half an hour." Gu Yue turns back and orders, "Grab your weapons. Remember, stay quiet or we'll attract the zombies." The group cautiously entered the forest when a bee landed on Yun Hong's cheek, and in true princess fashion, she shrieked, "Ah!" Knowing her screams could attract zombies, Gu Yue angrily whispered, "What are you doing? Do you want to bring the zombies here?" Gu Yue angrily swatted the bee away, but the princess just kept screaming. Oh, and the bee was swatted away by Gu Yue. She turned to look at Gao Xiaoliang and said, "It's just a honeybee. What's there to be afraid of?" The three cross-dressing boys paled in embarrassment, and Gu Cheng, feeling they were disgracing themselves, embraced Yin Hong, who ran to him, feigning distress. "I'm sorry. I was just so scared." Gu Cheng, embracing Yin Hong, spoke for her. "Don't blame Hong Hong, sis. What girl isn't afraid?" Hearing his unreasonable words, Gu Yue retorted, "I'm a girl too." "How could she be scared?" Chengnan and Chengbei chimed in, brainwashed. "Sister Yue, you're not the type. You're fiercer than any man. Of course you're not scared." Seeing Yun Hong's fear, Gu Cheng turned to reassure them. "You don't know, but my sister has looked like a buzz-cut tomboy since she was little. Wearing shorts, everyone thought she was a boy. Once, when she went to the bathroom, the girls inside were so scared they cried." Gu Yu blushed with embarrassment when suddenly someone sprayed insecticide in their direction. "A bit much." "What is that?" they asked, and Xiao Xiaoliang replied without hesitation, "It's insect repellent. There are a lot of mosquitoes on the mountain this season, so I brought a bottle." Xiao Xiaoliang evilly held the insecticide towards the other two. "This stuff works great. It not only repels bugs, but also bad breath. You guys should try some too. They were so scared, they ran away." "Ah, run, it stinks." Gu Yu secretly smiled seeing this. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang sensed something was off, as if something was missing. He turned around, asking, "Where's Xiaobai?" Suddenly, from the trees, Little White descends with a massive beehive, leaving Gu Yue in stunned disbelief. That's when everyone cried out in alarm, "A honeycomb!" Little Bai held the honeycomb in her hand, smiling happily. Giddy with excitement, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled and her mouth watered as she gazed at the honey. The others panicked. What was she planning to do? She doesn't intend to eat that thing, does she? Ignoring everything, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide, causing everyone to scream in horror. "Stop her!" Gao Xiaoliang shouts, seeing this. "Xiaobai, stop!" Xiaobai took a huge bite, causing everyone to scream. Ah. Everyone stood before the tunnel filled with doubt. Gu Ye asked, "Is this the place you were talking about?" Yun Hong replied with certainty, "That's right. This tunnel collapsed halfway through construction and has been abandoned for years. Dad always said the most dangerous places are the safest. No one would dare enter a place like this, much less think there would be supplies inside," Yin Hong said, painfully rubbing her cheek. "Ouch, that hurts." Chengnan and Chengbei, their eyes red from the bee stings, looked at Xiaobai, honey still on his lips. "It's all her fault. If I could beat her, I'd tear her to shreds." Gu Yue, gun in hand, ordered, "Let's go in." Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang stopped them, saying, "Wait a minute." Annoyed by the interruption, Gu Cheng asked, "What do you want now?" Seeing their amateurish approach, Gao Xiaoliang calmly explains, "It's so dark inside. We don't know what's in there. Going in like that is too risky." Gao Xiaoliang throws a firecracker inside to assess the situation, and suddenly a noise comes from within, prompting him to warn, "Careful, something's coming out." Everyone tensed up at that, and suddenly a swarm of butterflies flew out, just butterflies. But Xiaobai saw them and ran away in terror, diving into the bushes. Seeing Xiaobai like this, Xiao Xiaoliang was puzzled. What's so scary about butterflies? He tried to pull Xiaobai out, saying, "Come on out." But Xiaobai resisted, clinging to the tree, whimpering and looking at the strongest person with fear. Yinhong smugly thought that although this girl wasn't normal, she knew how to fight. But if they left her behind, it would be easier to deal with just the two of them. Seeing this, she spoke up to stop them, saying that Xiaobai was so scared, probably because of the after effects of the bees that flew out earlier, and that they shouldn't force her to go in. Gu Yue looked up to check the time, realizing it was getting late. She turned and said, "We can't delay any longer, or the zombies will become even more frenzied by nightfall." Xiaobai, still terrified, trembled. Who? Hearing that, Gao Xiaoliang had no choice but to say, "All right, just stay here and don't wander off. Wait for us to come back." Holding a flashlight, Gao Xiaoliang cautiously entered, surprised by the cavern's depth, while Gu Yue impatiently asked how much further to the supplies. Hearing this, Yin Hong replied, "Not far now, we'll be there soon." Suddenly, Xiao Xiaoliang noticed something and shouted a warning. "There's someone there!" Xiaoliang shouts a warning. There are people inside, and Gu Cheng points his gun forward, asking, "Are they zombies?" From within the flickering light, Hao Jian and his companions appear. "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Fancy meeting you here, beautiful Miss Gu." Holding her gun, Gu Yue shouts in disbelief, "Hao Jian, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, from behind, Gu Cheng's subordinate struck Gu Yue hard on the head with a gun. Another forcefully snatched her gun and restrained her. "Cheng Nan, Cheng Bei, what are you two doing?" Turning around, Gao Xiaoliang heard someone shout, "Don't move!" A man pointed a gun at Gu Yue's head, leaving her to think helplessly, "Damn it, they dared to ambush me." Seeing the woman he's involved with held hostage, Hong crosses her arms, amused, and taunts, "Chef Gao, even though you have powers, Miss Yue is just an ordinary person. If you don't want her hurt, you better not do anything rash." Seeing her precious brother pointing a gun at her, Gu Yue panics while Gu Cheng watches on. Cao Xiaoliang recognizes the woman and demands they release her, when suddenly a large cage falls from the sky, trapping him inside. Gu Xing smugly says, "Or what? This cage is rigged with powerful explosives. All I have to do is press this button and it'll blow. If bullets can't kill you, I don't believe explosives can't." Hach Qian Tian excitedly praised, "You were the one who drove into me last time, right? I didn't expect you to fall into my hands so quickly." "Well done. You're exactly the kind of partner I was looking for." Hearing this, Gu Cheng, still obsessed with women, thanked Yin Hong. "Thank you for the great idea, Hong Hong." Inside the cage, Cao Xiaoliang fumes, thinking, "This damn system is terrible. The stealth function can't be carried around. Otherwise, he'd transform with one button and escape, then beat Gu Cheng to a pulp." But wishes are often just wishes, and Cao Xiaoliang screams in his head, "Damn it!" Unable to believe what she was hearing, Gu Yue roared, "Gu Cheng, have you lost your mind? How can you listen to this bastard?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Cheng retorted, "I'm not crazy, I've just had enough." Gu Yue was stunned. "What are you saying?" His eyes bloodshot with rage, Gu Cheng finally reveals his true feelings. "When we were kids at the orphanage, you always fought the other children so I wouldn't get bullied. Even though you gave me the food you stole, they all called you their leader and mocked me as a freeloader. Even after the apocalypse, everyone in the base only listened to you and no one paid me any attention. Do you know how much I hate you? I should be the one with the special ability, respected and admired by everyone. But as long as you're here, I'll always be in your shadow." Gu Yue stammered, tears welling up in her eyes. "Gu Cheng, how could you? We've been without parents since we were little. I've always considered you my most important family, wanting only to protect you, never wanting you to get hurt. I never imagined you'd hate me so much." Witnessing this, Gao Xiaoliang sighed. What an ungrateful wretch, living off his sister until now and still blaming her. Gu Cheng, feeling mocked, roared in anger, "Shut your mouth! Oh, you bastard, I despise you, a stinky cook daring to defy me." Xiao Xiaoliang retorts, "This guy's got some serious issues. You'd rather look for ability users outside than wait for me to awaken," Gu Cheng said darkly. Seeing everything going according to plan, Yin Hong sneered. With no remorse, Gu Cheng points the gun at his own sister, saying, "You never deserved to be my sister." Seeing a younger brother betray his sister and a girl controlled by his underlings, He Jian happily exclaims, "Not seeing your potential was her loss, but I'll side with you. When we return, you'll easily take over the steel mill, becoming the true boss. With my brothers and weapons joining us, plus the help of an esper like you, we'll be an unstoppable force, building the strongest base in the apocalypse." "Thank you, Brother Jian." Hearing this, Gu Yue frantically asks, "What?" "You're planning to bring them to the steel mill. Gu Yue angrily shouts, "Don't you know what kind of person He Xian is? Bringing them here is like inviting wolves into our home. You'll get us all killed." Hearing the woman he captured still defiant, Hao Jian slapped her hard across the face to shut her up. "I haven't settled the score with you from last time. What? How does it feel to be betrayed by your own brother? Women should act like women. Daring to step over men is foolish." Even though she's restrained, Gu Yue glares at Yin Hong as He Yin pinches her cheek, saying, "But to make a strong woman like you beg and cry beneath me, that would be so satisfying." "Wait," Yin Hong interjected with a sinister suggestion. "Seeing as you're A Chung's sister, I'm willing to give you a chance. I know there's a password box hidden in the steel mill, always kept by you. Just hand it over, and I'll let Jian spare you and won't hurt anyone in the steel mill." "What do you say?" Hearing this, Gu Yue suspiciously asks about the password box, then recalls, "I remember now, when we first arrived at the steel mill, we did find a password box, but someone recognized that this lock had a special device. Failing to unlock it 3 times would cause it to explode, so I threw it away because it was dangerous." "So that's what she's after." Gu Yue says angrily, "Do you think I can trust you?" Seeing his sister suppressed, but still putting on a front with Yun Hong, Gu Chung angrily shouted, "Don't waste time with her. Once we take the steel mill, everything inside will be ours. Finding the password box is only a matter of time." Annoyed, Yun Hong thinks, "What an idiot. I already searched the steel mill. If it was there, why would I trick her into coming here?" Then, Gu Yue shouts a suggestion. "Yun Hong, even though you tricked me, as women, I still have to give you some advice. In this world, women like you can only rely on men, and once abandoned, your fate will be miserable, especially with men who would betray their own sister. Can you really trust him?" Hearing this, Gu Chung retorted, "My feelings for Hong Hong are true. Don't think you can drive a wedge between us." Despite Gu Yue's words, Yin Hong sinisterly whispered into Gu Yue's ear, "I'm not the type to depend on others. Men are just tools to me. You're the one who's truly pathetic." Her unbreakable exterior hides a soft heart. She gives everything for her brother and the base, blind to their selfishness and greed. The slightest dissatisfaction turns them against her, seeing her as an enemy. She glances at Gao Xiaoliang and says, "And you really like him, don't you?" Seeing Gu Yu's expression, Yin Hong knew she was right and chuckled. "Do you believe me? With a snap of my fingers, even he would kneel before me. Everything you love and care about will eventually belong to me." Hearing this, Gu Yue angrily shouts, "I don't believe it. Not everyone abandons their conscience for profit." "Is that so?" Hong Hong replied, arrogantly turning her back and heading straight for Gao Xiaoliang. "Then let's make a bet. If you lose, hand over the cipher box to me." Seeing Hong head straight for Gao Xiaoliang, Gu Chung asked worriedly, "Hong Hong, what are you planning?" Cao Xiaoliang looked at her, flustered. Yin Hong Thao Mai spoke to Cao Xiaoling. "Your salted meat dish from last time was unforgettable. I hope I have the chance to taste it again." Xiao Xiaoliang scratched his head. "Really? I thought you didn't like him." Hong said proudly, "How could I not? If you leave Yue and join us, I can let you stay at the base as a chef." Then she used her powers to create a pink sound wave that stunned Xiaoliang. Seeing this, Yin Hong smirked. "Even ability users will reveal their weaknesses in desperate situations. As long as there's a chink in their armor, I'll immediately use my mental power to invade and turn you into my prisoner." But with the protagonist's aura, how could Xiaoliang be so easily hypnotized? Don't try to fool me. Seeing this, Don Hong panicked while Konuyet was overjoyed, and Cao Tia Luong angrily grabbed the iron bar, cursing, "You think I don't know? You're the one who wrote that 1-star review last time. I found the review slip right in front of your house." Hearing this, Doan Hong thought angrily that this guy was not controlled by her. He looked dumb, but his will was unbelievably firm. At this moment, seeing his goddess humiliated, Kothan roared angrily, "No, we absolutely can't let him live. This guy has to die today." Gu Chung roared, "We still don't even know what his ability is. This guy is too cunning. Keeping him alive would be incredibly dangerous later on." He thought angrily, "Are you kidding me? There can only be one Esper in this base, and that's me." Striking him hard, she sends the remote flying. Seeing this, Yun Hong angrily warns, "Don't let her get the remote." Then, the two rushed towards the remote. Realizing she wouldn't make it, Gu Yue elbowed Gu Chung in the face, then kicked him away. Gu Yue straddles Gu Cheng, pulls out a knife and holds it to his neck, shouting, "Everyone drop your weapons or I'll kill him." Seeing Gu Yue turn the tables so skillfully, Gao Xiaoliang snapped his fingers in praise. "Well done." Bloodline suppression really is effective. It seems we can win this lying down. Knowing his sister would soften, Gu Chung remained arrogant. Sister, you can't kill me, I'm your brother. Hearing this, Gu Yue decisively cuts ties. From this day forward, I am no longer your sister, White Wolf eyes. Hearing this, Gu Chung frantically calls out to Jian and Hong Hong for help. Seeing him so useless, Dan Hong bit her finger, thinking he's good for nothing but destruction. A complete waste. Seeing him as nothing more than expendable, she calmly said, You think this can threaten me? He's your brother, not mine, so go ahead and kill him. Hearing this, Gu Chung was filled with despair. Brother Jian, Gu Yue said, stunned. The scoundrel. Suddenly, something like spider silk shot out from the cave entrance, ensnaring Hao Jian's subordinate and pulling her away. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned by what he saw. What is that? Everyone was stunned, realizing what it was. And the sounds from the cave entrance grew louder. Hachikin's men wondered if it was a zombie. It looks huge, but Hachikin fearlessly reloads his weapon. I don't care who it is, I'll riddle him with bullets. Fire! And then, on Hejian's orders, everyone opened fire, but seeing nothing emerge, they were bewildered. Could it be dead? Suddenly, they were being slashed to death by something unseen. Finally seeing the monster, Hejian shouts in a panic, It's a mutant spider. His men stare in shock at the terrifying sight. How could a mutated spider grow this big? Seeing the spider, Gao Xiaoliang shouted in alarm, That's not right. This isn't a normal mutant animal, it's a predator. Gao Xiaoliang recalls encountering a similar creature, while Rongming realizes that, unlike ordinary mutants, a predator not only consumes humans but also hunts zombies and other mutants, absorbing their power to grow stronger, like raising a goo. In previous lives, predators hadn't appeared at this time. Why are they here so early now? Could this be a chain reaction caused by my connection to the system? The mutated spider devours the group, their pained cries echoing, Save me. Seeing the monster closing in, the ants scattered in terror, and as Gu Yue was distracted by the spider, Gu Chung seized the chance to push her to her doom. Gu Yue was pushed into the spider's path and she screamed in terror. Ha! Just then, Gao Xiaoliang uses his card skill, grabs the cage's iron bar, and activates his super strength, swiftly flying to protect Gu Yue. The spider then turned its attention to Hejian and his group, attacking them with its silk. Hao Jian abandons his underlings and makes a mad dash for the exit. But the spider quickly blocked the only path with its silk. Damn it. Seeing the monster closing in, they scream in terror. It's coming! What do we do? There's no escape here. Is there another way out? Yunhong then turned to the drain and said, This drain pipe leads outside, but someone needs to hold the spider back. Chengnan and Chengbei panicked. Hold the spider back? That's certain death. Who would want to go? The two then turned to Yunhong, pleading, Hong Hong, we've been so good to you, you wouldn't let us go, would you? Doan Hong replied sinisterly, Of course, but didn't you say you were willing to sacrifice your lives for me? Then she used her hypnotic ability to make them lifelessly walk towards the spider. For Hong Hong were willing to do anything, and then they were dragged away and killed by the spider. The spider, its mouth dripping with blood, prepares to strike, and Hao Jian shouts, Run! Suddenly, Gu Chung realizes something. Residual explosives from the tunnel's construction. Then he says callously, Gu Yue, if you're heartless, don't blame me for being disloyal. You two are just a hindrance. Die with the monsters. He shot the explosives, then quickly ran into the tunnel as the bomb detonated, shaking the entire passage. Trembling outside, Xiaobai was startled by the explosion, but quickly shook her head, remembering Gu Yue's kindness and worrying for her. With a determined cry, Xiaobai charges in. Inside, flames erupted fiercely as a wounded Gao Xiaoliang wondered what had just happened. Was there an explosion? He gets up, shakes his head to clear it, but why can't he move? Stuck on a giant web, Xiao Xiaoliang remarks, But that won't stop our hero. It's just a spider web, nothing I can't handle. He swiftly breaks free from the web and lands gracefully, a golden cicada shedding its shell. Looking around, Xiao Xiaoliang marveled at the sheer number of spider webs and the corpses wrapped within them. Likely Hejian's captured subordinates. Those tightly bound corpses hang suspended, giving Gao Xiaoliang the shivers. The mutated beast must have seen them as food reserves, but thanks to the webs, the explosion's force was lessened. Turning back, he saw Gu Yue unconscious, and Cao Xiaoliang rushed to her side, worried. Gu Yue, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up. As the flames dwindled, Cao Xiaoliang realized with dread that the air was running out. If this keeps up, the tunnel will run out of oxygen quickly. He has to get out of here. Seeing things going south, Gao Xiaoliang picked up his sword and rushed forward, trying to cut the web, but to no avail. Too flexible, I can't cut through it. But looking at the iron cage, he seems to realize something. Got it. Gao Xiaoliang threw the bullet fragment at the web, then pressed the controller, detonating it instantly. Seeing things go smoothly, Gao Xiaoliang cheers. Success! Suddenly, something burning fell, stunning Xiaoliang. What was that? Within the cocoons, the forms of mutated humans began to appear, slowly falling towards Gao Xiaoliang and his companion. Are these people still alive? Then, like demons, they charged. Gao Xiaoliang shouted, "No, they've been infected by the virus in the cocoons and turned into ghouls." Then they all rushed forward, and Gao Xiaoliang used the secret dream sand method, knocking them down one by one. But even with their bodies twisted and deformed, they still rolled after Gao Xiaoliang. Damn it, they've become mutants. Then they expanded their bodies and charged like madmen. The zombies have no nerves, so the dream touch is useless against them. Looking up at the tunnel, Gao Xiaoliang seems to realize something. After 2 explosions, it can't take much more, and with so much trouble behind him, damn, if only Little White were here. Suddenly, he stops and looks at the zombies, deciding to deal with them before finding an exit. He sets Gu Yue down, then uses his spatial skill to summon items. Gao Xiaoliang grabs a gas can and throws it at the zombies. Take that. The zombies slipped on the gasoline, creating a domino effect as they all fell. Then, Gao Xiaoliang jumped to the ceiling and kicked hard. With a powerful kick, the tunnel floor collapses, sending rocks crashing down on the zombies. Your graves are already prepared. I truly am a good person. Suddenly, the hole in the ceiling began to crack wider, alarming Gao Xiaoliang. This isn't good, is it? So soon to collapse? Suddenly, a figure plunged through the hole, landing on Xiaoliang. Xiaobai shook off the dust, and Gao Xiaoliang jumped up, warning, "Who dares to ambush me?" Upon closer inspection, Gao Xiaoliang exclaimed, "Xiaobai!" As dusk settled, Gao Xiaoliang and the other 2 were already in the car, moving as the moon's influence began to take hold. Once the full moon rises, the dangers of the wilderness are amplified beyond measure. We need to find shelter, and fast. Chao Tiuluong wondered if Gu Cheng and the others had made it back to the steel mill, then noticed Gu Yue's face was flushed with fever. As he touched her, Xiaoliang was shocked by the heat. Sensing something was wrong, Gao Xiaoliang immediately stopped the car, realizing the fever was a sign of transformation. Had Gu Yue been infected like the others? When he turned her over, he was shocked to see zombie teeth marks, but they didn't look fresh. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang realized. Meanwhile, on the observation deck, Gu Yue's 2 worried sisters wondered, It's getting dark. Why hasn't Yue's group returned? Could something have happened? Keep your negativity to yourself. With Chef Cow and the others, we have nothing to fear from zombies. But suddenly, one of the girls spots Gu Cheng's vehicle. Look, what did I tell you? They're back. Cao Xiaoliang's car stopped in front of the gate, and Gu Cheng poked his head out and waved. Seeing only them, the 2 girls worried, "Where are Chef Cao Da and Miss Bai?" Hearing this, Gu Cheng frantically explained, "On the way, we encountered mutated creatures. Cao Xiaoliang and Bai Feifei, along with their cars, fell off a cliff, and my sister was seriously injured. Hurry, let us in." Upon hearing this, the 2 girls grew anxious and hurried to open the door. "What? Ningjiet is injured. I'll open the door." But the girls suddenly remembered, wait, Ningjiet said not to open the door until they saw her. "Brother Cheng, how is Sister Nguyet? Let us see her." Hearing this, Gu Cheng and Yunhong panicked, and Gu Cheng quickly questioned their intentions. "Do you not trust me?" Yunhong chimed in, trying to defuse the situation. "Gu Yue has lost too much blood and is unconscious. Any more hesitation could cost her her life." Hearing this, the suspicious girls drew their guns, warning, "If Yue is really in the car, then why won't you let us see her?" "Too suspicious. You stay here, I'll get some backup." Seeing the girls were no help, He-Yan reached out, slapped the hood, and shouted, "What's this? You won't open the door." "I'll open it myself." The 2 girls panicked at the sight of the enemy. "It's He-Jian, sound the alarm." Seeing they wouldn't open the door, He-Jian aimed his cannon at them. Before they could sound the alarm, they were blown away by the cannon blast. Hachiken's men lay in wait, planting bombs at the main entrance, and the resulting explosion blew the doors to pieces. The steel mill was theirs. Seeing the devastation before him, Gu Cheng was stunned. He-Xian sneered at his dazed expression. "What are you gaping at? Looks like you're not used to being happy, are you?" Seeing Gu Cheng hesitate, Hong smoothly interjected, "How could this be? A Chung just didn't think things would go so smoothly. He's just overjoyed, right?" Hearing that, Gu Cheng obsequiously replied, Yes, that's exactly it." Hao Jian leaned back, reminding him, "Go claim your victory." Gu Chung obeyed, flooring the accelerator and driving straight in. All right. In the distance, the zombies, drawn by the noise, gathered in a horde, awaiting their meal. Hotchkiss' group moved in, taking control of the people. Who are you people? Let me go. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Hivon turned to his subordinate and asked, Is everyone here? The subordinate replied, According to the list, no one is missing. Seeing this, the villagers resisted. Gu Cheng, you traitor. You've sold us out. Just wait until Gu Yue returns. She won't let you get away with this. Hearing this, Hikuan scoffed. Oh, really? You think Go Nguyet can still come back? Everyone is shocked. What does he mean? Could it be that Nguyet has colluded with outsiders to harm her own sister? Do you even have a conscience? Hotchkiss' men rushed forward, kicking the commoner who dared to speak out. What is this? Be honest. Gu Chung joined in, reminding them that Gu Yue was dead. From today on, there's only one boss in the steel mill, and that's me. Ha, don't say I don't care about loyalty. Just kneel and call me boss, and I'll let you stay here and not be kicked out. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with chatter when suddenly an old woman hobbled towards Gu Cheng, who, thinking she was going to comply, grinned with delight, figuring the oldest person there would set an example for the others. Seeing his grandmother about to do something rash, the couple called out in fear, but she spat right in Gu Cheng's face, infuriating him. You damned old woman, how dare you? He roared, but she remained calm, saying cheerfully, Pay it no mind, I just have the habit of spitting after going out. Having lived this long, she'd rather feed the zombies than live subservient and fearful beside evil. That's right, he's worse than the undead. If we stay, who knows when he'll kill us? I refuse to believe there's nowhere left for us to survive. Let's go! Gu Chung shouted in a panic as he watched everyone leave. Are you all stupid? A bunch of sick old people like you won't survive a day out there. Despite his words, they left anyway, leaving Gu Chung in a panic. Wait a minute. Gu Yue was just a normal person. I'm the Esper. I can do what she can. Stay, and I'll protect you all. Losing his composure, he roared, No one's leaving, you're all staying here. I'm in charge now, and you'll do as I say. Seeing their intention to leave, Dan Hong didn't bother stopping them. You can leave, but you can't take any of the base's supplies. She then looked at old Mo and said sinisterly, I know Gu Yue entrusted you with the base whenever she left. Hand over the keys. Old Mo stammered, If I give you the keys, can I stay? The people were stunned. Old Liu, what are you saying? You have no backbone. Nguyet trusted you so much. Old Liu panicked, clarifying, Trust? I'm just a servant holding the keys. I have no authority. Besides, tonight is the full moon, and the place is sure to be swarming with zombies. I don't want to go out there and die. He then turned to Yun Hong politely. I've always managed the steel mill's supplies, and no one knows this place better than I do. I'm willing to hand over the keys, just asking for a place to stay. He reached into his pocket, his eyes turning fierce, and lunged at Yun Hong. Bitch! I knew you were no good. He lunged. I'll kill you and avenge a Nguyet. But Yun Hong struck him down with a flurry of blows, sending him sprawling. Seeing him injured, the crowd grew worried. Old Liu, Uncle Liu. Seeing the wounds, old Liu cried out in fear, A demon! Yin Hong picked up the key with her long claws and said sinisterly, Humph, you old fox, how could I not be prepared? With the key in hand, Yin Hong retracts her claws, proudly watching the scene unfold as a panicked Gu Cheng looks on. Hong Hong, this humble one. Yin Hong twirls the key in her hand, feigning innocence. This is just a weapon. In such a dangerous apocalypse, shouldn't a weak girl like me have something to defend herself? Suddenly, Hejian grabbed Gu Cheng's shoulder from behind, startling him. You want to give them a way out, but it seems they're not grateful. Hotchkiss sneers. Those who don't listen are useless. Suddenly, Hotchkiss' men opened fire, sending the people scattering in terror. Oh no, they're killing people, run! Seeing everyone drowning in blood, Gu Cheng frantically tries to stop them. Stop this at once. If you kill them all, there will be no one left. You can't build a strong base without people. Seeing his plans about to be ruined, Hejian intervenes, saying, Who says there's no one left? Aren't my brothers enough, or are you thinking of joining them? Seeing his disbelief, Gu Cheng stammered, That's not it. Hearing this, Hai Long replied, Good. Then do as you said and kneel down and call him boss. Gu Cheng was stunned while the citizens scrambled to escape, their destination, the train station. Get on the train, and we can escape. Just hang in there, I'm okay. Old Liu promised we'd go fishing together after the apocalypse, so you absolutely can't die on me. Suddenly, one of the girls is grabbed by the hair by Haojian's subordinate, and the people cry out in alarm. Xiao Li! Seeing everyone about to be captured because of her, Xiao Li shouted to reassure them, Leave me, run. But then she was thrown violently towards the thugs. This girl's not bad looking. The boss said, Do whatever you want here, so we won't hold back. Seeing their wicked intentions, Xiao Li cried out in fear, What do you want? The thugs wiped away their drool. So-called Khan said, What are we going to do? Why, we're going to do you, of course. I've been holding back ever since those two girls got away, but today, I can finally have some fun. I wonder how many of us you can handle. Xiao Li, terrified by what she heard, recoiled, No, I don't want to. She gets up and tries to run, but it's no use. Let me go. Suddenly, someone struck the scoundrel on the head, and he collapsed. Hearing the thud, the others turned to see the villagers rising up in resistance. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death, you ungrateful bastards. I'll beat you to death, you animals. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your mothers. Seeing everyone rush to her rescue, Xiao Li teared up as the villagers swarmed the invaders, seizing their weapons. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. Nguyet led us to build this steel mill with our blood and sweat. Even if I die, I want to protect this place for her. If we go down together. Hearing this, the villains flew into a rage, cursing that these people were crazy, and ordered them to open fire. Suddenly, a zombie appeared and bit one of them in the neck. Seeing the zombie, everyone panicked, shouting, It's a zombie! No, it's a ghoul! Haojian's men panicked, some caught by zombies, others firing wildly in terror. A brave man from the crowd shouted, Everyone, run! I'll hold them off! And then he actually stood up to stop them. Suddenly, Xiaobai appeared, kicking away the zombies one by one, and Gao Xiaoliang rushed in like a god, stunned by the scene before him. Damn it, why are there so many zombies? The people, seeing their savior arrive, cried out, Chef Gao is here. He revealed his true colors. What are you worried about? Run. My patience is limited. Hearing this, Gu Cheng panicked. That's not what you guys told me. I led you here, and I'm the awakened one. Hijian quickly kicked Gu Cheng's leg, causing him to collapse in pain. Then he arrogantly says, What's the difference between an unawakened seed and a useless piece of trash? All talk, hiding behind women? That Chow kid was right. You're nothing but your sister's lapdog, acting like you're all that. He then stomped on Gu Cheng's head, mocking, I'm not as stupid as Gu Yue. If you want to follow me, you need to know who's boss. Gu Cheng, trampled underfoot, bitterly wondered how things had come to this. If he was still forced to bow to others, what was the point of betraying Gu Yue and the base? Damn it. Haojian's men are now running away in a panic, terrified of the zombies. Zombies? The zombies are here. Hearing the commotion, Hyokjaeon turns around in shock. How can there be so many zombies? Didn't you block the door? His men replied. We did. Who knew a wooden board wouldn't hold? Infuriated, Huk-gyun roared, Fools! The zombies are stronger during the full moon. A wooden plank won't hold. Get the explosives now. The frightened underlings scurried away, replying, Yes, sir. But then they were all stabbed to death by someone. Hachikin suffered the same fate. He looked down in shock, realizing he'd been stabbed through the heart. Haojian, writhing in pain, looked down to see Yin Hong and cried out in fury. Yun Hong, why? Yun Hong retracted her long nails and replied, didn't you all say it? There can only be one leader. Wasn't I just helping you realize your place? You damned bitch. Seeing Yun Hong act like that, Gu Cheng delusionally charged forward. Hong, well done. Seeing that freeloader again, Yun Hong thought uncomfortably, Here comes the idiot again. Then, Gu Cheng lunged at Hejian, delivering a powerful kick. You treacherous dog daring to lecture me. Let's see who's the real boss now. He rushes towards Yun Hong, pulling her away, saying it's too dangerous here and they need to escape. Once the tide turns, they can regroup and the steel mill will be theirs. Suddenly, Yun Hong grabbed Gu Cheng's hand, broke it, and tossed him aside. You didn't think I actually liked you, did you? You and he are the same, just tools to help me achieve my goals. I just didn't expect you to be so useless. We got the base, and you still messed it up. I'll have to do the rest myself. Yun Hong patted Gu Cheng's pale face, continuing, As for you, fulfill your last bit of worth and hold back those zombies for me. Gu Cheng, hearing this and seeing the scene before him, roared, Why? Why does even she want to leave me? What do I lack compared to Gu Yue? Why does everyone look down on me? Seeing the zombies rushing towards him, Hian desperately begged for help. Gu Cheng, save me, please. I have tons of explosives outside. If you get me out of here, I'll make you my boss. Hearing this, Gu Cheng finally found an outlet for his rage. You're not going to trick me again, are you? Hao Jianlian confirmed. No, absolutely not. If I can just live, you'll be my only father from now on, and I'll obey you, like the voice of heaven. Hearing this, Gu Cheng deviously says, Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance right now. Hachiken, choked and lifted by Gu Cheng, gasped, You little bastard, how dare you? Gu Cheng asked darkly. Didn't you say I was your only father? You couldn't keep up the act for long, could you? He tightened his grip. Where are the explosives you mentioned? Hachjian struggles, refusing to talk unless he's taken away, but Gu Cheng tightens his grip, his power about to explode. It's hot, too hot, it's burning, let me go. Gu Cheng saw what was happening and was intrigued. Fire abilities. I've finally awakened. Hachiken struggled frantically. I'll tell you everything, please let me go. Realizing his powers have awakened, Gu Cheng is filled with pride. But what now? Looks like I don't need you anymore. Go to hell. With Hachkian incinerated, Gothan turned his flames on his henchmen, reveling in his newfound power. Was this the true potential of an Esper? Ha ha ha. Hakien's is dead, and now I'm your new boss. After dealing with Hakien, Kothan immediately flew towards Hakien's men, who were handling the factory's goods, gleefully chatting, unaware of the vast amount of supplies. We've struck gold this time. Let's move quickly and take all their supplies while the zombies are distracted. That bastard. He hogged everything for himself, never even left us scraps. Following him means risking our lives. With these supplies, and especially this dynamite, we can start from scratch. Suddenly, a burning figure falls from the sky. What is that? They were horrified to realize it was their boss. A ruthless Gu Cheng stood on the roof, declaring, Hao Jian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss. Anyone who disobeys will meet the same end. His men were terrified, and Xiao Xiaoliang rushed to save everyone. Everyone, get in the car. Hearing this, everyone rushed aboard. Help. Seeing the zombies closing in, Xiao Xiaoliang thought, This is it. There's no way we can fight our way out of this. Everyone piled into the vehicle, cursing and yelling, Who touched my butt? I told you to lose weight. Stop crushing me with your big behind. Can anyone in the back get on the roof? There's no more room inside. Where's my cane? Don't you respect the young and old? Gao Xiaoliang was being crushed. Stop pushing or I'll fall out. Finding himself surrounded by zombies, he panicked and fled. What terrible luck. How am I supposed to survive this? Suddenly, the system chimes in, congratulating him for completing a hidden quest by sacrificing himself to save others, unlocking a new weapon. Do you want to use it? Is it real? Gao Xiaoliang felt like he'd been saved. Could such a good thing happen? Use it now. Gao Xiaoliang was overjoyed at the system's notification. Completing the sacrifice quest unlocked a new weapon, and without hesitation, he chose to use it. Immediately, he used it. Suddenly, a light flashed in Gao Xiaoliang's hand, and a frying pan from Free Fire appeared. He stared blankly for a moment, then snapped to attention, angrily shouting, What the hell is this? Just a frying pan? Oh, you want me to fight zombies with this? Are you kidding me? But before he could react, a zombie lunged at him. Gao Xiaoliang could only close his eyes and shout, Screw it, let's do this. Then he swung the claw straight at it. Unexpectedly, just as he gained momentum, the claw suddenly swelled, completely crushing the zombie. Xiao Xiaoliang was astonished, exclaiming, It's bigger and lighter, watch this. He raised his claw again, using the skill Sweeping Mayhem, striking the zombies with a mighty blow. The force sent him spinning like a top, creating a massive vortex that sucked the zombies in. Immediately, he unleashed the Iron Arm roundhouse kick, sending the zombies flying, tearing them apart before they crashed back to Earth. He couldn't help but exclaim, This claw is amazing. It's like a materialized dragnet. Seeing this, the system smugly replies, Anything produced by the system is guaranteed quality. This iron claw has many other features, waiting for the host to discover them. Encouraged by the system, he was overjoyed, but Xiao Xiaoliang immediately felt a weight on the claw and looked over. It was Xiaobai, sprawled out on top of it. He frowned, annoyed. This isn't a toy. Get off. Suddenly, a voice from above cut through their conversation. So, you two managed to survive? Lucky you. Gao Xiaoliang turned to see Gu Cheng approaching with a look of arrogance. Well, hello there, you pesky ants. He frowned, his tone laced with annoyance. It was Gu Cheng. Meanwhile, Xiaobai is bewildered, wondering what's up with this guy. That irregular aura around him. But Gu Cheng just responds with an arrogant smile. Ha! Let me open your eyes. What are you thinking people compared to an Esper? Using cheap tricks, are we? Open your eyes and see who your real savior is. His hand ignited with fire, and as Gucheng waved his hand, a magic circle formed, attacking Cao Xiaoliang, but he immediately blocked it with his claw, exclaiming in surprise, "Fire ability." At this moment, the surrounding people also began to discuss, "What's going on? He's really awakened. Doesn't that mean the chef is in danger?" Who cares if they object? Chef Gao and Miss Bai are both gifted. 2 against 1, there's no way we can lose. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang immediately turned around and ordered, "Xiaobai, go!" It was as if a switch had been flipped, and she immediately turned serious, lunging forward. As Gucheng unleashed another fire attack, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide and bit the flame in half. However, her dress was scorched, and the flames spread, engulfing her body. From afar, Gao Xiaoliang watched in horror, crying out, "Xiaobai!" As Gucheng arrogantly replied, "Now it's 1-on-1, Gao Xiaoliang could only facepalm. Pan Nan. I'll have to break her of that biting habit eventually. For now, I'm on my own." Gucheng continued to order, "Those guys should just die." A massive fireball hurtled toward him, but with a sigh, Gao Xiaoliang swung his claw in a powerful baseball swing, sending it back and stunning Gucheng. Everyone around peered out, surprised to see a baseball stance. He arrogantly lowered his claw, waving his hand in front of his face to provoke him. "Back in school, I was the pride of the baseball team. If the apocalypse hadn't broken out, who knows? I might have led the team to the Olympics." Seeing this, Gucheng continued to gape, then immediately snapped, yelling, "This is a battle between mutants. What are you doing? Take this seriously, you bastard." Then a series of fireballs hurtled toward him, but Gao Xiaoliang easily blocked and deflected them. The crowd cheers him on, and with a smirk he prepares the finishing blow. He swings with all his might, striking the fireball and sending it soaring into the sky, prompting even louder cheers from the crowd. "That's a home run," Gao Xiaoliang smirked, pointing the wok at Gucheng. "You lose." But suddenly he felt the heat from the wok searing his hand, and he recoiled in shock. "Hot, hot, hot." This wok isn't insulated? But Gucheng wouldn't give up so easily, a predatory smile playing on his lips. If that's how it was going to be, then let's play for even higher stakes. Then he flipped a switch, and from out of nowhere, wisps of smoke revealed bloodied bodies chained together, catching everyone's attention. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned. These men were Hao Jian's subordinates. He turned to ask, "Did you turn them into zombies?" But Gucheng just smiled contemptuously. They were all like the people here, fools who couldn't see the situation. If they're useless alive, I'll help them find some value. They're all strapped with timed explosives, enough to destroy this entire steel mill. Just undo this wire and they'll swarm like flies, flooding every corner, turning this place into rubble. Obey me and live, defy me and die. Anyone who dares oppose me will meet their end." Seeing this, the people around him began to worry. He's insane. He wants to destroy the entire steel mill. He's completely lost it, devoid of all humanity. At this point, Gao Xiaoliang is also starting to feel trapped. The bulletproof function of the material is used up. How can a normal claw withstand such a large explosion? What to do now? Suddenly, Little Bai emerges from the flames, unconcerned with her soot-covered face and the surrounding smoke. She nonchalantly glances at the fire that just engulfed her, then, enraged, lunges forward and punches Gucheng in the face. Seeing this, Cao Xiaoliang laughs. "Well done." The crowd cheers, praising Bai for her power, but at that moment, the restraints on the zombies are severed and they scatter in every direction. Everyone sees this and realizes they're headed this way. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang orders, "Get out of the cars! Run, run!" Everyone quickly obeyed, and inside the shelter, Gu Yue stirred and her eyes fluttered open. The moment her eyes opened, the roads froze solid, encasing even the cars, creating massive ice shards that radiated a chilling cold, freezing everything around them, even the zombies. Everyone was stunned, surprised that the zombies were frozen solid, as Gucheng stood up in a daze, wondering what it was. He immediately conjured flames around himself, snarling, "I don't care what you're doing, don't get in my way." Then he charged towards the ice shards. Suddenly, a wall of ice erupts from the ground, blocking his punch. An icy hand slices through his flames, sending Gucheng flying. He struggles to his feet as ice shoots from the ground, binding and freezing his hand. "My hand." Gucheng hesitated, looking up to see Gu Yue standing powerfully before him. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, while Gucheng stammered, "Sister Yue!" Gu Yue is his sister. Everyone rushes over to check on them, relieved. Meanwhile, Xiaobai stared blankly at the zombie lunging toward her. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out and gently touched its nose. Immediately, he shattered into pieces, revealing her ice ability. Everyone rushed to Gu Yue, realizing she was also a seed of power. Her hair was beautiful. When did she awaken? How could we not have known? She shakes her head, staring at her palm. I don't know what happened either. I just woke up amidst the chaos. Gusheng can't believe his eyes trembling. How could this be? This can't be, he growls. How could she be a seed of power? You must be lying. But suddenly the claw strikes him with great force, sending him crashing into the ice. Yao Xiaoliang sneers, if a traitor like you can awaken powers, why can't others? He continued, there are two types of ability seeds, those that awaken automatically and those that are triggered by a virus due to unique physical characteristics, which can unlock not only abilities, but also latent skills. Then he turned to Gu Yue. On the way back, I noticed a bite mark on her, likely from a zombie. Her body was infected with the virus and had received potential power, but it hadn't awakened yet. The mutated spider's attack accelerated her awakening. Discovering the truth, Gucheng trembled as he stood up. You were already an Esper, so why didn't you tell me? And you lied to me, making me think I was the only seed of power, the base's only hope. He gritted his teeth, then suddenly shouted, all along, you've been playing me for a fool. But Gu Yue remained coldly silent, then approached him and slapped him across the face, sending Gucheng staggering to his feet. You bitch, you dare hit me. But out of nowhere, Xiaobai rushed in, kicking him in the face again, sending him crashing down, and then she stomped on him repeatedly. Gucheng shouted, get off me, you bitch! Suddenly, Gu Yue's voice deepened. Do you even remember how you became a seed of power? Gucheng paused as a girl responded, I remember it clearly. It was shortly after the zombie outbreak, and we were looking for shelter when we were attacked. Gucheng was nearly bitten to death by a zombie over a loaf of bread, but Nguyet killed the zombie and saved him. Another person added that they later found scratch marks on Gucheng and worried he was infected, but it was Nguyet who insisted on keeping him close, isolating him from everyone else and taking care of him personally. Unexpectedly, after a high fever, Gucheng miraculously recovered, and it was then that everyone realized he was a seed of special ability. The girl remembered something and added, that's right, I remember when I brought food, Yue looked even worse than Cheng. Hearing this, an old woman hesitated and said, Yue, could it be that you were already... I did save Gucheng that time. Gu Yue hesitated, then nodded. But I couldn't avoid an attack from another zombie. Not wanting to endanger everyone, I isolated us both. I was ready then. If Gucheng turned, I would kill him and then myself. Luckily, neither of us turned into zombies. I knew Gucheng always wanted to be recognized, so I just said he had a fever. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang sighed and shook his head, wondering how siblings from the same parents could be so different. One, a thoughtful and touching older sister, the other an ungrateful wretch. A person best described with 4 words. The crowd erupted, calling him cruel and heartless. He added 4 more words, and they responded with, devoid of conscience. One person is indignant, worse than an animal. Gucheng just lowered his head to the ground and softly replied, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Gu Yue was stunned as he looked up, tears streaming down his face, and he shouted, Sister, I was wrong. I didn't know you had done so much for me. I was just overconfident, desperate to prove myself. Please, give me a chance to redeem myself. The others shout, what good are your words now? Do you think we'll forgive you? You weren't saying that when you tried to blow us all up. We don't want your redemption, just your death. Gao Xiaoliang coldly plays with his claw, responding as the force descends. The saints and holy mothers will be the first to die. He doesn't deserve your forgiveness, but you're his sister, so it's your call. Though if you do forgive him, I'll crush him with this claw myself. She hesitated for a moment, looking down at him before reaching out her hand, causing Gucheng to recoil in fear. No, don't kill me. Have you forgotten? You said we were each other's only family and that you'd take care of me in place of our parents. Suddenly she reached down and lifted his chin. That's right, from childhood. No matter what you did wrong, I always forgave you, because you're my only brother. Seeing this, he laughed happily. Sister, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. The siblings had agreed to be together forever, never to be apart. But as he embraced her, flames erupted from his hand, and he declared, so let's descend into hell together. But before he could react, she effortlessly pierced through the ice and into his heart. At that moment, Gao Xiaoliang commanded Xiaobai. Then they both attacked at once, punching and kicking him in the face, sending him spinning into the ice. Gao Xiaoliang exclaimed, hopeless idiot. Clinging to his last shred of consciousness, he reached for his chest, uttering a soft cry while she remained coldly in place. Hesitantly, Gucheng looked at her. Why? Her voice remained somber as she replied, "Because you're my brother, I understand you better than anyone. You're rotten to the core, beyond redemption." Suddenly, his brow furrowed and a sinister smile crept across his lips. "Gu Yue, you've finally wised up for once. In the next life, don't meet a brother like me again." He then gradually froze and dissolved into dust, the image of him as a child slowly appearing. Hey sis, have a snack. Can't you be a little more gentle? You're a girl after all. You're embarrassing me like this. Next time you fight, tell me. I'm a man, I'll protect you." But those images slowly faded away, leaving her to weep in bitter resentment. "Farewell, sister." Then her hair gradually returned to its original black color, and people hesitantly approached, calling out to Sister Nguyet. Gao Xiaoliang was the first to approach her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay. Cry if you want, I can lend you some." But before he could finish, she snapped, "I won't cry over someone like him." She then brushed past him, and he nodded, saying, "All right, fine then." But then she turned around and hugged him tightly from behind, bursting into tears. So tightly, in fact, that he gasped for air. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble. What's happening? Then, cracks and rocks began to emerge from the ground, and Gu Yue realized what was happening, shouting, "Everyone, get out of the way! There's something underneath." Suddenly, sharp objects burst from the ground, startling everyone. "What is this?" Gao Xiaoliang was the first to charge in, offering himself as a test subject. "Watch this." He used his claws to strike down the sharp pillars, again and again. Leaving only holes behind, he arrogantly raised his claw, shouting, "Come on, show yourselves if you dare." Seeing this, everyone around cheered, praising the head chef, which made him even more complacent. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook even more violently, leaving him stunned. Just as he realized it, a large circle cracked open, sending him plummeting into the abyss. Xiaobai and Gu Yue rushed to the edge. But suddenly, a spiderweb erupted from the ground, ensnaring Xiaobai and slamming him to the ground. Gu Yue narrowly dodged it, immediately creating an ice barrier. Everyone panicked, wondering where Chef Gao had fallen. They were horrified. What was that? Spiderwebs covered the cracks where Gao Xiaoliang had fallen, and someone recognized them as belonging to a mutated spider. Meanwhile, deep underground, Yun Hong stands before a base, observing it, thinking that this is the only place in the steel mill where the suitcase hasn't been found, and the password must be inside. She puts on her lens and scans the codes. After a moment, the system announces that the human scan is complete, verifying the user's identity. Taking a key from her pocket, she unlocked the door and stepped inside a lavish office. Without hesitation, she searches every drawer but finds nothing. It's not here. Nothing's here. She frowned, thinking it was strange that so many control systems couldn't just be for a normal study. There must be something she hadn't discovered yet. Startled, she noticed a cloth on the floor, and upon opening it, found 2 chests. She smirks. "Didn't I find it anyway?" As she opens it, she realizes it's another basement level. After searching, she opens another door to the base, venturing deeper as the doors slowly open. Fully equipped with machinery and guns lining the walls, she recalled the conversation. The steel mill's owner was originally a weapons dealer. The steel factory was just a front. They were secretly manufacturing and trading weapons all along. After the apocalypse, they fled, leaving behind a safe containing their transaction records. Her mission was to retrieve the safe, but she never imagined so many weapons were hidden beneath the steel factory. She scoffed, wondering how Gu Yue's group had been here so long without noticing. What fools. The safe had to be here. But as she reached the end of the room, a drop of white liquid fell onto her hand, and when she looked up, she was disgusted to see a mass of spider silk and strange egg sacs covering the ceiling. "What is that?" Then suddenly, sharp legs burst forth from the egg sacs. Then, spiders slowly emerged. A swarm of cute yet deadly spiderlings rushed toward her, leaving her stunned. Without hesitation, she grabs a gun and fires at them. "Don't come any closer." Dad always hated bugs. The spiders' heads exploded, but more were born and charged toward her. Meanwhile, the spider that attacked Gao Xiaoliang has returned to base. Gao Xiaoliang realizes that the hunter in the basement is nurturing so many insect eggs. Wait, the people it captured weren't eaten, but used to feed these eggs? Does that mean I'm here to... He immediately realized this and struggled like crazy. He was not going to be food for these worms. What is this? Why is it getting tighter? The more I struggle, the deeper the spider goes, right into the basement where Yun Hong is hiding the weapons. This spider is several times larger than the others, startling her. It's a mutated spider, and she immediately turns to shoot it. However, she hits the web binding Ko Sor Yang, causing him to fall to the ground. Though he has a nosebleed, he's lucky to have escaped. It's open. He immediately broke free and thanked her profusely. Yunhong realized it was him, miraculously alive. Seeing this, he laughs arrogantly, boasting that he's too tough to die, that no measly bomb could kill him. She immediately points her gun at him, saying she wouldn't mind sending him off again. But just as they were about to attack, the spiders swarmed him, the largest one charging towards her with a deafening screech. Without hesitation, she raised her scar and fired. But just as she attacked, it leaped to the ceiling, crawling toward her as bullets chased after it. But just as she continued firing, she froze, realizing she was out of ammo. Empty. Just as Yunhong hesitated, the spider lunged from the ceiling. Luckily, she dodged it, then gathered momentum and slashed its face with her sharp nails. But just as she managed to strike, it blocked her attack with its legs. She was shocked. This spider actually had a brain. As it attacked again, she leaped into the air, landing hard next to Gao Xiaoliang, who smirked, thinking, I knew this woman was trouble. Not a white lotus, but a carnivorous flower. After his sarcastic remark, he looked at the warehouse, pondering how many weapons were hidden underground. This steel factory seems to have many secrets. While they're busy fighting, he should make his escape. However, Yunhong noticed his actions, coldly reaching out, knowing escape wouldn't be so simple. She used her claws to hurl sharp golden needles at him. They immediately pinned him to the wall, then bent to shackle his feet. Gao Xiaoliang complains, does she have to be so cruel? Even in death, she's dragging me down with her. But as she lost focus, the spider attacked from behind, raising its legs high to strike. Luckily, she escaped upwards just in time, coldly declaring, once I'm done with it, I'm coming for you. Seeing this, he was speechless. At that moment, she leaped up, circled around once more, clasped her hands together, extended her sharp claws, bound the spider's limbs, and pulled hard. Seeing this, he excitedly asked, Second bro, what is that? The system appeared and began observing to see if it could be identified. It's a special substance condensed from extremely small microparticles, with a hardness comparable to a diamond and virtually infinite durability. If forged into tools, butchering chickens and fish would be bloodless. Intrigued, he replied, That's great. Can you arrange this high-tech stuff for me? The system chuckled. As long as you have enough points, there's no problem. Good luck, host. Seeing this, he complained, Stop flirting. Too much flirting. I'm about to die of fullness. But just as she exerted her full strength, the thread snapped completely, sending her tumbling backward, while the spider immediately bound her hands and feet with silk in an indescribable pose. She angrily shouts, Let me go, you damn monster. Seeing this, he happily replies, So this is what it's like to see something amazing for free? She yelled in embarrassment, What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. But suddenly, spider silk shot out, pulling her back, startling her as she realized the spider was slowly drawing her closer, and closer, and closer, making him wonder what position this was. But suddenly he noticed eggs appearing at its rear end. Holy crap, it's about to lay eggs. This spider isn't just mutated, it's perverted. But the system chimes in, Host, your imagination is running wild. It's not going to poop, it's going to lay eggs, he asked curiously. Laying eggs? The system elaborated. Spiders are a vengeful species. Her children were killed by that woman, so she wants to use her body as a greenhouse to incubate her larvae. Seeing this, he was stunned. What a cruel revenge. Luckily, I didn't kill its spiderlings. However, the system immediately warned, Don't celebrate yet. This woman cannot die. He curiously asks, Why? The system continues to explain, Have you forgotten? She once underestimated you, and if you don't eliminate her, it will forever stain your record, affecting not only this mission but also your future accumulation of points. Seeing this, his expression changed. At the same time, the spider slowly approached the woman's most vulnerable spot, spreading her legs wide in a humiliating manner. She screamed, You disgusting bug, what do you want? But just as it was about to lay its parasitic larvae in her body, she yelled, Don't come any closer! Suddenly, a fierce flame shot towards it, severing the spiderwebs, setting it ablaze, and freeing her just in time as it crashed to the ground. He chuckled, glad he arrived in time. Dan Hong startled awake and looked over to see him. She gazed at where she had been chained, then at him, bewildered. The heavenly chains were incredibly strong. Impossible to break free from. How could you do that? He simply smirks. Are you kidding me? You think a few measly wires can hold me? In truth, he'd used his gourmet dream ability to shrink himself down and finally escape. Despite the pain, he maintained his arrogance, mocking her as she slowly stood up. Wait, I saved you. What's with the attitude? But she retorted pridefully, I didn't ask for your help. Seeing this, he snapped back, saying she was ungrateful and should have been left to carry the spider's child. She retorted, but before he could answer, the spider lunged towards them. Get out of the way. It then tightened its grip on her leg, startling her once more. Damn it. She immediately retreated, but before she could do anything, it slashed her stomach, and she collapsed in pain as it lunged again. But Qiao Xiaoliang immediately used a skill card to enhance his attributes, shouting, "With one force, break all laws." Then he charged forward, kicking the spider hard, using the dislocation bone grab to seize its legs, smashing it left and right, and finally using Dream Sand Diet to break the spider into a perfect sphere. He stood tall before it, then smiled triumphantly. Sometimes having long legs isn't all it's cracked up to be. But suddenly, its long legs snapped his threads and it broke free, sending a barrage of rocks hurtling toward him once more, leaving him stunned. He even has the nerve to laugh. As the spider lunges, he can only scream, when suddenly the system notifies him that the skill card's time limit has been reached, and the attribute enhancement is cancelled. Seeing this, he lamented even more. So soon? He stared at the spider, which lunged towards him, and he hesitated for a moment before dodging just in time, falling to the ground. Then, in a flurry of swift movements, unnoticed by both the spider and Doan Hong, she collapsed to the ground, stunned and bewildered. Where is he? Could he have been eaten? Turns out he was hiding right under the spider. Relieved, he reacted quickly and found its blind spot. The spider looks around, confused, searching for him, but he smirks, thinking, "You want to shake me off? There's no way I'll let you get away. I love seeing you hate me, but being unable to do anything." But suddenly, something strange protrudes from behind the spider's rear and rushes straight toward him. Damn it, it forced him to let go and quickly sit up. "You're such a pervert. You spare neither man nor woman. I almost lost my innocence there." But the spider, unfazed, lunges again. With a smirk, he says, "Such a big mouth. You must be really hungry." Seeing this, he quickly detached the gas tank from his back and threw it at the spider, saying, "Try this." The tank flew into its mouth, immediately releasing smoke that made the spider cough and collapse. Just as it looked up, he grabbed a gun from behind the rock, saying, "Drinking isn't enough. Let me give you some more." He then fired repeatedly at it, hitting the gas tank and causing it to explode into pieces, sending a powerful blast of flames straight towards the rock he was hiding behind. He quickly ducked down to avoid the impact. At that moment, Yun Hong quickly jumped to the side as the smoke began to clear. He chuckled, looking up, thinking he'd finally killed it. But then he froze, realizing something. Wait, the corpse eater must have something inside it. Now he regrets it and rushes over. Did it all blow up? He quickly leaps towards the spider's corpse, reaching inside to rummage around. He finds it, immediately pulling out a beautiful, glowing gem. He happily looked at the stone, realizing he'd found it. This color meant it was a mutant core. The system then announced that mutant cores usually exist in mutated bodies, especially in predators. Extremely rare, it symbolizes the power of its owner and is incredibly valuable. He happily looks up and gives Lucky a thumbs up. The system continued. "Congratulations, host. In the system's mall, the value of a heterogeneous core is 1,000 times that of the highest level ordinary core." Curious, he pointed at the stone. "Can I exchange this for another flashy skill card?" But he was immediately rejected. "No, but you can enjoy an upgraded system store and double the benefits of your personal space." "Should we open it?" the system asked. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, open it." Instantly, the personal space opens, allowing the user to freely use the space and items in the prop kitchen anytime, anywhere, as Yun Hong crawls out from behind a rock. He turned around, startled, almost forgetting about her. Lucky she's still alive. Hong didn't respond, simply slumped against the rock, covered in wounds. He carefully examined the injuries on her waist and shoulder, then hesitated, remarking that they were severe. At this rate, she won't last long. He knelt down, approaching her, but she warily backed away. "What are you trying to do?" she asks, but he reassures her, "Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have saved you." He reached for her waist, causing her to cry out in pain. He observed that it was fortunate it was just a common external wound, not infected, but this burn would be quite troublesome. With such a large area affected, if we don't act quickly, your whole body will rot and affect your internal organs. You're lucky to have met me. I can heal you. But she cuts him off. "Since when were you so kind?" He responds by gently poking her wound. "Didn't your parents ever teach you not to interrupt?" Seeing her reaction, he continued, "I can heal your wounds, but you have to do something for me in return. Consider it a trade." Hesitantly, she asks, "What is it?" Suddenly, he chuckles and she curls her lip in disdain. thinking that she once believed this boy was different from other men, since her mental powers hadn't worked on him. So, in the end, he's just like the rest, trying to take advantage of someone in need. Suddenly, her nails lengthen as she prepares to kill him and then find a way out, but he holds up a piece of paper. "Honey, please remove this bad review," she says, dumbfounding her and making her pause. "This bad review," she only noticed it now. "I'm truly sorry we couldn't provide a pleasant dining experience. Please give us another chance to improve, and we'll be sure to satisfy you." Seeing this, she was dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? Though she didn't know why, his ingratiating manner suggested the review was important to him, meaning she now held all the cards. Seeing this, she smirked and turned to leave. "And what if I say no?" He coldly looked up at the swarm of eggs above him, which appeared to be on the verge of hatching. The larva that hatched was the most malnourished. "If you refuse, stay here and become their food." He then coldly turned and left, the eggs now showing the clear image of spiders trying to crawl out, causing her to freeze before running after him. "Wait, I'll delete it right now." She immediately deleted the 1-star review and restored the 5-star rating. Seeing this, he chuckled. "Thanks, darling." He then turned to leave, startling her. "Hey, where are you going?" "I already deleted the 1-star review. Do you want more praise?" Suddenly, he steps forward, raises his hand, and a golden light erupts as a stove materializes before her, leaving her stunned. It was the stove that suddenly appeared in midair. Could his ability be space-related? He marveled at how convenient his personal space was. With this, he could earn points even outside the prop car. Let's see what ingredients I have available. Oh, my purchasing authority has been upgraded, and there are so many interesting things. Just then, the system appeared, reminding him not to forget his task of developing a new snack. The more new ingredients he unlocks, the greater the rewards. And he loves it. "That's right, I got a new skill from cooking clay pot rice last time, but there's nothing here. Where am I going to find fresh ingredients?" He pondered for a moment, then glanced at a spider leg behind him, a bold idea forming in his mind. He tore open the leg, revealing the meat inside, roasted it over the stove, split the shell to expose the flesh, and slowly lifted it up. Luckily, the shell is hard enough to keep the meat intact. Hong asks, bewildered, "What are you going to do with that?" "Don't tell me you're going to..." Seeing this, he chuckled. "Have some faith." "That's exactly what I want to do. You may not know it, but the mutated spider's thigh meat is tender, smooth, and not only edible, but a delicacy among meats. Its fresh, sweet taste is comparable to seafood, and I know exactly what to do." He then chopped onions, fried them in oil, and fried the meat, each step meticulously executed. After a while, he creates a dish of meat decorated like crabs served with coconut milk. "I even used spider shells for decoration. What do you think? Doesn't it look appetizing?" He winks, presenting the dish, leaving her bewildered. "You're healing me with this?" He confidently replies. "Congratulations, you guessed right. Consider yourself lucky. Coconut water isn't cheap here. I wouldn't use it if I didn't need the ingredients. One bottle costs 30 points. A true shopping district killer." But just as he was about to feed her a bite, she slapped his hand away. "Damn it, you're messing with me. Spider meat? I wouldn't eat that if my life depended on it." Seeing the dish thrown away, he felt a pang of regret. "My 30 points. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and shouted, having already gotten a 5-star rating anyway. "Your life, your choice. I'm leaving now. You can keep the larvae company." He then coldly left, startling her. Wait. She stared at the meat on the ground and quickly bent down to pick it up, but before she could even blow on it, he reminded her. He then shoved it right into her mouth. Her face paled for a moment, then she slowly chewed. Her face darkens. This taste, this feeling, is overwhelmingly sweet. She happily describes the sensation. Her body is cool, the burning and pain are gone, like floating on a sea of blue skies and white clouds, with schools of fish swimming below. She hadn't felt this satisfied in ages. But suddenly he interrupted, yelling, "Satisfaction, my foot! The insect eggs are about to hatch. If you're okay, let's get out of here." He then hastily left, leaving her frustrated and teary-eyed, only for him to see her mortified. Damn it! But then she realized the wound had actually healed. Was it the spider meat, or did he put something in it? Abilities beyond the norm, a personal dimension, and healing powers. Just how many powers does this guy have? He rummages around, searching for weapons, and shouts out in glee. So many weapons. He's hit the jackpot this time, taking them all. Then, spotting a pile of supplies, he happily noticed the gasoline, perfect for his needs, and went to open the cap. Gao Xiaoliang poured gasoline all over the floor, leaving Yin Hong dumbfounded. "Isn't that gasoline? What are you planning?" But he coldly replies, "Of course, I'm going to burn these insect eggs." If they actually hatch, not just the steel mill, but the entire surrounding area will become a living hell. The system announces, "Congratulations, host, you've unlocked a new food ingredient and received a bag of mystical fruit as a reward." He excitedly turned and said, "It's here, it's here. Let's see what treasures await." He opened the gift box, but when a hat, gloves, and apron appeared, his face fell. "Is that all I get after all this anticipation?" Little Flame chimed in, saying these simple tools are more useful than they look. Waterproof, oil-proof, stain-resistant, and they protect your hairstyle, making them a chef's first choice for cooking skills and preserving your looks. Seeing this, he became even sadder, never imagining someone would connect an apron with beauty. "Second master, with your silver tongue, it's a waste you're not a streamer." Little Fire grew even more smug, chuckling shyly. "Thank you for the praise, master. I will continue to work hard." But suddenly, a scent assaulted his nostrils, causing him to turn. Where is that smoke coming from? He recoiled as he realized the gasoline had ignited, quickly backing away. What the hell? I didn't even light it. How is it on fire? Suddenly, a lighter is thrown at his feet. It's none other than Yoon Hong. She confidently strides forward, waving a mocking goodbye. Seeing this, he cursed her, saying she had no sense of loyalty. She simply chuckled. "What is honor to me? Never heard of it. After all the care he's received, how could I let him survive and swallow this anger?" The fire spread towards the insect egg, causing it to crash into the ground and charge towards him. Holy crap, it's hot. Meanwhile, Yoon Hong continued her ascent, a smile creeping across her face as she watched. "Burn together, you disgusting bugs and that hateful man." But suddenly a sharp sound from the flames below startled her, and a dark figure emerged, slowly becoming clearer. It was none other than Gao Xiaoliang, defying gravity and soaring into the sky, leaving her stunned. How can this be? Seeing this, he smirks triumphantly, unharmed by the flames. "This equipment has amazing heat resistance. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I was about to become roast pork." The system dejectedly replies that fire resistance is just a basic feature. The apron and hat are all about the look. The host has no taste. Will you keep complaining or try the gloves? Any surprises I should know about? The system replies, dejected. See that red button on the glove? Press it to unlock its functions. He raised his hands, then clenched his fists, and suddenly a spiderweb shot out, startling him. Spider silk. It even pulls him straight up, making him even more excited. Ho ho Yin Hong. She recognized the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. When did he steal it? No, that's not Heavenly Secret Order. What's that? Gao Xiaoliang chuckled. I'm very familiar with this Spider-Man. Watch me. Pew pew pew. He skillfully moved east and west, soaring into the sky before looping back, immediately escaping the steel factory. Just as he was about to leave, he caught Yoon Hong's eye. Trying to leave. Not so easy. She rushes upwards, towards him, but he suddenly looks back at her, almost forgetting about her. Then a cruel smile spread across his face as he retrieved the scepter. She was wary. What did he intend to do? His smile grew even more sinister as he replied, It's nothing. Thank you for the warm welcome earlier. Before leaving, he says, Please accept this parting gift. Seeing this, she shouts back, You coward. Let me up there if you dare. But he simply replied, Despicable? Never heard of it. Farewell. Then he kicked the rock holding her rope, sending her plummeting down as she screamed, You just wait. If I survive this, I will never forgive you. But he just chuckled, Still so stubborn when you're about to die. What can I say? Good luck. Even as she plunged into the sea of fire, she screamed, You bastard Gao! I curse you! Before being consumed by the flames. Meanwhile, in the dark tunnel, Gu Yue leads the group. But after some time, they reach a dead end. She worries they're lost, with too many forks in the tunnel. How will they ever find Chef Gao like this? Suddenly, the girl behind them weakened and collapsed, prompting everyone to rush to her side. Xiao Li, what's wrong? Are you okay? She steadies herself, rubbing her head. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Seeing this, Gu Yue also crouched down worriedly. It must be lack of oxygen. The deeper we go, the thinner the air. If we don't know the exact direction, I'm afraid everyone will quickly succumb. Then is Chef Gao in even more danger? Xiaoli struggled to sit up. I'm okay. Saving people is more important. Don't waste time on me. But Gu Yue gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Saving people is important, but not at the cost of pointless sacrifice. You all take Xiaoli up to rest and get oxygen. I'll stay here and keep searching. Seeing this, everyone worried, How can we do that? We can't leave you alone. Seeing this, she immediately interrupted. You're all just ordinary people. Even if you stay, you can't help. If I don't come up in an hour, take everyone and leave. Everyone hesitated. Sister Yue. Meanwhile, Xiaobai looked around, then suddenly bent down to sniff the ground. A smile crept across her face as she began digging frantically, then dove straight into the cave. Everyone rushed over. Miss Bai! A scream echoed as Little White fell right on top of Gao Xiaoliang. He cried out, Xiaobai, get your butt off me. Seeing this, everyone beamed. It was head chef Gao. After a while, everyone made their way back up. Those who didn't make it were laid on stretchers, while the others were helped inside to receive treatment. Gu Yu reports that the insect eggs below have been burned, and they are now filling the pit, which should be done in less than a month. Gu Yakin nodded. Well done. Has the base taken a census yet? How many casualties are there? Everyone replied that the base is stable. The most severely injured were those on night duty, including the eldest and youngest sisters. Their conditions are critical. Seeing little Li begin to cry, Gu Yue rushes to her injured sisters. It's all that bastard Gu Cheng's fault, that ungrateful wretch. He hurt big sister and little sister so badly. Gu Yue lowered her head, heartbroken, apologizing. It's my fault for not keeping him in check, for hurting you all. However, they forced themselves to look up and reply, saying that they wouldn't have survived until now if they hadn't met her, and that it wasn't her fault. But then they suddenly stopped breathing, causing everyone to rush over in concern. Just then, Cao Xiaoliang suddenly pushed through, saying, Excuse me, pardon me, as he approached them with a bright smile, holding a newly made nutritional milk tea. With such a bad cough, they need to soothe their throats. Seeing this, Gu Yue turned and scolded, Are you stupid? Their throats aren't just dry, they have lung fever. Another added, That's right, drinking water now will only worsen their condition. The girl struggled to speak. Sister Yue, I feel awful. It feels like my throat's on fire. Me too. Please let me drink something. Seeing this, he chuckled and approached. See? Nothing's more important than comfort. Help her up, give them water, and the rest can get help from Little White. After a while, they both suddenly sat up, stunned. Their throats felt great. They could breathe freely, and their injuries no longer hurt. It's the milk tea. They stared at Cao Xiaoliang in astonishment. What's in this milk tea? How can it be so magical? Gu Yue was stunned. I recovered from my cold by drinking your snake soup. Don't tell me this milk tea. He chuckled, looking up at the sky, ignoring her. How could there be? There aren't any snakes here. What if they knew this was fluid from an egg sac? They'd probably throw up. Suddenly, the system announces that he's unlocked 3 new foods, completed the good review collection task, and will receive a loosening of the reverse exchange mechanism, plus other surprises. Ta-da! A blender. Stunned, he wonders what use it could possibly have. The system chimed in. Of course, with a blender you can open a food section and add new snacks. Seeing this, he pinched the system's cheek. What kind of reward is this? Clearly, it's just another job for me. The system chuckled. You guessed right again, host. Just then, the system issued a new mission. Get 1,000 positive reviews from using the blender, with the reminder that repeat customers can't leave multiple reviews. Seeing this, he squeezed the system even harder in anger. I think you're the real blender, never letting me rest for a moment, always forcing me, aren't you? The system chuckled. Host, don't say that. You're embarrassing me. Just then, someone ran up. Sister Yue, this is bad. Several vehicles are headed our way. Seeing this, she turned and asked, Who is it? The young man shook his head. I don't know, but they don't come in peace. Another person ran up saying, Could Hack Keen have accomplices? Seeing this, Gu Yue reminded them, The injured, elderly, and children stay behind to recuperate. The rest of you, grab your weapons and follow me. The group responded in unison, Yes. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. Isn't that our new guest arriving? And he hurriedly pulled Xiaobai's hand. The group then walked towards the city gate with their guns, spotting 3 large trucks heading straight for them. Gu Ye ordered the lead vehicle to stop immediately, or they would open fire. Seeing this, the 3 vehicles came to a halt. A man stepped out, followed by others, and Gu Yue asked, Who are you people? A young man replied, We're with the military, here on a mission with no ill intent. Who's in charge here? Everyone cautioned, Sister Yue, don't go over there. Who knows if they're scammers? She hesitated, replying, Judging by the looks of them, they're prepared and won't leave easily. I'll go see what they want. Open fire if anything seems off. Everyone nodded in agreement. As she approached, she introduced herself. My name is Gu Yue, and I'm in charge here. The man nodded in response. Hello, my name is Huo Da, captain of the 3rd Tomb Raider squad. She replied coldly, What do you want? He pulls out Yun Hong's wanted poster. Have you seen this person? She stares at the picture for a moment, immediately recognizing Yun Hong. Gu Yu recognized her immediately. That's Yun Hong. Seeing this, Huo Da replied happily, You've met her before? Without hesitation, Gu Weiyang pointed her gun at Huo Da's face. Are you in league with her? He immediately refused. Don't get the wrong idea. This girl is a wanted criminal and we're here to catch her. This is an arrest warrant issued by the military, and the 30,000-star nucleus reward leaves her speechless. What crime did she commit to warrant such a high reward? Huo Da replied softly. She belongs to an organization called Dark Tide, a group of exiled individuals with unique skills but no morals or boundaries. In the shadows, they'll do anything for money, and countless people have suffered because of them. And she is one of Dark Tide's 3 trump cards. Red Shadow. The Yun Hong you mentioned is probably her alia. Now, can you tell me where she is? However, Gu Yue shook her head. You're too late. She's probably dead. Seeing this, he gaped slightly, asking if she was sure, to which she pointed inside. I didn't see it, but he did. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned, but suddenly Huo Da recognized him. Joy, it's you. Am I seeing things? Aren't you the chicken knight? He's still alive? Gao Xiaoliang asked, stunned. You know me. Hilian stepped forward. Did you forget? You were riding a headless mutant chicken being chased by giant ice. We were in a car not far behind you. Gao Xiaoliang blankly tried to remember, then realized, I remember now. I remember a car being there, but a chicken-riding hero. What the heck? Everyone chuckled. We didn't know your name, so we gave you a nickname. We like to joke around, so don't take it personally. We're lucky you lured it away so we could escape. Please accept our gratitude. Seeing this, Gu Yo turned and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to have a combat medic. What's that headless chicken they're talking about? Suddenly his face paled. Don't mention it. It's my nightmare. Huo Da continued, Let's get down to business. You said Hong Ying is dead, so where's her body? He smirked. That? Well, it's probably too heavy to carry here. Go see for yourselves. He then led them down to the steel mill, where they thoroughly examined everything. The walls were scorched to ash. Huo Da determined that anyone who fell in here would be torn to pieces. He wondered, without proof, how he could confirm it was Hong Ying, but then Gao Xiaoliang remembered the evidence. Even though she's burned to ash, this should still remain. Yin Hong's scent on this 5-star paper. Seeing this, Tiu Bak bent down to confirm, and Cao Tiu Luong encouraged her to use her abilities. Our 30,000 N is all riding on you. Go get 'em. Xiao Bai began sniffing around, leaving the soldiers bewildered. What was she doing? Gu Yu explains that Miss Bai's nose is incredibly sensitive. She can smell things from a mile away. Even if all that remained of Yin Hong was a bone, she could find her. Xiao Bai looked around, then suddenly jumped up, stopping in front of a pile of ashes and pointing down. Found it, Gao Xiaoliang exclaimed, reaching down. Ah, never mind. Here it is, the heavenly silk. The heavenly pivot is indeed Yun Hong's weapon, Gao Xiaoliang said, standing up. Didn't I tell you? The materials of the Tianji order are special. Ordinary fire can't burn them. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai jumped for joy. We're rich, we're rich, we're rich, he asked Huo Da if they can claim the reward. But Huo Da could only offer a wry smile. While this confirms Hong Ying's identity, the warrant requires her to be captured alive. Sorry, I can't break the rules. Seeing this, their faces pale. If only they had brought her along, it feels like they've missed out on 100 million yuan. Suddenly, Huo Da added, but Hong Ying's mission was to retrieve an item. Providing a lead will earn you half the reward. Seeing this, he smiled brightly. Great! There's still a chance. We'll turn this place upside down to find it. He was burning with passion, looking intensely at Tiu Bak, who nodded repeatedly. Cao Tiu Luong guessed. Yun Hong said she was looking for a safe. Could what you're talking about be inside? Seeing this, Huo Da turned to the safe. Do you know where it is? But Gu Yue coldly replied, I threw it away. Blindsided, Gao Xiaoliang and Huo Da asked in unison, Where is it? When did you throw it? I threw it away, Gu Yue replied blankly. We just arrived to find the box rigged with explosives, so I threw it down the mountain for safety. Another soldier then realized the mountain leads to a river. It must have been washed away by now. Seeing this, Huo Da gritted his teeth, knowing that the item contained a terrifying power, and if someone else opened it, it would be like a second apocalypse. Seeing this, Xiao Bai asked, Is it that serious? Another person started to speak, Of course, inside is, but was immediately silenced by Huo Da's glare. What was Gao Xiaoliang's father about to ask? Tell us clearly so we can help. But Huo Da ignored them. Sorry, it's a secret I can't reveal. Cao Xiaoliang pondered, a great power, a second apocalypse. Recalling past lives, a nuclear explosion occurred, causing countless casualties and decades of radiation, leading to further mutations. Could it be a nuclear weapon? Seeing this, Huo Da was stunned, and Guye blurted out, "Nuclear weapons." The soldier was stunned. "How did you know?" Zhao Xiaoliang chuckled. "Just a guess." Seeing this, another young man stepped forward, punching the soldier in the head. "You really can't keep your mouth shut. Not nuclear weapons, but something even more powerful. The steel mill is just a front. In fact, these people are part of an arms-dealing group that includes a weapons expert who, before the apocalypse, was a member of a terrorist organization, secretly conducting research. Rumor has it he wanted to create something more powerful than a nuclear weapon, and was blacklisted by many countries. Somehow he fled to our country, where he's said to have weapon smugglers and the blueprints for that thing in his grasp. We suspect that Hong Ying's target is these very things." Meanwhile, Gao Xiaoliang pondered as he watched their conversation. No wonder I had no impression of Gu Yue and this base in my past lives. Perhaps the base was destroyed before she even awakened. It seems that this time, through rebirth, I've changed the fate of some people. To avoid unnecessary panic and the attention of malicious individuals, please don't spread this around. Just then, another soldier ran up. "Captain, this is a map of the surrounding area." Huo Da leaned down to observe. "There are 3 waterways leading down this river. We'll split into 3 groups to search in those directions. Tell everyone to gather and set off immediately." Seeing this, the team quickly made preparations, and he stepped forward to observe the curious green plantation. Huda frowned and asked, "Is something wrong?" Xiao Xiaoliang scratched his head and replied, "Oh no, it's just that if I remember correctly, my roommate's house is right there. Before the apocalypse, that kid said he had family matters and took a break, then completely lost contact. Then there was an explosion, and the plantation area was reduced to rubble. The second crisis is averted, saving his life once again. Suddenly, the system detects an abundance of fruit in the plantation, urging him to gather ingredients for juice and complete the mission." Seeing this, he chuckled, thinking he'd make that kid thank him properly if he ran into him. Then, the team headed out, preparing to move, and everyone couldn't help but worry. "Chef Gao, do you really have to leave? Isn't it good here? We'll miss you." Seeing their faces, he chuckled, "Don't be so gloomy. If I have the chance, I'll come back to visit. My roommate's family is opening a plantation, so maybe when I return, you can all enjoy some fresh juice." Hearing that, everyone was overjoyed. "Really? You promised, don't go back on your word." At that moment, Huo Da approached Gu Yue. "Are you really not going to consider our offer? The military is in dire need of gifted individuals like you. If you agree to join, I'll make sure you get the best treatment possible. The military's benefits for espers are very generous. Not only would you be fully supplied with resources and weapons, but you'd also receive rewards upon completing missions. What's more, the military is heavily guarded, so you wouldn't have to worry about zombies outside of missions." These are the dreams of ordinary people, but she simply smiled and said, "I know. But compared to all that, I have something more important to protect."